In this Advanced English Vocabulary Masterclass, you'll learn all the vocabulary you need to sound fluent and confident. Welcome back to JForrest English. Of course, I'm Jennifer. Now let's get started. I'm sure every day you say, I need help. Let me share some other ways that I say this and you can too. You can say, could you walk me through, and then whatever you're struggling with. For example, how to export this document. So notice here, the expression is to walk someone. Could you walk me through something? How to export this document. Now, to walk someone through something means to explain in detail, to show step by step.
Could you walk me through it?
You could also say, any chance you know how to export this document. So here, notice I'm saying any chance. That is in spoken English. The full grammatical structure is there any chance? But in spoken English, we generally drop the is there and just say any chance. Any chance you know how to do something. Or you can say, would you mind? Notice you need the gerund. Would you mind showing me how to export this document? Let's try this right now. Would you mind commenting, let's go, let's go, let's go in the comments, because it would really help me. And this is another way of saying I need help. Would you mind? Would you mind commenting? Let's go in the comments. I love this one. Do you have a sec? A sec is short for second, so a short period of time. Do you have a sec to help me out? So notice I'm using to help me out. And then if you want to specify the something, you can say with this document. So let's try this one too. Do you have a sec to help me out by liking this video? It will only take a second, so like this video. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. I'm sure every day you say, I don't understand. You can say, I don't get. I don't get, and then how to export this document if you want to use that. Get means understand in this context. This is a great one. I'm having trouble. This is in the present continuous because it's taking place now. This is a gerund expression. I'm having trouble exporting the document. You can also use the preposition with. I'm having trouble with, and then something, a noun. I'm having trouble with the document.
I'm still having trouble with English.
How about this one? I'm not entirely clear on how to export this document. So notice, entirely intensifies it. I'm not entirely clear on how to export this document. Or you can simply say, I'm struggling. Again, in the present continuous, it's happening now. I'm struggling, infinitive. I'm struggling to understand this, whatever that is. Every day you probably say, I need more time. You can also say, I'm not going to make the deadline. Native speakers love using make as a replacement to achieve or obtain. In this case, achieve the deadline. I'm not going to make the deadline. You could say we need to push back, which means postpone the deadline. So you can use the phrasal verb push back, or you can use the verb postpone. You can say, I'm running behind. Now you run behind on something. I'm running behind on the project. Again, the present continuous is taking place now. How about this one? We need to buy some time with the client. Do you know what this means? Buy some time. This is like saying we need to stall or delay the client so we can create more time. That's buying more time. You create the time.
I just needed to buy some time.
I'm sure every day you say, I'm really busy. You can say that. You can also say, I'm swamped. Notice that pronunciation, that ED is a soft T. I'm swamped. And you need the verb to be. It's to be swamped. I am swamped right now. I was swamped yesterday. Now you can continue on and say with the project or because of. If you use because, you also need that preposition of. I'm swamped because of the project. You can say the project is taking up all my time. So here, the phrasal verb to take up means to consume, use, or occupy, and notice it's in the present continuous because it's taking place now. I love this one. My schedule or my calendar is jam-packed this week. Natives love saying this, jam-packed. And notice that packed, a soft T at the end, packed. Now the jam is optional. You can simply say packed, which means very busy. Adding jam makes it sound more natural and also intensifies it.
Well, our schedule is pretty packed.
You can say things are really hectic right now. So simply using hectic instead of busy to give you a more advanced alternative. Repeat after me, hectic, hectic. And you can modify that by saying really hectic right now. Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. I'm sure every day you say, what's your opinion? You can say, what's your take on this? Now, if the topic is obvious, you can just say, oh, I think AI is a really positive development. What's your take? Or you can simply add, what's your take on this being the topic of AI.
What is your take on this?
To sound a little more advanced and professional, you can say, what's your perspective? What's your view, point of view, or viewpoint? So many different alternatives. And again, you can say on this or not. It's optional. You could say more casually, how do you see this? I see this as being a positive thing, but what about you? How do you see this? Now, to answer, just remember those preposition differences because you would say in my opinion, or you would say from my perspective, from my viewpoint. So get those prepositions right. Now, every day you might say, especially if you're a parent, that's not a good idea. You can say, I'm not sure about that. This is a more indirect, it adds some doubt around it. And you can also say, I'm not too sure about that to make it sound less severe, more indirect. In a more professional setting, you can say, I have some concerns about something about the conference, or you could say, I have some reservations, or I have some doubts about the conference. You can ask someone, have you thought about? Have you thought about? This is a gerund expression. Have you thought about canceling the conference? I have some reservations about the attendance. Or you can say, before we move forward, which means before we take action, before we move forward, we need to consider, and then something. We need to consider the cost. Hopefully every day you're presented with great ideas and you can say, that's a great idea. Instead, you can say, I can get behind that idea. Now, to get behind something means that you support it. This is a very natural expression. You can say to someone, you're really on to something. If someone is on to something, it means they're moving in the right direction. They're making progress.
I really think you're onto something here.
Or you can say, that's spot on, that's spot on. Simply, you can say 100%. Now notice native speakers pronounce this as 100, not 100%. It's unstressed, 100%. Native speakers love simply replying with 100%. This is the same as that's spot on, 100%. This means that's completely correct, accurate, or I completely agree. You work every day and there are meetings taking place every day. So you might say or hear, let's meet to discuss this. Instead, you can ask, are you free to go over this? So to go over something means to review it. And when you review something, you generally discuss it as well. Now, you could also say, when are you free? When are you free? So you're asking for a specific date. You can ask, can we touch base on this soon? So if you touch base on something, it means you discuss it. You connect with someone to discuss something specific. You can be very specific and say, does Monday at 11 a.m. work for you? Now you can include the topic and say work for you to discuss this if you want, but that's optional. Or you can simply say, let's set aside some time. If you set aside time, it means you allocate it, you reserve it. Let's set aside some time to iron out the details. To iron out is a great phrasal verb. It means to finalize or to resolve if things are in a state of uncertainty or conflict even.
Yeah, just ironing out the last details.
Now I'm sure you say, let's start every day. Let's start the project. Let's start making dinner, whatever it is. Instead, you can say, let's get the ball rolling. So to get the ball rolling is an idiom that means to start. This is another common idiom, let's hit the ground running. Now, if you hit the ground running, it means you start, but you start with a lot of enthusiasm and energy, so it's a very positive idiom. Or you can simply say, let's do it, let's do it. So someone might ask you, should we start dinner now? And instead of saying, let's start, you can say, let's do it.
Let's do it, E. Let's do it.
Or you can say, let's get going, let's get moving, let's get cracking. So notice you use get for all three of these options, and then the next verb is in the ing form. Or you can use something that will make you sound very natural in a fun, casual way. You can say, it's go time, which means it's time to start. Every day you may need to cancel plans and say, I can't attend the meeting, the conference, the party, the appointment, whatever it is. Instead, you can say, I can't make. Remember that verb make? In this case, it means attend. I can't make the meeting. Or natives love saying, oh, I can't make it. It representing the meeting or the party or the appointment. You can say, sorry, I have a scheduling conflict. So this means you have another appointment or meeting at the exact same time.
It was an unavoidable scheduling conflict.
Or you can say, sorry, I'm already booked, which again means you have another meeting at the exact same time. You can say, unfortunately, I have another commitment. That is a more formal and professional way of saying, sorry, I can't make it. Or you can simply state, I'm not free, I'm not available at that time. And you can be specific about the time as well. Instead of saying they work well together, you can say they have a strong rapport. Notice that T is silent. They have a strong rapport or strong relationship. You can say they're close-knit. Notice the K is silent. Close-knit. And you need the verb to be. They're close-knit. Or you can use close-knit as an adjective and say they're a team, a close-knit team. You could use a different noun. You could say they're a close-knit family, they're a close-knit group of friends, for example.
These are close-knit communities.
Or you can say they have a positive working relationship, they have a supportive working relationship. You can also say they complement each other. If two things complement each other, it means they go well together, like cookies and a glass of milk. They complement each other. So two people can go well together. They complement each other. Now let's do something different. You'll learn 33 words and phrases with a story. And this is the true life story of Colonel Sanders, of course, the founder of KFC. Harlan David Sanders, better known as Colonel Sanders, encountered many setbacks and obstacles before he became the success we know today. Of course, notice that pronunciation of colonel. Colonel. It sounds nothing like the spelling. Repeat after me. Colonel. Colonel. Colonel Sanders. And notice here, encounter setbacks and obstacles. So you can use encounter as the verb to go with setbacks and obstacles. A setback is a noun. It's a delay or problem that prevents progress, or it makes it difficult to achieve a goal. For example, the business faced a significant setback when their main supplier increased prices. Notice I used faced. That is also a collocation. So you can say encountered or more casually faced. Don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now, an obstacle. Repeat after me. Obstacle. This is a noun. It's also something that blocks or hinders progress or achievement. For example, one obstacle for many English learners, maybe you, is understanding natives in the real world. Is that an obstacle you face? And maybe you're thinking, well, Jennifer's lessons will help me overcome this obstacle. So you encounter or face an obstacle and you overcome an obstacle. So what do you think? Do you think my lessons will help you overcome this obstacle? If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's continue the story. Born in 1890, Sanders worked various odd jobs throughout his life to make ends meet, including farming, working as a steamboat fireman, and running a service station in Corbin, Kentucky. Notice that preposition. He was born in 1890. If you have a specific calendar date, you need to change the preposition. He was born on September 9th, 1890. Now, do you know what an odd job is? This is a noun, and it's a small, temporary, or informal task or work, and it often requires little skill or training. For example, while studying, he took on several odd jobs to support himself. Now notice, to support himself, I could also say to make ends meet, which we have in our story. This is an idiom and it means to earn just enough money to cover your basic living expenses. For example, after his company closed, he struggled to make ends meet by working odd jobs. Let's continue. In the service station, he served meals and his fried chicken became popular with customers. Notice here, to become popular. We use the verb become and conjugated in the past simple, became, to talk about the transition from not popular to popular. So you might ask, how did Colonel Sanders become famous? Well, that's what we're learning right now, so let's continue the story. However, when a new highway was built, fewer customers stopped by, and he had to close his restaurant. Now notice the use of however. This is an adverb, and it's used to introduce a contrast. For example, she studied hard for her exam. That's positive. She didn't pass. That's negative. We can connect them together by saying, however, she didn't pass. But you can reverse the order of the contrast. You can say she didn't study for the exam, which is a negative. She passed, which is a positive. However, she passed. Now let's talk about to stop by. This is a useful phrasal verb to have in your vocabulary. It means to visit briefly or for a short period of time, often informally. For example, she stopped by my office to drop off the documents before her meeting. So maybe she didn't have an appointment, so that's informally, or it was a very brief, very fast visit. Let's continue. Sanders had tried and failed at several other ventures, including selling insurance and operating a failed restaurant. Do you know what a venture is? This is a noun, and it's a business or activity that involves taking risks in the hope of making a profit or simply achieving something. We often use this in the business world. Starting a tech company is a risky venture. A risky venture, it's a noun. But it can also be very rewarding. But is the casual, everyday form of however. So notice it's also used for that contrast. Risky, rewarding. That's the contrast. We can combine them together with but or however. Let's keep going. Despite his financial struggles and constant disappointments, he refused to give up on his dream. Just like you refuse to give up, right? Let's talk about despite. This is a preposition, and it's used to introduce a fact or situation that contrasts with or makes the following statement surprising or unexpected. For example, despite the rain, the event was a huge success. So there's a contrast there because you think the rain would negatively impact the success. So that's the surprise. Despite the rain, the event was a huge success. Let's keep going. At 65 years old, notice years with an S and then old. You can say at 65 or at 65 years old. At 65 years old, with only a small pension, he gave it another shot. To give something a shot, this is a very useful idiom. Natives use it a lot, and it means to try something. You should give learning phrasal verbs a shot. Try learning phrasal verbs. Now, to give something another shot means to try again. But you try again because there was a failed attempt. So you give it a shot, you fail, and you give it another shot, which means you try again. Let's keep going. He traveled across the country cooking for restaurant owners and offering them his secret recipe. He made a deal. They could use his recipe, and in return, he would get a small percentage of their sales. Let's talk about in return. You can also say in exchange. This is a phrase, and it means that you give something in order to get something. For example, she stayed late on Wednesday, so she gave her time. But what did she receive? So you can say, and in return, or and in exchange, she left early on Friday. So she gave her time on Wednesday, but then she received time back on Friday. In return, in exchange. Let's keep going. He faced rejection after rejection. Notice that collocation, you face rejection. He faced rejection after rejection with exactly 1,009 people turning him down. Can you believe that? 1,009 people turning him down. So to turn someone down, that means to reject someone. And the him was Colonel Sanders. So it's saying 1,009 people rejected Colonel Sanders. Now let's use despite. You can say despite being rejected, you need the gerund verb after despite. Despite being rejected 1,009 times, Colonel Sanders gave it another shot. He tried again even though he failed 1,009 times. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Let's continue. Finally, Sanders got a yes. What followed was nothing short of extraordinary. I like this phrase, nothing short of, and then you can have a positive adjective. This is used to emphasize that something is completely or entirely remarkable or impressive or whatever positive adjective. You can say the team's effort was nothing short of extraordinary. So you're saying it was extremely remarkable, impressive, incredible, astonishing. Those are all synonyms that you can use instead of extraordinary. Let's continue. Sanders built up a massive empire with KFC, a globally recognized brand that is still famous today. Notice that phrasal verb to build up. This means to develop or increase something, but gradually, over time. So it didn't happen overnight. It built up gradually over time. So you could say she worked hard to build up her vocabulary with phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions, which is exactly what you're doing right now. Let's continue. By the way, Sanders wasn't a real colonel. The title came from a Kentucky governor who made him an honorary colonel in recognition of his contribution to Kentucky's cuisine. Sanders embraced the title and became known as Colonel Sanders. Did you know that? Did you know that he wasn't a real colonel? Notice how this paragraph started with by the way. By the way. This is an idiom. It's used to introduce a new subject or to give further information. So let's talk about a new subject. Maybe you're talking to your colleague or coworker and you say, once you update the report, please send it to the client. Now you want to say something not related to that. You can say, by the way, I'm working from home tomorrow, or anything else that isn't related. By the way, did you notice the silent H in honorary? First of all, notice how I use by the way because I just transitioned away from the last point to a new point. But did you notice that? Honorary, honorary. The same thing for honor because honorary comes from the word honor, no H, and also hour, hour. Those are very common silent H's. Let's continue. Through every challenge, Colonel Sanders proved that perseverance and self-belief are the true secret recipe for success. Do you appreciate the last line in this story? I appreciate it because it is a clever use of language. We call this a play on words, a play on words. Do you know why this is a clever use of language? Well, you may know that KFC has a secret recipe. It's part of the reason it's popular. It became popular because of the secret recipe, which contains 11 herbs and spices. But here, they're using secret recipe in a different way. They're using it to refer to the traits and qualities that made him successful. That's the recipe for his success. So it's a clever use of language. Now I'll read the story in full from start to finish. Harlan David Sanders, better known as Colonel Sanders, encountered many setbacks and obstacles before he became the success we know today. Born in 1890, Sanders worked various odd jobs throughout his life to make ends meet, including farming, working as a steamboat fireman, and running a service station in Corbin, Kentucky. In the service station, he served meals and his fried chicken became popular with customers. However, when a new highway was built, fewer customers stopped by and he had to close his restaurant. Sanders had tried and failed at several other ventures, including selling insurance and operating a failed restaurant. Despite his financial struggles and constant disappointments, he refused to give up on his dream. At 65 years old, with only a small pension, he gave it another shot. He traveled across the country cooking for restaurant owners and offering them his secret recipe. He made a deal. They could use his recipe, and in return, he would get a small percentage of their sales. He faced rejection after rejection, with exactly 1,009 people turning him down. He weathered endless disappointment, but refused to let it deter him. Finally, after all the rejections, Sanders got a yes. What followed was nothing short of extraordinary. Sanders built up a massive empire with KFC, a globally recognized brand that is still famous today. By the way, Sanders wasn't a real colonel. The title came from a Kentucky governor who made him an honorary colonel in recognition of his contribution to Kentucky's cuisine. Sanders embraced the title and became known as Colonel Sanders. Through every challenge, Colonel Sanders proved that perseverance and self-belief are the true secret recipe for success. Think of everything you've learned. Now let's keep going and you'll learn 50 more phrases I use every day. First, let's talk about greetings and small talk. You need to start using how's it going. This is the greeting in North America. How's it going?
How's it going?
How's it going?
But make sure you get that pronunciation. How's it? Zit. How's it? How's it going? Repeat after me. How's it going? You can also say, long time no see. Long time no see. For example, Jennifer, long time no see. I was on vacation, so I couldn't watch your lessons. So you can provide the reason why it's been long time no see.
Long time no see.
So I hope you're not saying that, because I hope you're watching my lessons every week. If you are, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. How about this one? What have you been up to? Now you can also say lately or recently, but they're optional.
What have you been up to?
Now up to means doing. What have you been doing? So this is in the present perfect continuous. This is how you greet someone. How's it going? Long time no see. What have you been up to? You can use all three at the same time. Don't worry about taking notes, because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now you can also say nice to see you again. Instead of nice, you can say great, lovely, wonderful, or simply good. Good to see you again. Now notice I didn't use the subject or verb. It is. In spoken English, it's. It's nice to see you again. You can just drop that in casual spoken English.
Nice to see you again.
Or you can ask someone, how's your day been so far?
How's your day been so far?
Now, this is the same as how's your day been going so far. We just don't include the verb because it's obvious. Now let's talk about asking about preferences and opinions. Number 6, how does that sound to you? You need to know this one. So for example, how does going on vacation sound to you? So instead of that, you can specify the something and it's a gerund. Or you can use a noun. How does a vacation sound to you?
How does that sound?
You can ask someone, are you more of a coffee person or a tea person? Now here the structure is, are you more of a noun or noun? Morning person or night person? Stay in person or go out person? Now you don't have to use the word person. A noun could be, are you more of a spender, someone who spends money, or a saver, someone who saves money? How about this? Would you rather? Would you rather? And then you need a base verb. Would you rather stay in or go out? So would you rather base verb or base verb?
Would you rather fly or would you rather drive?
You can say, would you rather have sushi or pizza? Watch a movie or go dancing? Number 9, how do you feel about that? This is a great one to have. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
Or number 10, what do you think about that? Now for both 9 and 10, you would use a gerund or a noun. For example, how do you feel about going dancing tonight? Or what do you think about a walk? So a walk is the noun. What do you think about a walk tonight?
What do you think about that?
Now let's talk about expressing preferences and opinions. Number 11, honestly, I think it's great.
Honestly, I think you look great.
So you could say, I think going, the gerund verb, going on vacation is a great idea, but you can just use great to represent a great idea. Or number 12, to be honest, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of it. So you can use honestly or to be honest interchangeably. And notice to be a fan of after you would use a noun or gerund.
To be honest, I'm not a big fan.
Number 13, I use this one every day, is totally your call. If something is your call, it's your decision, so you decide.
Totally your call.
Or number 14, I'd go with this one. So I would go with, and then in spoken English, I'd go with. This means I would support or I would choose, and then you can specify the noun.
Let's go with this one.
Number 15, I get where you're coming from. Or I totally get where you're coming from if you want to make it stronger. And this means I understand your opinion or perspective.
I get where you're coming from.
Now let's talk about apologizing. Number 16, sorry about that. Sorry about that. So notice I dropped the I am and simply said sorry about. And then if you use a verb, you would use the gerund verb. Sorry about spilling coffee on your white rug.
Sorry about that.
You can simply say, my bad, my bad. This is a more informal way.
My bad, my bad.
You can say, I didn't mean to. And then if you want, you can continue, I didn't mean to spill coffee.
I didn't mean to.
Or number 19, simply a sound, whoops, whoops. That's the sound we make when we do something like spill. Whoops, sorry.
Oops, sorry.
Or number 20, I love this one, I'll make it up to you. Do you know what this means? I'll make it up to you. This means I'll rectify, so correct, or I'll compensate for this mistake. For example, sorry about spilling coffee on your white rug. I'll make it up to you. So how could I do that? Well, I'll clean it myself, I'll clean your rug, or I'll pay for it to be cleaned. I'll compensate you. I'll make it up to you.
I'll make it up to you.
I'll make it up to you.
I'll make it up to you.
Now let's talk about saying thank you. Number 21, thanks a bunch, a bunch. This is a casual and friendly way to say thank you or thank you so much.
Thanks a bunch.
Number 22, I really appreciate it. So notice here, you don't use the words thank you, it's implied.
I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate it.
Number 23, you're the best, thanks. Or you can just say, you're the best. This is one of my personal favorites.
Thank you. You're the BEST best.
Number 24, I can't thank you enough. This sounds like a strong thank you.
I can't thank you enough.
It's like saying thank you very much. And my absolute personal favorite is number 25, you rock. You rock. Just do not say you are rock because the sentence structure is to rock. You rock. You rock. Put that in the comments. You rock.
You rock!
Let's move on and talk about reacting to news and surprises. Number 26, are you serious? Are you serious? You can also simply say seriously or really.
It's seriously? Are you serious?
Number 27, no way, no way. Remember, this is news or surprise, so you need to add some enthusiasm. No way.
No way, no way.
28, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. This is an alternative to saying, I can't believe it. That's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
Number 29, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
You've got to be kidding me.
Or number 13, wow, I didn't see that coming. I love this one. Wow, I didn't see that coming. You could also say, no way, I didn't see that coming. Or seriously, I didn't see that coming. And to not see something coming means you were not expecting it. Just know that all of these expressions can be used for positive or negative surprises. It depends on the context. For example, you bought me a new car. That's very positive, right? I just got a new car for free. You bought me a new car. Wow, I didn't see that coming. I didn't expect it. Or how about this? You're breaking up with me? Seriously? You've got to be kidding me. So if you're breaking up with me, it means you're ending our romantic relationship. You've got to be kidding me. So that's a negative. Or how about this? You got fired. I can't believe it. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. Or you got promoted. I can't believe it. That's incredible. Congratulations. So again, it depends on context how you use these.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
Now let's talk about making social plans. 31, are you free tonight?
So are you free tonight?
Do you want to hang out this weekend?
Do you want to hang out this weekend?
So to hang out, this means to spend time together socially. 33, let's get together this weekend. So the phrasal verb to get together means to come together as a group. Or how about this? How about we grab coffee after work? So here, grab is an informal way of saying get or have, but it is extremely common. Now, you grab a meal, a food item, or a drink item. For example, let's grab lunch today, a meal. Or are you free to grab a bite? A bite represents food. Are you free to grab a bite tonight?
How about we go grab some coffee?
Number 35, we need to catch up.
Wow, we need to catch up.
To catch up, this means to spend time sharing news and information. So I could say, we need to catch up. Are you free tonight? Now let's talk about asking for help. Could you give me a hand with this?
Give me a hand with this, Dallas.
Or you can say, can you lend me a hand? Now, after with, you would use a noun or a gerund. So you can say could or can. Could is slightly more formal. Could or can you lend or give me a hand with something, dinner, or with doing something, with making dinner? Number 38, do you mind? Notice we need the gerund. Do you mind driving me to the airport? You can also say, would you mind doing, gerund, doing me a favor? Notice that collocation, you do someone a favor. Number 40, I could really use your help. This sounds like a serious request.
Hey, could you do me a favor?
Would you do me a favor?
Now let's talk about offering help. 41, let me know if you need a hand. A hand means help or any help.
Just let me know if you need a hand.
42, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to help. I'd be happy to lend you a hand. So notice I would means I'd be happy to lend. So the infinitive, to lend you a hand.
I'd be happy to help you.
Or you can say, if you need anything, just ask.
If you need anything, just ask.
I'm here if you need anything. This sounds very inviting. I'm here. I'm here if you need anything, or I'm here if you need me.
If you need anything, I'm here, okay?
Number 45, don't worry, I've got your back.
Don't worry.
I got your back.
This sounds the most supportive. Don't worry, I've got your back. This means I'm here to support you, I'm here to help you, and it sounds very strong. I've got your back. Let's talk about saying goodbye. You can say bye and then add on take care, or you can just say take care.
Take care.
You can, of course, say see you later. And again, you can say bye, see you later, take care. You can combine those together. And instead of later, you can be specific, see you soon, see you tomorrow, or even at a specific event or place. See you at the movies. Take care. See you later.
See you later.
Number 48, have a good one. This is a very casual expression. I hear it a lot with service providers when you're at the grocery store and you leave, they say, have a good one. Have a good one. Now, instead of one, you can say day, night, evening, or afternoon. One is generic. It represents all time references.
Have a good one.
Or 49, talk to you soon, talk to you soon. And then again, instead of soon, you can say later, tomorrow, at the movies, whatever specific time or place.
Talk to you soon.
And number 50, drive safe. Drive safe. Now, this only works if the person is driving, if they are the one behind the steering wheel. If that isn't the case, you would change it to safe travels. So notice drive safe, but if you change it, you say safe travels. And safe travels you can use if the person is driving as well.
Drive safe.
Now let's do something fun. You're going to come into my home and learn everyday vocabulary in real life. Let's start with prepositions. Right now, I'm on the bed, but now I'm in the bed. So notice we use in when you're under the covers, under the blanket. So you can use covers for everything on your bed, or you can be specific and say blanket. So I'm in the bed because I'm under the covers. But I'm on the bed now because on is used for a vertical surface. So the bed is considered a vertical surface. Now I'm in the kitchen. So even though there are no physical walls, the kitchen is considered an enclosed space. It's its own room. So right now I'm in the kitchen, and right now I'm in the living room because it's its own defined space. But what about this? I'm the pillows. I'm between the pillows. And right now I'm at the front door. So the front door is not considered a defined room or space, and it's not enclosed. So we use at for a specific point. So this is the specific location. I'm at the front door. And how about now? I'm on the patio. So here, maybe just memorization. You're on a balcony or on a patio. And now I'm behind the door. And right now I'm under the desk, under the desk. And I can only be under the desk because this is called a standing desk. You can also call it a sit to stand desk. So right now I can stand and work, but you can lower it and then you can also sit and work. I'm walking my cat. I'm walking Sasha. Now notice how there's no preposition. It's not I'm walking with my cat, because when you walk an animal, you walk a cat or you walk a dog, more commonly, you're in charge of it. You're in control of it. It's also very common to say, I'm taking my cat, I'm taking my dog for a walk. So right now I'm walking Sasha or I'm taking Sasha for a walk. Right now I'm walking with my husband. Say bye, Kevin.
Bye, everybody.
So notice, of course, if you use the preposition with, it's because you're doing it together. It's collaborative, is joint. I'm walking with my husband, with my friends, with my family. Now, when I made this short, a lot of native speakers commented and joked, "Oh, you're walking Kevin." Because remember, if you remove that preposition, it means I am in control. So a lot of native speakers joked and said, "My wife always walks me," meaning my wife is in control, in charge of. My friend sent me a text message and said, "What are you up to tonight?" Do you know what that means? What are you up to? This is how a native speaker commonly asks someone, what are you doing? So up to in this expression means doing. What are you doing tonight? So just change doing to up to. What are you up to tonight? So now you'll sound just like a native speaker. And this is what I'm up to tonight, so not very much. So I could reply back to my friend and say, not much. Not too much. Or I could be more specific and say, I'm relaxing. I'm relaxing at home. I'm chilling. That's a very casual, informal way of saying relaxing. I'm chilling. I'm chilling at home. You can be more specific and say, I'm relaxing at home and watching a movie, or and watching Netflix, and reading a book, and listening to music, whatever you might be doing. And here's a very common phrasal verb you should know. I'm hanging out at home. So to hang out is the phrasal verb. We commonly use this with people. Do you want to hang out tonight? So that's another way of saying, do you want to spend time with me tonight? So I could say, I'm hanging out with my friend tonight. So you use the preposition with, person. So spending time socially. Now you can use it with a location like I did. I'm hanging out at home, which means I'm just spending time at home. So what are you up to tonight? Not too much. I'm just hanging out at home. I'm watching a movie and eating popcorn. What about you? What are you up to tonight? I'm walking to the market to get groceries. So notice two things. You get groceries, so the verb is get. I need to get groceries. And notice how I said I'm walking. So that's the form of transportation. I'm walking to the market. If I said I'm going for a walk, so notice to go for a walk, that's just for leisure or for pleasure. So in the afternoon, I went, the past simple of the verb go, I went for a walk in the park. But I'm not going for a walk, I'm walking to get groceries. I made it to the market, but after walking for 20 minutes, mainly uphill, I'm really hot, I'm really sweaty, so I need to stop to have some water. So notice have water, you can use have instead of drink. I have water, I drink water, they're the same. Now notice I said stop, infinitive, stop to have some water. That means I start the action of drinking water. So I'm having water. I stop to have water. But I could say I stop walking. There's stop plus gerund, your verb plus ing. That means you stop that action. So I stop walking to start to have some water. Here's everything I got at the market. So how about this? I'll hold the item and then you say it out loud to make sure you know the item and the pronunciation. These are, maybe they're not that common outside of North America at least. These are plantains, plantains. Of course, these are eggs, easy. This is a pineapple, one of my favorite things to get, a pineapple. These are beets, beets. It's the same pronunciation as the verb to beat, but the spelling is different. Beets. This is garlic. I would view all of this as a collective. So I would just say garlic. This is garlic. I wouldn't say these are garlics. That doesn't sound correct. You could say bulb to represent one. So you could say these are bulbs of garlic, but that's not very common. You would just say this is garlic. So this is a bulb of garlic, and then a piece, we call this a clove, a clove. These are onions. Notice that pronunciation, onion, onion, onions. This is a cucumber. This is a pepper. These are avocados, avocados. This is, of course, lettuce, lettuce. Notice that unstressed pronunciation, lettuce, lettuce. But what if I wanted to make this singular? I wouldn't say a lettuce. This is a lettuce. You can't say that. But if you want to make this singular, you would say a head of lettuce. So I need a head of lettuce. Otherwise, you just say I need lettuce. And we got a big bag of strawberries. And I also got a bag of tomatoes. Tomatoes. Now you can call these smaller ones cherry tomatoes or just tomatoes. And Kevin got this. Do you know what this is? Any idea? It's hot sauce. Hot sauce. I have no idea what's in it, but it's very spicy. Let me share some word tasks that I do every day. Now notice, I said every day. So what verb tense will we use? The present simple. Every day, I could also use any of the other adverbs of frequency, always, sometimes, usually, rarely, never. Every day is an exception because that comes at the very beginning or end. Every day I check my email. Now, if you use the other adverbs of frequency, you could say I always check my email at the beginning of the day or at the end of the day. And to check your email, to check means to look at, to review, to check your email. So you can check your messages, you can check anything, that you can check the status of something. So I provide feedback. So notice provide feedback. Feedback is the noun. I provide feedback to my students in the Finally Fluent Academy. I prepare lessons for all of you on YouTube. Now, I could also say I make lessons because I create the lessons. But sometimes my students say I make lessons or I make homework. But that's the wrong collocation. That's the wrong verb. Because for you, if you are completing it, you are doing it. You want the verb do. But because I create the homework, I can say I make the homework. You do the homework, I make the homework. You do the lessons, I make the lessons. Here's an important verb I hear a lot of mistakes with: to follow up with someone. So every day I follow up with my staff, for example. Now, if you follow up with someone, it means you continue a conversation you previously had. So if I ask someone on my team to create something, the next day I can follow up with them and ask them for the status of that. So if you ask me a question and I don't reply, you can follow up with me and send me another message because you're continuing the conversation. Well, I have to get back to work now. Let's talk about cooking. I'm going to make pasta sauce. But first, I don't want to get my shirt dirty, so I need to put on, what's this? An apron. And notice that phrasal verb. I put on the apron, and then the opposite, I take off the apron. Now that I'm wearing the apron, I can cut up the onion. So first, I peel the onion. So to remove the skin, you peel the onion. Now you can slice, which is like this, slice. And then chop is just larger pieces, so to chop. But then to dice would be to take these pieces and then make them very small. So right now I'm dicing the onion. I'm cutting it into very small pieces. So you need to knead the dough. Do you know that verb, to knead the dough? Now, some things are just difficult to explain verbally. You just have to see it. So right now, I'm kneading the dough. And notice I said you need to knead the dough because I wanted you to hear that the pronunciation is exactly the same. There's a silent K on the verb to knead, just like night, a night, silent K, knit, silent K, know, to know, sounds exactly the same as know. And of course, silent K on this, knife. Can you think of any others? Share one more silent K in the comments. As my onions are browning, let's do a little pop quiz. How many do you know? Let's start with this. What's this called? A spoon. What's this? A garlic press. What are these? Measuring spoons. And these? Measuring cups. These are oven mitts. This is a can opener. And this? A ladle. How about this? A spatula. A lot of native speakers just call it a flipper, but it's a spatula. These are tongs. I'll need this after the pasta cooks. It's a colander, but most native speakers call it a strainer. And I'll need this at the end, a cheese grater, just a grater. And this is a cutting board. How many did you get right? Share it in the comments. Look at this beautiful pasta. I hope my Italian students are proud. And my water is boiling. The sauce is simmering, which means cooking at a low temperature, simmering. I want to show you this beautiful loaf of bread. Notice you can't say a bread because you can't make bread singular, a bread. So if you want to specify one, you say a loaf of bread. And this is brioche. Now Kevin and I, my husband and I, we picked it up. Now to pick something up in this case means to get from a store. So, oh, I need to pick up milk. I'm out of milk. I have no milk. I need to pick up milk. So we picked up this beautiful loaf of brioche bread to go with our pasta. I am a very messy cook. So let's talk about clean, clean up, wipe, wipe up. If I say I need to clean the kitchen, that sounds more in general. So it could mean washing the dishes, cleaning the floor, cleaning the counters. So it just means in total. But clean up is a specific area. So I would say, oh, I need to clean up. It's the specific mess I made, not the total kitchen. Now, same for wipe. If you wipe the counters, it's just the entire thing. But if you wipe up a specific mess or spill. So right now, I'm wiping up the pasta sauce. And I need to clean up before I eat my delicious pasta. And the final product, doesn't it look delicious? Now you can just say, have a good meal or enjoy. And native speakers often borrow the French bon appetit. And I am going to enjoy this. Remember the brioche bread from pasta last night? Well, now I'm using the leftovers to make French toast. So notice I said the leftovers, that's a noun. The leftovers means the remaining food item, the leftovers. I could also say I'm using the leftover bread, and now leftover is an adjective. I forgot this in our quiz. What's this? A whisk. A whisk. And the verb is to whisk. So for my French toast, I have eggs, milk, cinnamon, a little sugar and salt, and my secret ingredient, maple syrup, a little bit of maple syrup. So I could say I'm going to whisk the ingredients using the verb whisk. You could also just say mix the ingredients. Now, native speakers often add the phrasal verb up to certain verbs. So I could say I'm going to mix up the ingredients. So mix and mix up here, they mean the same thing. It means combine together, just like I'm doing now. but you don't want to mix up the sugar and the salt. So here, mix up also has a different meaning. It means to use the wrong one. So if you mix up the sugar and salt, it means you use salt when you wanted sugar, or the other way around. So don't mix up the sugar and salt. What was this? Remember? A spatula. But what did I say native speakers commonly call this? A flipper, because now it's time to flip the French toast. So this is the verb to flip, to go from one side to the other, to turn over, but we would say to flip, so I'll do that now. To flip, and that's why we commonly call this a flipper, but remember, it's a spatula. And look at this beautiful French toast. There's only one thing left to do, the secret ingredient, the maple syrup. So I'm going to pour the maple syrup. Now, if you use a noun, you use the preposition on. So right now I'm pouring the maple syrup, but I could also say I'm pouring the maple syrup on the French toast. I'm pouring it on the French toast. And now it's ready to eat. So now I'm getting ready. So to get ready is the general term we use for everything you need to do. So it would involve showering, brushing your teeth, putting on makeup, which I'm doing now, getting dressed, all of those things together, you can say get ready. So I'm getting ready. So I'm putting on makeup. So that's the phrasal verb, to put on makeup. You can also use apply makeup, but that sounds more technical. Maybe you would hear it in instructions. Now, right now I'm putting on face cream. So again, I could say apply, but that sounds a little more technical. If this were a medical cream, a doctor would say apply it 3 times a day. But in everyday use, you put on makeup, you put on cream. And after, I'll blow dry and then style my hair. And then my final step of getting ready is I'll pick out what I'm going to wear. So pick out means to select. So, should I wear this shirt or this shirt? So to pick out. I picked this dress out, so now I need to get dressed, so get out of here. So I'm going out for a bit. Notice that, I'm going out. That's what a native speaker would use to say, I'm leaving the house. It can be for any purpose. It can be to run an errand. Notice you run an errand. To run an errand, to get groceries, to go to work, or for social, which I'm doing, to go to a cafe. So you can say, I'm going out. I'm leaving the house. Now, native speakers, we love using the verb head as a replacement to go, but only in specific situations. So you can learn this phrase, I'm heading out. I'm heading out, which means I'm going out. So I'm heading out. Now you can also say I'm heading to and then a location. Just like you would say I'm going to a cafe, I'm going to the store, I'm going to the movies. You can say I'm heading to the movies, to the store. I'm heading to the cafe. So what's the final thing you need to do when you leave your house, when you go out, when you head out? You need to lock the door. So you can say, I'm locking the door. You can also use the phrasal verb lock up. I'm locking up. I just locked up in the past simple. I just locked up. Don't forget to lock up before you head out. So on the way to the cafe, I just need to stop by the bank, the ATM. Notice I said I need to stop by. So that phrasal verb, to stop by, you could also use to swing by interchangeably. To stop by, to swing by, that means to go to a place quickly and on your way to another location. So on your way to the final destination, you go to a different place. So maybe on your way home from work, you stop by the store to pick up milk. So I need to take out money. Take out is the phrasal verb that you use to get money. I need to take out money from the ATM. I need to get money. I made it to the cafe and I ordered my cappuccino. Now, when I ordered this, what do you think I said? I said, I'll get a, I'll get a, I will get a, I'll get a cappuccino. If I wanted to sound a little more polite, I might say, can I get a cappuccino? I could also say, I'll have a, or I'll take a. I'll get a, I'll have a, or I'll take a cappuccino. Now, right now, I'm in a cafe because this is an enclosed space. And right now, I'm at a cafe. I cannot say in because I am not inside. I'm not enclosed in the space, so you cannot say in. I'm at a cafe. It's the precise point on the map. Now this is the patio for the cafe. So what's that preposition? I'm on the patio. Or I could say I'm at the cafe. And now I'm in the cafe. I could also say I'm at the cafe to refer to a precise location, but because I'm physically enclosed, you can also use that preposition in. So now I'm going to enjoy my delicious cappuccino in the cafe. Amazing job so far. Now you'll learn 25 idioms to describe personality. Number 1, a people person. This is a must-know idiom. This is someone who enjoys interacting with others and is good at building relationships. For example, Jason is a real people person. So notice here, I'm using real to modify it, to intensify it. And don't forget that article, a people person. So he always makes everyone feel welcome.
I'm a people person.
Or you can say, we need a people person for this customer service position. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Number 2, a go-getter. I love this one. It describes me, and I'm sure it describes you. A go-getter is someone who is ambitious and takes initiative to achieve their goals. For example, the team hired him because he's a go-getter. He is. So notice you need the verb to be conjugated with your subject and time reference. He is, he's a go-getter. Or you can say, I like working with go-getters. So notice here, I added that S to the noun to make it the whole category of people with go-getters because they push projects forward.
He's a go-getter.
Or maybe you're thinking, I'm a real go-getter when it comes to improving my English fluency. Does that describe you? If it does, put that's me, put that's me in the comments. Number 3, I'm sure this describes you as well, a smart cookie. So this is someone who is intelligent or clever, someone who is smart, but you can just add cookie to make it sound more casual and fun. Emma is a smart cookie. She solved that complex problem in no time.
Yeah, she was a smart cookie.
Or you're a smart cookie if you can figure out how to make that deal work. So notice, this is conditional. Number 4, a social butterfly. This is someone who is very outgoing and enjoys socializing with others. I wouldn't say that describes me, to be honest. At the party, Noor was a social butterfly, talking to everyone in the room. Or you can say as a. This is a very powerful structure, so remember this, and I'll show you more examples as we go on. As a, and then any of these idioms. As a social butterfly. Pedro always knows what's happening around the office. Number 5, a couch potato. You may know this one. It doesn't describe me. Hopefully, it doesn't describe you. This is someone who spends a lot of time sitting and watching TV or being inactive. So generally, when we say someone is a couch potato, it's a negative. We're calling them lazy. So you might say, I used to be a couch potato. So that is in the past, but not the present. But now I enjoy going to the gym. Or you might use the imperative in the negative and say don't be a couch potato. Let's go for a walk after lunch. So the opposite behavior of a couch potato. Number 6, a jack of all trades. Do you know this one? This is very common. This is a person who is skilled in many different areas, but not necessarily an expert in one of those areas. For example, my uncle is a jack of all trades. He can repair computers, fix plumbing issues, and cook gourmet dinners. Or remember that as a. Don't forget that article if it's a singular. So in this case, it is because it's a jack. As a jack of all trades. She's able to communicate to every department in the company. So notice you have Jack, which is a male's name in North America, but this idiom is gender neutral. You can use it with males and females. Number 7, a straight shooter. This is a positive idiom. It's someone who is honest and straightforward. So straightforward in the sense that they tell you information directly. I appreciate working with Peter. He's a straight shooter. Or the manager is a straight shooter. She gives constructive criticism directly. Number 8, a big shot. Do you know this one? This is a person of great importance or influence in a particular field or organization. Now, you might say to your friend or colleague, don't be intimidated by him because he's a big shot. So you might think that someone who is a big shot isn't a people person, isn't approachable, but don't be intimidated.
Oh, Ken Park's such a big shot.
Or you can say, Evelyn's been acting like a big shot since she got promoted. In this case, it sounds negative. So it sounds like she's acting like she's more important than everyone else because she got promoted. So notice that verb in this case, acting like a big shot. Number 9, set in one's ways. This is someone who is resistant to change and prefers things to remain the same. Does that describe you? My grandmother is set in her ways. So notice it needs to be possessive to the person. And here's an example of how she's set in her ways. She still refuses to use a smartphone. Or he's so set in his ways, and don't forget that S, it's always S on ways, that he instantly dismisses any new ideas. So if he dismisses them, it means he doesn't consider them. He just says no. Number 10, a worrywart. Hopefully this doesn't describe you. This is someone who worries excessively, so a lot, about things, often unnecessarily. So you might say, don't tell Sarah that the client didn't like the presentation. She's such a worrywart. So she'll worry about it tonight, tomorrow, a month from now, even though it's not a big deal.
Oh, Herbert, you're such a worrywart.
Or you might tell your friend, your sister, your husband, don't be a worrywart. The project isn't due for weeks, so they're staying up at night worried because they're a worrywart. Number 11, a cheapskate. A cheapskate. Have you heard this one? This is someone who is unwilling to spend money or is very frugal. This has a negative sound to it. For example, Tim brings his own popcorn to the movies. He's a cheapskate. Or don't be a cheapskate. So again, that imperative in the negative. Don't be a cheapskate. The more expensive one will last longer. Number 12, a cold fish. This is the opposite of a people person and the opposite of a social butterfly. This is someone who is emotionally distant or unfriendly. Dan may seem like a cold fish, but I think he's just shy.
He's a cold fish.
Or he can be a cold fish sometimes, especially in large groups. Number 13, a backseat driver. Maybe you've been a backseat driver or you've experienced this. This is someone who gives unwanted advice or tries to control a situation. So you can say, stop being a backseat driver, you're making me nervous.
Nobody likes the backseat driver, Klaus.
Now this is very commonly used when someone is actually driving and then the person beside you or in the back seat says, turn left, change lanes, go here, don't drive so fast. That's being a backseat driver. But you can also use this in a non-driving context. For example, stop being a backseat driver and let me handle the presentation my way. So this is someone who's trying to tell you, change this, do this, add this, but you don't want their advice. Number 14, a busybody. This is someone who is overly interested in other people's personal or private matters. You could say, I wish my neighbor would stop being such a busybody. So if you have a fence that divides your property, maybe your neighbor is always trying to look over your fence. That's a busybody. Or you can say, if you keep acting like a busybody, nobody will want to work with you. Number 15, a wet blanket. Hopefully this doesn't describe you. This is someone who dampens the mood or kills the fun. For example, it's only 9 p.m. and you want to go home? Don't be such a wet blanket. So you're having fun at the party, but your friend, your cousin, your spouse says, oh, I'm tired, let's go. So they're dampening the mood, they're killing the fun.
I'm a wet blanket.
You can say, I don't want to be a wet blanket, but we need to discuss why our sales are down. So having a negative discussion can dampen the mood, but sometimes you need to have those tough conversations. Number 16, a loose cannon. You don't want this person on your team. This is someone who is unpredictable and can cause trouble unintentionally. You can say he's a bit of a loose cannon. So a bit of is reducing it. It's making it less intense. We never know what he'll do next. So he's unpredictable, but his actions can have negative consequences. Or you can say a few members of the team are loose cannons. So here, notice because I have a few members, that's plural, so I need to add my S to the noun, loose cannons. They never follow protocols, which are the instructions. Number 17, do you know this one? A bull in a china shop. This probably describes me. This is someone who is very clumsy or careless, especially in delicate situations. Now, in this case, china refers to delicate porcelain or ceramics, not the country. You could say, don't ask Sarah to help you move. She's like a bull in a china shop. So notice here, I'm using to be like a and then the idiom, which means she's careless. She might break your items as she's helping you move. That probably describes me. Or you can say, I never go into antique shops. I'm like a bull in a china shop. So I might accidentally knock something over that's very valuable. Again, that describes me. Number 18, a dark horse. This is someone or something that is not well known, but has the potential to surprise or succeed.
Talk about a dark horse.
This is often used in competitions, political, sports. He was a dark horse in the competition, but in the end, he won first place. So he was not well known, but then he won. Or you can say she's a dark horse. No one expected her to be promoted so quickly. Number 19, a lone wolf. This is someone who prefers to work alone and doesn't like being part of a group. Here's that structure with as. As a lone wolf, he prefers handling projects on his own.
I'm a lone wolf.
Or you can say the lone wolf approach doesn't work in our company. We value teamwork and collaboration. Number 20, a know-it-all. Oh, you don't want to be this. This is someone who behaves as though they know everything and refuses to listen to others. So again, because this is a negative, you could use the imperative in the negative, don't. Don't act like. You could say don't be, or you can use to act like. Don't act like a know-it-all. You need to listen to other ideas before making a decision. Or you can say, I don't want to seem like a know-it-all, but I have experience with this issue. 21, a creature of habit. You probably know this one, so let's make sure you feel comfortable using it. This is someone who prefers routines and does things in the same way all the time. This definitely describes me. Amelia is a creature of habit, so she won't like these new changes. In this case, that sounds more negative, that the person isn't open to change. So in that case, it doesn't describe me, but this next one does. As a creature of habit, I've been eating the same breakfast for over 10 years. This is true. Ask my husband. He is sick of oatmeal every day, but that's what we have. Number 22, a breath of fresh air. This is someone or something that is new, refreshing, and brings positive change. You can say working with Emily has been a breath of fresh air. So she brings new ideas to every meeting. She brings a new perspective, new energy, new personality. She's a breath of fresh air, and this is positive. You can say after the long meeting, the interactive presentation, so something was a breath of fresh air and lifted everyone's spirits. So it was a welcome change. 23, a stickler. I like this one. Now you can say a stickler for the rules. That's the full idiom, but most natives, we drop the for the rules and just say stickler. This is someone who insists on following rules strictly and doesn't like bending them. So bending them means changing them slightly if the consequence doesn't seem extreme. For example, Greg is such a stickler, he won't even let us leave 5 minutes early. So in this case, although the shift ends at 5, does it really matter if people leave at 4:55 on a Friday? So you bend the rules. You let people leave 5 minutes early, but Greg will not because he's a stickler. Or you could say, I'm a manager now, so I need to be a stickler. I need to enforce the rules. It's my job. Number 24, this is for all the parents, a class clown. This is a person, usually a child, who is always joking or causing trouble in a funny way. But we generally use this with kids in school. For example, my son was a complete class clown. So complete intensifies it, a complete class clown. But now he's a big shot on Wall Street. Or you can say often kids act like class clowns because they're bored or unengaged. And idiom 25, a tough nut to crack. This is someone or something that is difficult to understand or deal with. You can say Tim is a tough nut to crack. It's hard to get him to open up. So to open up, that means to be honest about how he's feeling or the real details of his life, to open up. Or you can say the team has been trying to solve this issue for weeks. The issue is a tough nut to crack, so it's difficult to solve or understand. Are you ready to level up your vocabulary? You're going to learn 50 better ways to say common words. Our first word, our vacation was amazing. I'm sure you know the word amazing, and you might think, well, this is a replacement to a common word. It's a replacement to good, very good, or great. And that's true, but this replacement word amazing has become overused. And I say I'm guilty of it because there are 30 or more common alternatives. So why just use the same word over and over again when 30 or more alternatives exist? So let's review the most common. The concert was simply incredible. So here the alternative word is incredible. Incredible. Now you can modify this to make it sound stronger and say simply incredible. My English progress in just 1 month is astonishing. Astonishing. Now, hopefully that's something you are thinking right now, and hopefully my lessons play a role in helping you get astonishing results, amazing results, astonishing results. If you think so, then put that's right, put that's right in the comments. We also use amazing to describe scenery or buildings or situations even. For example, the sunset was breathtaking, to use a replacement to amazing. Now don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description.
We're bringing incredible talent and tools.
The story of the Lake Peigneur drilling accident is an astonishing record.
It was initially constructed in 1436, but the astonishing front facade wasn't completed until the 19th century.
Our next common word, the restaurant, was nice. Nice, this is a positive adjective. It's a feeling of general satisfaction. Of course, you can use it to describe people, things, or experiences. For example, you can say, what a pleasant day. What a pleasant day. So this is something you can use every single day. Or you can say the receptionist at the hotel was lovely instead of describing him or her as nice, was lovely. Now that is a person. You can also describe an experience or a specific object. Our stay at the hotel was delightful, delightful. We had an enjoyable time at the park.
It's been a pleasant surprise to be involved in this kind of thing.
And this really does have a lovely sauce to it, even though we put cream cheese in it.
Now, sleeping is delightful.
Here's a common word you probably use every day. The exam was easy, easy. You can say, I studied for weeks, so the exam was a piece of cake. I find that most students know this idiom to be a piece of cake. The exam was a piece of cake. Or hopefully you're thinking right now, Jennifer makes learning English easy peasy. So you just add the word peasy here, easy peasy. It sounds very fun, very casual, very lighthearted. So if you agree that Jennifer makes learning English easy peasy, put that's right in the comments. Or you could say, you make speaking in public look effortless, look easy, look effortless. Now you could say the instructions were easy to follow or easy to understand. So you can replace easy to follow with the instructions were straightforward and or clear. So you can use both or you can just use one.
If it would work, we know it would work. Piece of cake, I think most people would get behind it.
It's effortless. We just do it without really thinking about it.
Seems pretty straightforward.
Now, what's the opposite of easy? The exam was hard. You can say, I didn't study, so the exam was challenging. The exam was difficult. Or you could say, we thought the hike was going to be a piece of cake or easy peasy, but it was strenuous, strenuous. It was arduous, arduous. Both strenuous and arduous mean requiring much effort or energy, so they're generally used with physical tasks. You can also say, I had a tough day, instead of saying I had a hard day.
The cosmetics were challenging. It's going to be difficult to get them to pay.
Because of this, couples avoid tough conversations about money before getting married.
How about this easy word? The traffic downtown is always bad. Instead of bad, you can say the traffic this morning was dreadful, dreadful. Or I had a terrible headache last night instead of bad headache. The food on the plane was appalling, appalling. This is more severe than bad. It means very bad. So often these alternatives can replace very or so plus the common adjective.
You know, they're just so earnest and dreadful.
I asked my son, who is by the far terrible, terrible athlete, gets it from his dad.
I wouldn't crave it, but it's not terrible.
How about this common one? She's a happy person. I think this describes me overall. Instead, you can say she's a joyful person. She's a cheerful person. You can say he was elated, elated after hearing the good news. She felt ecstatic, ecstatic when she got the job.
It was so good, and I brought the joyful grains.
I know that others felt devastated or elated.
But I didn't care. I was jumping up for joy. I was ecstatic. I was happy.
Our next common word, that was a smart question. Instead of smart, you can say that was a clever question. That was a brilliant question. Brilliant sounds like very smart. Or you can say he's extremely intelligent, he's extremely bright. You don't have to use the modifier extremely is just an option, just like you could say he's extremely smart or just he's smart. He gave an astute. He gave an astute analysis of the market. That is an excellent word to use in a more professional or academic environment. You can say his ingenious. His ingenious method solved the issue quickly.
There are more clever ways to prove bounds on the COP number.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very astute observation.
Well, local officials came up with a brilliant plan.
Here's a common one that native speakers overuse. The documentary was interesting. Interesting. Instead of interesting, you can say, the history of ancient Egypt is fascinating, fascinating. Or the speaker gave an intriguing presentation. His captivating performance held the audience's attention. Captivating. These are great alternatives because interesting can sometimes mean negative, but the three alternatives I gave you are always used in a positive way.
But I just think it's a fascinating idea.
I think it's so captivating to see this couple in this really intense night of their lives.
I find the definition of compassion is a fascinating one, and it's not one that I hear people talk about.
Our next common word, thanks for the beautiful flowers. Again, there is nothing wrong with saying beautiful, but there are so many beautiful alternatives, like the word gorgeous. Her garden is gorgeous. The colors of the leaves in fall are stunning, stunning. Or the flower vase is exquisite, exquisite. Now notice I said vase. Both pronunciations, vase, which rhymes with face, and vase, which has an ah but a z sound, both are used in American English, which is interesting because vase is the American pronunciation and vase is the British pronunciation, and generally in American English, we don't adopt British pronunciation, but for this specific word, vase or vase, both are commonly used in North America.
There are kind, loving men looking for a gorgeous woman like you.
Deep sea corals actually come in a stunning array of brilliant colors.
Cahal was in awe of its exquisite detail, both as a scientist and an artist.
Our next common word, I have an important meeting this afternoon. How many times do you describe something as important? I know I sure use it a lot. Instead, you can say the meeting is crucial, crucial. Or this is a significant opportunity for our company. You can say it's vital, vital, or it's essential, essential to get enough rest before the exam.
But their influence is crucial in the development of their children.
Now, the site is a work in progress, but it's significant progress because it's designed with the users who matter most.
Having these vital money talks before getting married will prepare you to have them during marriage from a place of honesty and understanding.
Our next common word, the movie was funny. Instead of funny, you can say the comedian is hilarious, hilarious. This sounds like very funny. Or her reaction was humorous. Her reaction was comical. Instead of saying you're very funny, you can say you're very witty, witty. Keep in mind though that this means funny in a clever way. So it does have a slightly different meaning from funny, but it's a great alternative to know.
Made-up nonsense gibberish is frequently hilarious.
He's very keen on, his work is very humorous anyway.
He was a very witty, very wise man.
How about this common word? I made a big mistake rejecting the job offer. You can say it was a substantial mistake, but we can fix it. Or this is an enormous, that sounds like very big, enormous project. You can use enormous to describe objects. You can also use massive. Elephants are massive. Elephants are massive. Elephants are enormous.
We've come to a very substantial phase one deal.
All these things are areas where we've made an enormous investment and there have been significant payoffs.
These are massive machines.
And what's the opposite of big? It was a small mistake, a small mistake. Let's review some common alternatives. Don't be mad, it's a tiny mistake. We can fix it. Tiny is very small. So if you want to minimize the importance of a mistake, you can say it was a tiny mistake. Here's a great one. I made some minor changes to the report. Minor changes. Or you could describe an object and say only compact cars can park here. It's an alternative to saying small cars. Only compact cars can park here. With money or resources, you can say we invested a modest amount of money.
Soil is mostly made of little tiny rocks. Its texture depends on the size of those rocks.
In between all these minor changes, wash your hands, wear a mask, get a vaccine, you know the drill.
So although the findings were pretty modest, the WHO thinks this one's worth a shot.
Here's one that might apply to you. Many students are scared of speaking English in public. You can say she became terrified. Terrified. That sounds like very scared. She became terrified when she found out she had to give a presentation. Or the noise frightened the kids. Frightened instead of scared. Now, to say extremely scared, you can use the word petrified. I'm petrified of spiders.
We are terrified of being wrong.
What are you frightened of ever losing?
My engagement ring.
He was. I was absolutely petrified of this man.
Let's review this common word. It was brave of you to agree to give the presentation in front of 2,000 people. Even though you were petrified, it was brave of you. You can say she made the bold decision to move abroad. It's brave, it's bold. She made the bold decision. Or it was courageous. It takes a lot of courage. It was courageous of you to quit your job.
For the first time in my life, I understood how courageous she is.
So we were so proud of him because he was so courageous, so visionary.
Now, that's a pretty bold statement.
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. Amazing job. Now let's keep going and you'll learn 15 words at the upper intermediate and advanced level. Number 1, sublime. Sublime. Repeat, sublime. This is an adjective that means of such excellence, grandeur, or beauty that inspires great admiration or awe. For example, the view from the mountains was truly sublime. So it sounds a lot more elegant to say the view was sublime, rather than saying the view was nice, the view was great, the view was excellent. Those are our choices, but the view was sublime. Doesn't that sound more elegant to you? Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. So of course you can describe scenery as sublime. You can also describe performances as sublime. For example, how was the play? It was sublime. It was excellent. It was great. It was sublime. Number 2, epiphany. Epiphany. Repeat, epiphany. This is a noun that means a moment of sudden realization or profound understanding. After years of struggling with the problem, she had an epiphany. When you go like that, aha, I got it, an epiphany. You could say, I had an epiphany. To become fluent, I should watch more JForrest English lessons. Would you agree with that? If you do, put indeed. Indeed. That's an elegant, classy way of saying, yes, I agree. Indeed. Put that in the comments. Number 3, plethora. Plethora. Repeat, plethora. This is a noun that means a large or excessive amount of something. You might say, JForrest English has a plethora of videos to help me become fluent. Or in a meeting, you could say, we reviewed a plethora of data, a large amount of data. Number 4, ineffable. Ineffable. Repeat, ineffable. This is an adjective that means too great to be described in words. It's beyond words. For me personally, a moment where I couldn't describe something, it was beyond words, was when I saw the Rocky Mountains for the first time. The beauty of the Rocky Mountains is ineffable. They left me speechless. Or something that leaves a lot of people speechless, you could say, holding my child for the first time was ineffable. Number 5, impeccable. Impeccable. Repeat, impeccable. This is an adjective that means flawless, perfect, incapable of wrongdoing. I could give you a compliment and say your presentation was impeccable, flawless, perfect. Or if you try an example, I could give you feedback and say your use of the word ineffable was impeccable. This is an elegant way of saying you nailed it, which I love saying. It's casual, it's fun, it's everyday. You nailed it. So just for fun, put nailed it in the comments. Number 6, magnificent. I'm sure you know this one. Magnificent. Repeat, magnificent. This is an adjective that means impressingly beautiful or outstanding. You could say the Roman Colosseum, or whatever building you prefer, is a magnificent structure. Or our same example from before, number 1, sublime. I could ask you, how was the play? It was magnificent. That's another way of saying extremely good, excellent, magnificent. It was sublime, it was magnificent. Number 7, traverse. Traverse. Repeat, traverse. This is a verb that means to travel or move across or through an area. I'm taking a 1-year sabbatical, which is a leave from your position, a 1-year sabbatical to traverse the continent, to move around the continent. Or you could say, my research team traversed the country to gather the data. Number 8, luxuriously. This is fun to say, isn't it? Let's practice. Luxuriously, 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 luxuriously. Practice, luxuriously. Keep practicing that one. This is an adverb, which means in a manner that provides great comfort or quality. Remember, as an adverb, it modifies a verb. The office was decorated, our verb, to be decorated. The office was decorated luxuriously. With a plethora, remember that, a large number of, with a plethora of fine art and antiques. Number 9, serene. Notice that long een, serene. Practice, serene. This is an adjective that means calm, peaceful, tranquil. The serene lake reflected the surrounding mountains, creating a magnificent scene. It was truly a sublime day. Wow, doesn't that sound elegant? Using 3 of the elegant words that we've reviewed. Number 10, astute. Astute. Oot. Notice that vowel, oot. Astute. Repeat, astute. This is an adjective that describes the ability to accurately assess people or situations. His astute observations made him a successful entrepreneur. You can use this as a reply to someone when they make an observation. For example, our market demand is highest among millennials, but our branding appeals more to boomers. That's an astute observation. You could also simply say astute, astute, because that's fun to say. Number 11, prolific, prolific. Repeat, prolific. This is an adjective that means producing abundant works or results, or being highly productive. The prolific author wrote dozens of best-selling novels throughout her career. Describing her as prolific sounds like the number of books she produced was very high. She was a prolific author. This describes many of you. I could say, my students are prolific viewers. Many of them watch multiple lessons per day. I know this is true because you tell me in the comments, which I absolutely love, so please keep doing it. And if you're a prolific viewer, put indeed, because again, that's the classy way to say that's right. Indeed, indeed in the comments. Number 12, emanate. Emanate. Repeat, emanate. This is a verb that means to issue, spread, or emit outwards from a source. So I could say, elegance emanated from my students. So you were emitting elegance. It was coming out from you. elegance emanated from my students, resulting in praise from their peers. And of course, elegance is going to emanate from you once you start using these elegant words. Or you could say, during a job interview, you need to emanate confidence. Confidence has to be coming out of you. Number 13, paramount. Paramount. Repeat, paramount. This is an adjective that means more important than anything else, or the highest in rank or authority. A company could say safety is paramount. Safety is the most important, the highest in rank. And remember, we want confidence to emanate from you because confidence is paramount in a job interview. Number 14, myriad. Myriad. Repeat, myriad. This is a noun or an adjective, and it means a countless or extremely great number. It means numerous. Students have a myriad of English teachers to choose from, and I'm honored to be one of them, and that is very true. Notice here it's a noun, a myriad of. Let's review an example with an adjective. There are myriad ways to improve your speaking skills. There are numerous ways. So here, myriad is an adjective that describes ways. There are myriad ways. And number 15, quintessential. Quintessential. Repeat, quintessential. This is an adjective that means representing the most perfect example of a type or group. A black dress is often considered the quintessential piece of clothing in every woman's wardrobe. Or how about this one? When you think of summer, what treat, what sweet treat do you instantly think of? Did you think of ice cream? Because ice cream is the quintessential treat in summer. Would you agree with that? If you do, put ice cream, put ice cream in the comments. In the next 20 minutes, you're going to learn 75 phrases that you can use in your daily speech, and these phrases will help you sound fluent and natural, just like a native speaker. First, you're going to learn 25 phrases that you can use in a professional setting, but you can also use these phrases in your daily life. Let's go. Our first phrase, I'm on board with that. This is used when you agree or you want to express your support for a suggestion or an idea. For example, we're on board, we are, the verb to be, we're on board with, that preposition with, we're on board with the new strategy for increasing sales. And don't forget to conjugate that verb to be with your subject and time reference.
I'm on board.
Next, are we on the same page? This is used to confirm that everyone has the same understanding, opinion, or viewpoint. After our discussion, it seems like we're on the same page. We all have the same opinion, understanding, or viewpoint. And to specify what that something is, you can say regarding the project timeline. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Next, it's a win-win situation. This is a situation where all parties benefit, all parties win. I could say subscribing to JForrest English is a win-win situation. I win by growing my YouTube channel and you win by getting all of these free video lessons to help you become fluent. So put win-win, win-win, put win-win in the comments below.
It's a win-win.
Our next phrase, I could ask, what are your thoughts on this? This is used to request someone's opinion or feedback. You can identify something specific and say, what are your thoughts on the new marketing strategy? Remember, you can replace the noun, the new marketing strategy, with this if it's obvious. Next, we need to think outside the box. Have you heard this one? To think outside the box. This is to encourage creative thinking, innovative thinking. If you're trying to solve a difficult problem, you might say thinking outside the box is the only way we'll solve this problem. You need innovative, creative solutions.
All right, everybody start thinking outside the box.
Next, I love this one. Let's circle back to that later. When you circle back to something, it means you stop discussing it now and you suggest that you discuss it later. So you postpone your discussion until later. You could say, we only have 10 minutes left, so let's circle back to this, whatever this is, your discussion about the marketing campaign, thinking outside the box. Let's circle back to this later. Let's postpone it now and discuss it later. Notice the grammar. This is in the imperative. It's often the case because we use this as an instruction or a suggestion.
Let's circle back to Dina.
Our next phrase, we need to prioritize our tasks. If you prioritize something, it means you organize it based on importance and urgency. So the most important or the most urgent at the top of your list of to-dos because it's prioritized. It's the most important. This is a common situation. We don't have enough time to complete everything, so let's prioritize our tasks. I love this one. Please keep me in the loop. Do you know this one? Native speakers love using it. This is used to request that information or updates be shared as they happen. I could say, I'm taking tomorrow off, but please keep me in the loop on the project. Notice grammatically, this is the imperative because I'm giving you an instruction or a suggestion. You can add please at the beginning or the end of the imperative to sound more polite.
Oh, good. Keep me in the loop on that.
Next, have they ironed out the details? This is used to ask if something has been resolved or clarified. For example, we need to iron out the contract details before the meeting. And notice that pronunciation in the past simple, ironed out, ironed out, ironed out. Phrase 10, I'm all ears. This is used to express your openness and willingness to listen. I could say, if you have any suggestions for improving this YouTube channel, I'm all ears. I'm open and willing to listen to your suggestions, and that is 100% true. So please share your suggestions in the comments.
I'm all ears.
Next, let's take a step back. This is when you pause to review a situation or decision. Our marketing campaign didn't work. Let's take a step back. Let's pause what we're doing, working on the marketing campaign, to review it, to make sure it is the right strategy. Let's take a step back. Notice this is also in the imperative for instructions or suggestions. This is a great one. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Use this when you disagree with someone's opinion or statement. Your coworker could say, the marketing campaign didn't work because we didn't think outside the box. You could say, I beg to differ, which means I don't agree. I beg to differ. The campaign was great. It was our execution that failed.
I beg to differ.
Next, I'll cut to the chase. This is when you say your main point directly, without small talk, without additional details. For example, I'll cut to the chase. You're not getting the promotion. Notice grammatically, the expression is in the future simple. I will cut to the chase. I'll cut to the chase, even though the information you're delivering is now. I'll cut to the chase. You're not getting the promotion. This is a great one. Run it by the team first. This is when you share ideas for feedback and approval. I think it's a great idea, but you should run it by Frank first. You should share it with Frank to get his feedback and approval. And why should you do that? Because our next phrase, Frank calls the shots. This is to say that someone is in charge. They have the authority to make decisions. You should run your idea by Frank because he calls the shots. Notice it's the shots, it's always plural.
I call the shots.
Our next phrase, the ball's in Frank's court. This is used to say it's someone else's responsibility to make a decision, in this case, Frank. Maybe you're talking to your coworkers and someone asks you, should we hire Jennifer as our English teacher? And you don't want to make that decision. So you can say the ball's in your court to give responsibility for that decision to someone else. Remember to conjugate the verb to be because it's the ball is, the ball is in your court.
The ball's in your court.
Next, we need to nip this in the bud. This is an important one because it's when you stop a problem at the early stages before it becomes permanent or more serious. Let's say you have a new policy for a dress code, but none of the new employees are following the dress code. So that's the problem, and you want to stop it in the early stages. You want to nip it in the bud. Grammatically, the verb is nip, and to conjugate it, it's nip, nipped, nipped.
You need to nip this in the bud.
This is a great one. It's not my cup of tea. Do you know this one? This is used to say that you dislike something. Public speaking is not my cup of tea, but it's essential for my career. And remember, there are two correct contractions. It isn't, it's not. You can use either one. They hammered out the agreement. This is used to say that something is finalized. As a question, have you hammered out the terms yet? This is commonly used with agreements, proposals, and contracts. Phrase 20, we're swamped right now.
Dr. Kepner, we're swamped.
This is to say you're really busy. We've been swamped since Vanessa quit. The expression is to be swamped, so your verb is to be, and then swamped is always in the ed form. Next, we'll take that into consideration. This is to say you'll consider something. You'll consider someone's feedback, suggestion, advice, recommendation. Now, because I'm all ears, you shared a suggestion with me. You said, Jennifer, I think you should upload videos 3 times per day. I could say, thanks for your suggestion. I'll take that into consideration. Next, we need to think long term. This is used to emphasize the importance of considering future implications and considerations. I could say publishing videos 3 times per day would help my students, but I need to think long term. Is that sustainable for me? I'll become very swamped very quickly. Next, sorry, I'm tied up. This means you're busy and therefore unavailable. You could say, I wish I could help you, but I'm tied up. I'm already busy with something else and therefore unavailable. Now you can specify the something and use the preposition with. I'm tied up with the budget. Phrase 24, let's put our heads together. This is used to suggest the need for collaboration, brainstorming, or more than one opinion, because the opinion is in your head, and if you put heads together, then you have more than one opinion. If we put our heads together, I know we can nip this in the bud. And finally, phrase 25, to play devil's advocate. This is when you consider opposing viewpoints when making a decision. I could say, I think 3 videos per day is too much for me to handle, but let's play devil's advocate. So now I'm going to think about publishing 3 videos per day and think about what that would take, what my day would be like, just to see if it's possible, and that will help me make my decision. Now you're going to learn 50 common phrases that I use every day in my natural speech. So adding these to your vocabulary will help you sound very fluent and natural. Here we go. First, let's start with some greetings that you must know to understand native speakers and to sound natural yourself. How's it going? How's it going?
How's it going?
This is how a native speaker will say, how are you, to a friend, a colleague, a family member. How's it going? And if two people haven't seen each other for a longer period of time, you can add on, how's it going? Long time no see. Long time no see. You could reverse them. Long time no see. How's it going?
Hey, long time no see.
Here's one that native speakers love, but it confuses students. What have you been up to lately or recently? This is in the present perfect. What have you been up to? Up to just means doing. What have you been up to lately or recently? And you can use all of these together. How's it going? Long time no see. What have you been up to lately? You will sound so natural. Now let's talk about how to answer these greetings. How's it going? It's going, and then your adjective. It's going great. Long time no see. You can confirm this by saying, I know. Too long. I know it's been a long time since we last saw each other. I know, too long.
It's been too long.
Now, although what have you been up to lately, recently is a long question, generally native speakers will answer by saying, not too much, not too much. And then for all of these, you can add on and you to get the reply from the person you're talking to. Now let's talk about how to say thank you like a native speaker. Thanks so much. Now notice, instead of thank you, I'm saying thanks. You need that S. It is required grammatically. Thanks so much. Thanks a million. Thanks a bunch. These are simply alternative ways to say thank you very much.
Thanks a bunch.
Two of my favorite ways to say thank you are simply by saying you're the best. You're the best. I also say you rock. You rock.
You rock.
So if you want to sound very natural, you can use those two. You could also say I really appreciate it. Or you could say, that's so nice of you. That's so kind of you. You can use nice or kind, it doesn't matter. So if you're enjoying this video, why don't you show appreciation right now? Use one of these expressions, whichever one is your favorite, and put it in the comments. Thanks a bunch, Jennifer. You rock, Jennifer. You're the best, Jennifer. Put that in the comments to show appreciation for this video and to sound very natural. How about to say you're welcome? My favorite and one that's very common is simply no worries. No worries. No worries at all.
No worries.
You could say happy to help or my pleasure. Or you could say anytime. Notice it's one word, anytime. Anytime.
Anytime.
And I will reply back to your comment saying thank you with one of these natural expressions saying you're welcome in a very natural way. Now, when it's time to say bye, you can say take care, take care.
Take care.
If someone is getting into a vehicle, you can say drive safe or drive safely.
Drive safe.
Now, technically, grammatically, you need the adverb, which is safely, but native speakers use drive safe more than drive safely. So you will absolutely hear both. Drive safe, drive safely. You can say talk soon, or see you soon.
See you soon.
Now let's say someone offers you something like a drink or a piece of cake, but you want to say no, you want to decline it, but you want to do it politely. You can say, I'm good, but thanks anyway. It's nice to add appreciation. I'm good, but thanks anyway.
No, thanks, I'm good.
None for me. but thanks anyway. I'll pass, but thanks.
I'll pass.
So definitely add on that but thanks or but thanks anyway to sound very polite. When you're requesting help, you can say, can you give me a hand? Give me a hand.
Give me a hand.
You can say, do you mind? And then you need a gerund verb. Do you mind helping me out? Native speakers like to turn help into a phrasal verb, help out. Do you mind helping me out? One I use a lot is got a sec, got a sec. Sec is short for second, which represents a small amount of time that you can make available for me. Got a sec?
You got a sec?
So let me try these expressions with you. Got a sec? Do you mind helping me out by liking this video, sharing it with your friends, and subscribing? It would really help me out. Now, if you're offering help to someone else, you can say, need a hand. But notice you do the rising intonation to make it sound like a question. Need a hand?
Need a hand?
Or you can say it as a statement, and you can say, I can give you a hand with that. And then you can give them a hand. You can help them out. Or as a statement, you can say, let me help you with that. Let me help you with that. And then you can pick up that heavy box and help your friend out.
Let me help you with that.
It's Friday, so let's talk about the weekend. You can ask someone, what are you up to this weekend? Again, notice that up to at the beginning. What have you been up to lately or recently? And now I'm asking you, what are you up to this weekend?
So what are you up to this weekend?
It's very common to ask any plans this weekend. And again, rising intonation to show it's a question.
So do you have any plans this weekend?
I love the expression on the go. Anything on the go this weekend? It's simply an alternative to plans. Now, if you want to arrange social plans, you can ask, are you free? Are you free on Saturday? You can make a statement and say, we should hang out soon. We should hang out soon. Hang out is when you interact with someone socially. We should hang out soon. Native speakers love using the verb grab. Do you want to grab coffee? Grab dinner?
Do you want to grab dinner sometime?
And then you can add your time reference, tonight. Do you want to grab coffee tonight? Now, if you're arranging a business meeting, you can still use are you free? You might add the verb to meet. Are you free to meet? And then a specific time, because a meeting takes place at a very specific time. On Thursday at 2:00 p.m. You could say, I'm available on Thursday at 2:00 p.m. and then ask, does that work? Does that work for you? Or you could ask, what works best for you? What works best for you?
Well, whatever works best for you, Bill.
Now let's say you want to ask for clarification. You could say, sorry, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, what does X mean? And then X is whatever the word is that you don't understand. Or you could clarify by saying, sorry, what do you mean by X? If you're having trouble understanding someone, you need to be honest. You can say, could you speak up a little? Speak up means speak louder. Could you speak up a little? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Could you speak up, please?
If they're speaking too quickly, you can say, could you slow down a little? I'm having difficulty understanding you.
Oh, slow down, slow down, slow down.
Now let's say you want to confirm understanding of either something you've said or something the other person has said. You can say, do you know what I mean? So you explain something and then say, do you know what I mean?
Know what I mean? Oh, I know what you mean.
Does that make sense to you?
Does that make sense?
Or you can simply shorten that and say, make sense with a rising intonation. These two you need to put in your vocabulary. Does that sound good to you? Does that sound good to you? And then native speakers will often shorten that just to sound good with a rising intonation.
Sound good? Sounds great.
There's one idiom you could use, and that's to be on the same page. So you could say, are we on the same page? And this is used to say that you agree or that you have a shared understanding. For example, I could say, JForrest English is a great resource to help you become fluent. Are we on the same page? Do you agree? Do we have a shared understanding? Now, if you do agree, you can say, we're on the same page. We're on the same page, Jennifer. So put that in the comments to show that you agree. We're on the same page.
We're 100% on the same page.
Now you'll learn 19 expressions I use every single day. Sound good with a question is the short form of does that sound good to you? So native speakers just take the sound good, but you have to add a rising intonation to show it's a question. Sound good? And this is used to get confirmation or approval when you share a plan or idea.
Sound good?
And if I ask you, sound good, how are you going to reply? Sounds good. Sounds good is the short form of that sounds good to me. Now notice here you need the S on the verb because it's in the present simple. That sounds good. So sounds good is the short form. And this is used to confirm that you agree with someone's plan or idea. So let's practice this. I'm going to start making more lessons for you. Sound good? Sounds good. Sounds great. Sounds amazing.
Sound good? Sounds great.
So if you want me to keep making more lessons for you, put sounds amazing. Sounds amazing. Put that in the comments. Our next expression, will do. I use this absolutely every single day. So let's say someone asks you to do something. Can you send the invoice to the client? To confirm that you will do this, you simply say will do. So don't say I will do it because a native speaker wouldn't say that. We just say will do. So let's practice this one. Can you do me a favor and like this video, share it with your friends, and subscribe because it really helps support my channel. And you can reply back and say, will do, Jennifer. How's it going? This is our next expression and I use it every single day, multiple times a day. Of course, you can say, how are you? This is used in more impersonal situations like if you're at the grocery store. You can also say, how are you doing? This emphasizes right now. How are you doing right now? My favorite is how's it going, which is more general, it's casual, but very natural. And as a bonus to reply, remember you need to say it's. It's going good, great, amazing, awesome.
How's it going?
Great. Our next expression is what's going on with something. What's going on with the project, the deadline, the proposal, a something. And this is used to inquire about the status of something. But you can also use this with people. What's going on with Janice? She seems upset. So you're inquiring into the current status of Janice. Our next expression, keep me in the loop. I love this one, use it every day. So let's say your colleagues are working on a project and they share with you that they're getting proposals from the vendors today. You can reply back and say, great, keep me in the loop. And this is used to request that new information or updates are shared with you as they happen, As a full sentence, you can say, keep me in the loop on the proposals. So you're requesting that as soon as information is available about the proposals, that information will be shared with you. So if I request that you keep me in the loop and you want to confirm that you will do it, what would you say? Those two words? Will do. Keep me in the loop, will do. Our next expression, just following up. Just following up. So I could send an email to one of my colleagues and say, just following up on the project proposals. Have you heard anything from the vendors? The expression just following up is used when you continue a previous conversation. Because remember, I already talked to my colleagues about the vendors. I asked them to keep me in the loop, but I haven't heard anything and it's been hours or days. So I'm going to send a message and say, just following up. Our next expression is an acronym, ASAP, which stands for as soon as possible. For pronunciation, you can say ASAP or ASAP. ASAP, ASAP. Both of them are very commonly used. We use this in both requests. Can you get me that information ASAP? And we use it to confirm a task. I'll get that to you ASAP.
ASAP.
ASAP. Gotcha.
Our next expression is no rush. This is the short form of there's no rush. And this is used to say that a request isn't urgent. If you got a text from someone that said, call me ASAP, you would assume that's urgent. You might even think that something is wrong, something happened. But if you got a text that said, call me when you can, no rush, you would know that there is no urgency.
No rush.
Let's talk about the expression, no worries, no worries. I use this one probably 5 times or more every single day. No worries. Maybe you get a text from your colleague that says, I'm sorry I didn't follow up sooner. Remember our expression to follow up? I'm sorry I didn't follow up sooner. And you can reply back and say, no worries. This is used to say that you're not upset about something.
No worries.
We also use this in situations like when you bump into someone when you're walking down the street, or if you're at the grocery store and you accidentally bump into someone with your shopping cart and you say, oh, sorry, and then they can say, no worries, to let you know they're not upset. Now let's talk about, oh, really? Oh, really? I use this one so much. Oh, really? Your friend could share some exciting news and say, I'm taking 3 weeks off to volunteer with elephants. And you can reply back and say, oh, really? Oh, really? This is used to acknowledge news that someone shared, but in a surprising way. Notice there's surprise in my voice. Oh, really? You are? You're taking 3 weeks off to volunteer with elephants? Wow. Now let's talk about good to know. So your friend can say, I'll be volunteering for 3 weeks, but I'll still call you every day. And then you can say, good to know, good to know. This is used to acknowledge news that someone shared in a positive way. So maybe you know the area where your friend will be volunteering and you let them know that there's an amazing waterfall nearby and they should visit it. They can reply back and say, good to know.
Good to know.
Heads up, Gina isn't coming to the party. Our next expression is heads up. This is used to give advanced warning of something. So I'm telling you before the party starts that Gina won't be there. And this is important information for you for some reason. We use this a lot in a business context. For example, just a heads up, I followed up with Leo. He'll get us the proposal ASAP. So notice, just a is optional. You can say just a heads up or simply heads up. I personally use both probably equally. And the person can reply to the message and say, good to know. Our next expression, hopefully you don't need to use this one too much. I'm running late. I'm running late. This is how a native speaker would say that they're going to be late. They're going to arrive after the time they said they would arrive. I'm running late. So you might send a message to your colleague and say, heads up, advance warning, heads up, I'm running late, start the meeting without me. And your coworker could text back and say, will do. This next expression, I ask my husband every single morning. I say, what do you have on the go today? This is an alternative to what are you doing today? And native speakers love using it. What do you have on the go today? Now to reply, Kevin will simply tell me what he's doing. So he'll use the present continuous. I'm finalizing the proposal, and this afternoon I'm following up with some leads. I love this next one. Let's catch up. Let's catch up. And I love this because it's so fun catching up with people, at least in my opinion. Generally, I use this as a short text, and I might say, hey, let's catch up soon. And we use this to say that you want to plan a social outing, not professionally, but a social outing to learn what the person has been doing since the last time you saw them or spoke to them. So if my friend has been volunteering on an elephant farm for 3 weeks, I could send her a message and say, let's catch up when you're back from volunteering. I can't wait to hear all about it. Our next expression is, are you free? But you need to complete the sentence. So remember in the last example, I said, let's catch up when you're back from volunteering. Then I can add, are you free on Saturday? So on a specific day. Are you free on Saturday? So this expression is used to ask if someone is available to do something specific. Are you free to catch up this weekend? Are you free to chat? This next one will definitely make you sound like a native speaker. Are you good to? Are you good to meet at 4? This is how a native speaker would get confirmation if someone is available to do something specific. Now, I could also ask one of my colleagues, are you good to lead the presentation? And in this sense, I could also be asking if they feel capable of doing something specific. So maybe this colleague is relatively new, or maybe they've never given a presentation before, so I want to confirm that they feel capable. Are you good to lead the presentation? Your colleague could reply back and say, oh, don't worry, I'm good to go. I'm good to go. That's a bonus expression for you. And finally, one that I use all the time in the comments, and one that I hear a lot of students try to use but use it incorrectly, is simply, you rock, you rock. In the comments, you might see me say, great example, you rock. So I'm simply telling you that you did a great job. I could also say, thanks so much for helping me, you rock. So in this case, it's used as a casual way to show appreciation or to praise someone. The mistake I see with my students is they write, you are rock, you are rock. But that's not the expression, it's you rock, because this is a verb, to rock. You rock.
You rock, Glenn. You rock, Darcy!
Now, because this is a verb, you can conjugate it. And it's very common to say you rocked in the past simple. You rocked the presentation, which means you did a great job with the presentation.
But you rocked it!
Do you know the difference between these two sentences? She called me out in the meeting. She called out to me in the meeting. Both of these sentences use a similar looking but different phrasal verb. To call someone out, to call out to someone. Yes, they look very similar. almost identical, but they have completely different meanings. Today you'll learn these phrasal verbs and 21 more. I personally use these 23 phrasal verbs every day, and adding these to your vocabulary will help you understand natives and sound fluent and natural. First, let's talk about to call someone out. This means to confront or criticize someone, often publicly, for their actions or behaviors. She called him out for not keeping his promises. This means that in public, she said, you didn't keep your promise, and that was a bad thing. She called him out. Now, my students, maybe even you, always call me out when I make a typo. They publicly say, Jennifer, you spelled that wrong. Jennifer, this isn't correct. But that's okay. I don't mind.
Bert's calling me out? Oh, apparently.
Called him out loudly.
It's interesting to hear them call us out on that.
Now let's compare this to call out to someone. This means to shout or raise your voice to get someone's attention. Hey John, hey Mary. He called out to his friend across the street. He did this to get her or his attention. So now let's compare these. He called out his friend. This is grammatically correct. It means to publicly criticize. He called out to his friend. This is grammatically correct. It means he shouted to get his friend's attention. Hey, John. I know this is very confusing, so you'll want to review it. I provide everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's talk about jump in. When you jump in, it means you enter a conversation or a situation. So I could say to you, if we were in a class or a meeting, a live lesson, feel free to jump in with any ideas. I'm inviting you to stop me in the middle of my presentation to share your ideas. Or maybe managers are talking and say, it's nice to see Sarah jumping in at meetings. They're saying it's nice to see Sarah participating, sharing her ideas more actively, maybe because she feels confident speaking in English.
I'm gonna jump in, so I want to make sure I get this one in and lighten it up just a minute.
Please feel free to jump in at any point.
Now, just like my examples show, this is generally used in a positive way. And that's important because let's compare that to butt in. Butt in. This means to interrupt or intrude into a conversation in a negative way. He kept butting in while I was presenting. He kept stopping me to say something, and I found this very rude.
Just butting in here for some side facts.
Or you could say, you should just butt out. Butt out. It's none of your business. So notice here, I changed butt in to butt out. This means you should stop intruding in something that doesn't concern you.
Butt out, Klaus.
So let's review. Jump or butt into a conversation, discussion, meeting, or situation. Notice you need into as one word if you specify the noun, a conversation. And butt out of a conversation, discussion, meeting, or situation. So remember the meaning and that structure. Next, let's talk about to come up with. This means to think of or create something, such as an idea, plan, or solution. They came up with a new marketing strategy. They thought of, they created.
Because Louis Pasteur came up with his technique for sterilizing milk in 1865.
I spend time every day coming up with new lessons for you. I think about ideas, I write them down, I brainstorm for you.
What'd you come up with?
So now let's change the preposition and talk about to come out with. This means to introduce or release something new, usually a product or service. The way we communicate changed when Apple came out with the iPhone.
If we were sitting down having this interview the day that Apple came out with the iPhone, you'd be asking me, really? They're going to compete with Motorola?
Electric typewriters then came out with self-contained correction ribbons so that you could make corrections right there on the machine as you typed.
Let's compare these together. Engineers at Apple came up with the idea of a smartphone in 2005. I don't know if that date is accurate. This means they thought of the idea. What if we had a phone? Now, Apple came out with the iPhone in 2007. That date is correct. This means they released the idea to the public as a product, the product being the iPhone. You could buy the iPhone. Let's review to back out of something. This means to decide not to do something you had previously agreed to. She backed out of the deal at the last minute.
Why are you backing out?
Or you said you were going to finish the English course. Don't back out now.
Don't even think about backing out, man.
Let's compare this to back something up. This means to make a copy of data to prevent loss, something you should do. For years, my husband told me I should back up my computer, but I didn't listen.
Didn't you back it up in your computer?
But now that I use Google Docs, my files are automatically backed up. A copy of my files are saved in a secure location. So always back up your computer and don't back out of things you said you were going to do.
Where do you back up your data?
To catch on to something. This is when you begin to understand or realize something. It took him a while, but he finally caught on to the joke. Now, you don't have to include the something if context is obvious. You could say, it took him a while, but he finally caught on, if you're talking about a joke and the context is obvious.
But she caught on pretty fast.
But either way, people caught on to coffee's advantages and began making tea from its leaves.
So let's talk about catch up to someone. This means to reach the same level or pace as someone else. She's driving too fast. We'll never catch up. You can say we'll never catch up or catch up to her. If you specify the someone, you need the preposition to.
Hurry! They're catching up!
Now let's look at this sentence. I need to catch up on my work so I can catch up to my coworker. When you catch up on something, it means you do the tasks that you missed or were not previously completed.
With students able to catch up on work over a coffee in the new cafe.
Let's talk about to get across. This means to successfully communicate or convey an idea to others. He tried to get his point across, to get something across, his point across in the meeting.
That'll get our point across, right?
Or, I'm not sure what you're trying to get across. Ooh, maybe you need to say it a different way.
Anyways, the point that I'm trying to get across is that social media has made everything just that much more accessible.
Number 12, I love this one, to cheer on. This is when you encourage or support someone, often vocally. Let's go, woohoo, you can do it. The fans cheered on their team. And I could say to you, if you leave a comment, that is your way of supporting me vocally. So I could say, thank you for cheering me on. I couldn't have done it without your support.
Who cheered us on and picked us up when we stumbled.
Someone will be there to cheer us on and pick us up if we fall.
Let's compare this to cheer up. This means to help someone feel happier or to become happier oneself. I brought him a coffee to cheer him up.
Cheer up. They try with considerable vigor to cheer us up.
Or let's combine these. The fact that you came to cheer me on, let's go Jennifer, that really cheered me up, made me happier. Number 14, carry on. Most students know this. This means to continue with an activity or task despite challenges. She decided to carry on with her studies despite the difficulties.
Carry on.
Let's compare this to carry out. This means to complete or perform an action, plan, or task. They carried out the experiment successfully.
And we carried it out as a family.
Let's combine these. Let's carry on with the experiments. Notice you need with when you specify the something. Let's carry on with the experiments. Have you carried out? Have you conducted the first test? So remember, you carry on with something and you carry something out. Number 16, to look into something. This means to investigate or examine something in detail. The company is looking into the issue.
I'll look into it.
Let's compare this to look over something. This means to review or examine something briefly or casually. She looked over the document before signing.
Look over this contract.
Let's combine these together. I investigated, I looked into the company, and I didn't find any red flags. Red flags are potential risks or problems. I didn't find any red flags. I still need to look over, review the contract. Let's review to check in with someone. This means to communicate with someone to see how they're doing or if they need assistance. He checked in with his supervisor before leaving for the day. So how could he do this? Well, he would go up to his supervisor and say, "Do you need anything before I leave?"
Thanks for checking in, though.
Now let's compare this to check up on someone. This is when you monitor or observe someone's progress, condition, or behavior to ensure all is well. My dad had an accident, so I check up on him. I observe him and monitor him every day.
Would it kill him to check up on us?
Sometimes to check up on someone is seen as a negative because it suggests that you don't trust someone's abilities. So you often hear people complain and say, "Oh, my boss checks up on me every 5 minutes," suggesting your boss doesn't trust your abilities and needs to monitor you closely.
Are you checking up on me?
Number 20, hang out. You should know this one. This means to spend time with someone socially in a casual way. We hung out at home all weekend. Or it's very common to say to people, "Let's hang out soon. Let's spend time socially soon."
Cool, let's hang out tonight.
Don't confuse this with to hang up, which means to end a phone call. She hung up before they decided where to hang out.
Don't hang up, don't hang up, don't hang up, don't hang up.
22, to break up with someone. Do you know what this means? This means to end a romantic relationship. He broke up with his girlfriend last month.
Are you breaking up with me?
Now, you could also say we broke up. So in this case, because the subject is doing the action, you don't have to say with someone. We broke up. I broke up with him. He broke up with me. We broke up.
We broke up.
Don't confuse this with to break something up. This means to separate something into smaller parts. The teacher broke up the assignment into 3 parts.
From this point, we're going to take the life of the project and break it up into 4 phases so that we can discuss the processes that are appropriate to each.
So if you say, "I broke her up," that sounds weird. That sounds like you divided her into smaller parts. But if you say, "I broke up with her," that sounds sad. You ended your romantic relationship with her. Let's keep going with phrasal verbs, and you'll learn 40 more phrasal verbs you can use every day, and all of these phrasal verbs use get. To get ahead. This means to progress, so to make progress towards something. And we most commonly use this in a career setting or academic setting. For example, if you want to get ahead, you need fluent English. Would you agree with that? Put that in the comments. If you want to get ahead, you need fluent English. Now notice how I didn't specify get ahead in what. If you want to get ahead at work, in your career, so don't forget that. But you can also just say if you want to get ahead. To get along with. Most students know this one. Do you know this one? When you get along with someone, it means you have a good relationship with that person. I really get along with my boss. But we commonly use this in the negative. I don't get along with my boss. So you can use it in both the positive or the negative. So which describes you? I get along with my boss. I don't get along with my boss. To get away. This means to escape. So you can use this in two contexts. The criminal got away. So that means he escaped. The robber got away. He stole my car and he got away. He escaped. But we also use this more in the sense of to escape from your daily life, the difficulties of your daily life. Oh, I really need to get away. Work has been so busy, I don't get along with my boss. I need to get away. Another common phrasal verb with get away is to get away with something. And that something is negative. For example, she got away with the crime. This means she wasn't punished for the crime. So she did something wrong, but she got away with it. She got away with stealing the car. Notice that verb ing, with stealing the car. To get off lightly. This is when you are punished for something, but you're punished less severely than you anticipated. So maybe you forgot to submit a report at work, but you got off lightly. Your boss didn't fire you, but they did remove you from the account. So you were punished, but you were punished less severely than you expected. We also use this more in a criminal context. She stole the car, but she got off lightly. So maybe she didn't go to prison, she only had to do community service. To get back. This is used to say that you return to your original starting point. So let's say you're at home, but then you go to the store and then you return back home. So now you can say, I got back at 7 o'clock. What time did you get back? Now you can specify the place. What time did you get back home, back to the office? Oh, I got back around 7. We commonly use this with your vacations. What time did you get back from your trip to Italy? Oh, I got back on Tuesday. You returned home from Italy. There's also the phrasal verb to get back to someone. You might say, oh, I really need to get back to John. When you get back to someone, it means you respond to that person. So if I say I need to get back to John, it means that John contacted me, but I have not replied. So maybe he asked me a question and I have not answered his question. I need to get back to John. Or John might say, when are you going to get back to me? When are you going to respond to my question? When you get back into something, it means you continue doing something that you stopped for a period of time. So let's say you decided to learn how to play guitar or piano, and you play guitar every week for months and months and months. And then you stop playing guitar. You get very busy at work. But then work is no longer busy, so you say, oh, I need to get back into guitar. I need to get back into my guitar lessons. So maybe you could use this with your language lessons. I need to get back into my English language class. To get back at someone, this is used for revenge. So if you didn't get back to John, which means you didn't reply to John and you didn't answer his question, maybe John will try to get back at you. He'll try to get revenge on you. So maybe he'll tell everyone that you're not very helpful. And that's how he gets back at you. To get behind someone or something, this is when you support someone or something. So let's say your company has a new policy on their dress code and you like the policy. You can say, I can really get behind that policy. You support that policy. To get by, this is when you have just enough resources to survive. We most commonly use this with financial resources. So you might say, with inflation, I can barely get by. So it means you can pay your bills, pay your mortgage, buy groceries, but just enough. At the end of the month, you have $1 or $2 left in your account. I'm getting by. To get into trouble, I'm sure you do this all the time. When you get into trouble, it just means you enter that situation where you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing, which is the trouble. So kids get into trouble all the time. That's why you don't leave your kids at home without an adult to supervise them, because they're going to get into trouble. They're going to write on all the walls with crayon or eat all the cookies in the fridge. They're going to get into trouble. To get on, this is when you board, which means to enter certain vessels, certain methods of transportation. So you can get on a plane, a train, a boat, or a bus. I got on the plane. You entered the plane. You boarded the plane. To get on is also used as an expression to say that someone is old or has become very old. So you might say, my grandma is getting on, which means my grandma is now quite old. She's become very old. My grandma's getting on, so she has difficulty getting on a plane. Now, what's the opposite of on? I'm on the plane. I got on the plane, so now I need to get off the plane. And remember, you only get off certain methods of transportation: planes, trains, boats, and buses. This is my stop. I need to get off the bus, get off the train. For vehicles, cars, vans, or trucks, you get in and get out of. I got in my car. I got out of my car. So don't confuse those two. We also use get in when you enter a room in a building or enter a house or a location. So this is very common at work. A coworker could ask you, oh, what time did you get in? They mean, what time did you enter the office? So you can also use it to mean, what time did you start your work day? Because when you enter the office building, technically you've started work. So what time did you get in is another way of saying, what time did you start work? Now in this case, although the opposite of in is out, we have an expression to get off, which means to end work for the day. So someone could ask you, oh, what time do you get off today? What time do you usually get off? What time are you getting off tomorrow? This means, what time do you finish work? Do you end work just for the day? To get out is also used as an expression of disbelief. So let's say your friend tells you, I won the lottery. Get out. Get out. Get out of here. Get out of town. So you can add get out of here, or less commonly, but still common, get out of town. It's just to show that I can't believe it. What? Get out. Get out. So if your friend says something very shocking or surprising, I'm moving to Antarctica. Get out. Get out of town. Why? Why are you doing that? When you get out of something or get out of doing something, it means you avoid doing something unpleasant. So I could say, I need to get out of cleaning the garage because that's unpleasant and I don't want to do it. To get together, this is when people organize socially. They join each other socially. So I might ask, what time are we getting together tonight? So what time are we going to meet each other, join each other, and have dinner, have a cup of coffee, go for a walk, do something social? Now, if you specify the noun, you need with. What time are you getting together with your friends tonight? You probably know this one, to get up. What time do you get up? This is when you leave your bed in the morning, first thing in the morning. So what time do you wake up? This is when you open your eyes. But then get up is when you actually leave your bed. So I wake up at 6 a.m., but I don't get up until 6:30. But how about this one? Get up to. What did you get up to last night? This is a common way of simply asking what someone did. Oh, what did you get up to last night? Oh, not much. I watched a movie. We also use this one though to imply that someone is doing something wrong. My kids are always getting up to no good. This is the same thing as getting into trouble. But in a general context, oh, what did you get up to last night? It's what did you do last night? To get across. This is to communicate your idea successfully. So as a non-native speaker, you might say, I have a hard time getting my ideas across. I have a hard time communicating successfully. And if you have a hard time getting your ideas across, someone might ask you, what are you getting at? What are you getting at? This is another way of saying, what are you trying to communicate? What do you mean? So if you're trying to explain something, but the other person doesn't understand, they can say, what are you getting at? Now, to get at can also mean to successfully reach something or find something or obtain something. So let's say I have a shelf and I have a hat on a very high shelf. I might say, I can't get at my hat. I can't reach my hat. To get rid of. This is when you throw away, so permanently remove unwanted items. So remember I said I wanted to get out of cleaning my garage because there's so many things I need to get rid of. There's so many unwanted things in my garage that I want to permanently remove. So maybe once a year, you can go through your entire house and get rid of things. Get rid of unwanted things. To get wound up about something is when you get really angry about something. So let's say your father doesn't like politics in general. So every time he sees something in the news about politicians, he gets wound up. He gets really angry. But you might say to your dad, get over it. Get over it. To get over something is when you tell someone they shouldn't have strong feelings towards something else. And those strong feelings are usually negative feelings. So if your dad gets really wound up about politics, You can say, oh, just get over it. It's not a big deal. You can, of course, get over someone. Do you know this one? When you get over someone, it means you no longer have romantic feelings for that person. So after my divorce, it took me years to get over my husband. It took me years to stop having romantic feelings towards my husband. Now, someone could say, get over it. Stop being upset about the situation that you're no longer with your husband, but that might be a little insensitive. You can also get over an illness, which means you recover from an illness. It took me weeks to get over my cold. It took me weeks to recover from my cold. To get around, this is how you travel within an area. So if you're a tourist, you might Google, what's the best way to get around New York City? And of course, it's not by car. You don't want to get around by car because the traffic is terrible. So walking is the best way to get around, or taking the subway is the best way to get around New York City. When you get around to something or to doing something, it means you finally do something after not doing it for a long period of time. So let's say I was trying to get out of cleaning the garage because I didn't really want to get rid of all that unwanted stuff. But I finally got around to cleaning the garage. So I finally cleaned the garage after a long time of not cleaning the garage. To get it together is when you take control of your life or your emotions. So let's say your friend is really upset because she broke up with her husband and she has not gotten over him. And you want to tell your friend to just get over it. But instead, you tell your friend, get it together. Get it together. You need to take control of your emotions because your friend is crying all the time, or she's really upset, she's really moody, angry, not pleasant to be around. And you tell your friend you need to get it together, which is a little bit of tough love, but sometimes it's necessary. There are many phrasal verbs with get through that have different meanings. When you get through something, it means you endure or deal with a difficult situation. It was really difficult for me to get through my father's death. So my father died. Obviously, that's a difficult situation. Hopefully you don't say get over it because that would be very insensitive. But I had a hard time getting through my father's death. So you can use this in a personal situation. You can use it in a work situation as well. I don't get along with my boss, so I have a hard time getting through our meetings. I have a hard time dealing with our meetings because I don't get along with my boss. When you get through something, it can also mean that you successfully finish something that was very difficult or time-consuming. I finally got through the report. So you finished it, but it took you a really long time. It was difficult. When you get through to someone, it means that you successfully contact them after numerous attempts of trying to contact them. So let's say I needed to get back to John. I needed to respond to John, but every time I called John, I got his voicemail. I could say, I'm having a hard time getting through to John. So I can't get back to John because I can't get through to him. But we also use to get through to someone when you're able to communicate something to someone in a way that they understand it. So I told my friend that she shouldn't quit her job, and I explained all the reasons why, and I finally got through to her. So I finally made her understand why she shouldn't quit her job. Your head is probably spinning right now with all of these phrasal verbs with get, but all you need is some practice, 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 and repetition. So let's do that right now with a quiz so you have a chance to review and practice these get phrasal verbs. Now you'll learn 21 English words that will impress anyone. Number 1, dazzling. Dazzling. That's a fun word to say. Repeat after me, dazzling. This is an adjective that means brilliant and impressive, leaving a lasting impression. I could say, you look absolutely dazzling in that outfit. And notice how I added absolutely to make it even stronger. Or I could say she started her presentation with a dazzling smile. So what do you think of my smile? Is it dazzling? If it is, then put dazzling in the comments, because putting it in the comments will help you remember it. Put dazzling in the comments. Number 2, caveat. Repeat after me, caveat. This is a noun and it's a warning or cautionary statement. These words will impress native speakers, but there's one caveat. There's one warning. You need to pronounce them correctly. So repeat after me, caveat. Or you could say he agreed to be interviewed with the caveat that he could review the article. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Number 3, alleviate. Repeat after me, alleviate. This is a verb that means to make something negative, like a pain or a problem, less severe. For example, taking a walk can alleviate stress. It can make it less severe. Or practicing your speech beforehand, maybe for a job interview or a presentation, can alleviate your public speaking anxiety. It can make it less severe. So make sure you practice. Number 4, a fun one to say, conundrum. Repeat after me, conundrum. Conundrum. This is a noun, and it's a confusing and difficult problem or question. He faced a conundrum. So notice that verb is face. You face a conundrum. He faced a conundrum about which job offer to accept. So maybe he has this job offer, but then he calls you as his friend and he says, it's my dream job, but if I accept it, I'll have to move overseas away from my family. And then you can reply back and say, well, that's a conundrum. That's a difficult problem you're facing. Number 5, frivolous. Also fun to say. Frivolous. Repeat after me. Frivolous. This is an adjective that means not having any serious purpose or value. We commonly use this with money. He spends all his money on frivolous items, on items that have no purpose or value. Or you could say they argued over something frivolous, something meaningless, no purpose, no value. Hopefully you're thinking this lesson isn't frivolous, which means it does have purpose and it does provide you value. So this lesson isn't frivolous. Would you agree? Put that's right in the comments. Number 6, perplex. Repeat after me, perplex. This is a verb that means to confuse and worry someone by being difficult to understand or solve. For example, the patient's symptoms perplexed the doctors. The doctors found the symptoms difficult to understand and then solve, so it caused some worry or confusion. Or you could say, I was perplexed by these words, the words in this lesson. Notice that passive structure. I was perplexed by these words, but Jennifer helped me understand them. Hopefully you agree with that. Number 7, nostalgia. Repeat after me, nostalgia. This is a noun and it's a feeling of pleasure, but also slight sadness when you think about things that happened in the past. Some people feel nostalgia because nostalgia is a noun, so you can feel nostalgia. Some people feel nostalgia for their school days. So thinking about their school days in the past, it brings them pleasure, but a little bit of sadness. Can you relate to that? Or you could say, hearing that song again filled him with nostalgia. You can be filled with this noun, nostalgia. Number 8, this is a good one, ominous. Repeat after me, ominous. This is an adjective and it means giving the impression that something bad or unpleasant is going to happen. We commonly use this with the weather. You could look up and say, the dark clouds are ominous. So what's the bad thing that's going to happen? A severe storm. Or you could say he had an ominous feeling about the meeting. Something bad is going to happen. Maybe the client won't sign the contract or he won't get the answer he wanted. Number 9, acquiesce. Repeat after me, acquiesce, acquiesce. This is a verb and it means to agree passively. So to agree, but you don't really want to. You don't want to initially, but you eventually say, okay, I acquiesce. For example, I wanted to go to Hawaii, but my husband wanted to go to Iceland. I acquiesced. So my question for you, my smart student, is, where did I go on vacation? Did I go to Hawaii or Iceland? Put your answer in the comments, Hawaii or Iceland. Put it in the comments. Number 10, consensus. Repeat after me, consensus. This is a noun and it means general agreement among a group. Remember, to have general agreement, you don't need 100%. You need 50, 51, 55. That would be the minimum amount for a general consensus. For example, we couldn't reach a consensus. So the verb you use is to reach a consensus. We couldn't reach a consensus on where to go for vacation, Hawaii or Iceland. We couldn't reach a consensus. Or you could say there is a consensus that the proposal needs revisions. So this means that the majority of people agree that the proposal needs revisions. Number 11, itinerary. I'm always surprised when my students, even my advanced students, don't know this word because it's so commonly used. Repeat after me, itinerary. This is a noun and it's a detailed plan or route for an event or vacation. For example, have you planned your itinerary for Iceland? Because remember, I acquiesced, so I agreed with my husband who wanted to go to Iceland, even though I wanted to go to Hawaii. Did you understand that? Did you get that? So have you planned your itinerary for Iceland yet? So the itinerary would tell you what activities you're doing on each day of that trip. Or you could say, we have a very busy itinerary, all the things you have planned. Now, don't confuse this with the next word, number 12, agenda. Repeat after me, agenda. Most students know this, but don't confuse it with an itinerary because an agenda is a list of items to be discussed at a meeting. So you can ask, what's the agenda for the meeting? Or what's the first item on the agenda? Or in emails, it's very common to send or receive an email that says, please find attached the agenda for today's conference call. Number 13, lucrative. Lucrative. Repeat after me, lucrative. This is an adjective and it means producing a great deal of profit or financial success. We use this specifically with money. You could say photography isn't lucrative. It doesn't produce a great deal of financial success, but it's my passion. Or you could say there was a general consensus, most people agree, there was a general consensus that the partnership would be lucrative, would result in money, financial success. So that's a great one to have in your vocabulary. Number 14, contingency. Do you know this one? Contingency. Repeat after me, contingency. This is a noun and it's a future event or circumstance which is possible but cannot be predicted with certainty. So it's possible but not guaranteed. Here's how this word is most commonly used. We need a contingency plan in case of an emergency. So this is a plan about a potential circumstance that's possible but not guaranteed. And the plan, the contingency plan, will tell you what to do in the event of an emergency. Or you could say, we must prepare for all possible contingencies. Number 15, tangible. Repeat after me, tangible. This is a noun and it means real, something you can touch, show, or even experience. For example, the project resulted in tangible benefits. I can show you the benefits on a chart. You can touch the benefits such as money, or you have an experience such as doing something because of those benefits. It's tangible. Or you might say, we need tangible evidence to support our claims. You need evidence that people can touch, see, or experience. It must be tangible. This is commonly used with assets because there are tangible assets such as machinery and buildings. You can touch them, you can look at them, they're real. Number 16, incentive. Repeat after me, incentive. This is a noun and it's a thing that motivates or encourages someone to do something. So for example, I need to give you and all of my students an incentive to subscribe. I need to encourage you to subscribe by providing something of value. So the fact that I upload videos every single day is your incentive to subscribe. So make sure you subscribe, like this video, and of course subscribe if you haven't already. I have other incentives for you once you subscribe. Number 17, metrics. Repeat after me, metrics. Metrics. This is a noun and it's a standard of measurement. For example, the size of your vocabulary is one of the metrics of fluency. The number of words you know, which is why I'm teaching you 21 words so you can improve this metric, this measure of performance for your fluency. As you know, on your IELTS or other language exams, they judge you on different areas. Those are the different metrics. Or if you want to improve your fluency, a good question to ask is, what are the key metrics of fluency? And that will tell you what areas to focus on. Number 18, redundant. Repeat after me, redundant. Redundant. This is a noun and it means not or no longer needed or useful. For example, some tasks have become redundant due to automation, AI, ChatGPT. Or you could say typewriters are now redundant. They're no longer used, although they were once the only device that people had to write with. So can you think of something in today's modern world that is now redundant? My example was a typewriter. Share your own example in the comments below, just for fun. Number 19, streamline. Streamline. Repeat after me, streamline. This is a verb and it means to make something faster, easier, or better. For example, online learning has streamlined education. It's made it faster, easier, better. Would you agree with that? Or you might ask in a meeting, how can we streamline our operations? How can we make our operations faster, better, easier? Number 20, glaring. Repeat after me, glaring. This is an adjective and it's when something bad is extremely obvious. It's glaring. For example, we can't hire her. She made glaring spelling mistakes in her CV. So when you look at the CV, the spelling mistakes are extremely obvious. They're glaring. So that CV is going in the garbage. Or you could say there was a glaring contradiction in his statement. The contradiction was extremely obvious. Now, do you know what a contradiction is? This is word 21, contradiction. Repeat after me, contradiction. And this is a combination of words that is nonsense because some of the words suggest the opposite of some of the others. That's a confusing definition, but listen to this simple example. She's an honest politician. Now, some people might reply back and say, an honest politician? Isn't that a contradiction? Because when you hear the word honest, an image of a politician is not what most people think of. So some people might say that the combination of words, an honest politician, is a contradiction. Here's an everyday example. You said you hate the heat, but you want to go to Hawaii. Isn't that a contradiction? Because Hawaii is very hot, but you just said you hate the heat. So that's a contradiction. Now you'll learn 22 great phrases for small talk. And these phrases will help you feel confident starting conversations in English. First of all, you might be wondering, what is small talk? Small talk is polite conversation about unimportant and uncontroversial topics. Remember, unimportant. Small talk is supposed to be boring. Now, when can you make small talk? First of all, notice I said you make small talk. That's the verb you use, make small talk. I learned how to make small talk today. So let's talk about when you make small talk. Maybe you get to a meeting early and there are 3 to 5 minutes before the meeting starts, perfect time to make small talk. You're in the elevator with a coworker or someone you don't know. Or maybe you're waiting in line at the grocery store or the bank. Or a perfect time when you sit down beside a stranger, like when you sit down on a plane and you're going to be sitting next to that person for 5 hours. You can make small talk. Let's talk about why you should make small talk. This will help you understand why it's supposed to be boring. Because small talk is just to fill silence. So if your elevator ride takes 30 seconds, you can go down 30 seconds in silence, or you can have 30 seconds of a boring conversation with your coworker or a stranger. The choice is yours. It's also to make the other person feel more comfortable. If you sit down on that plane and you're going to be sitting beside this other person for 5 hours, simply exchanging a few words will make both of you feel more comfortable. So now let's talk about all the phrases that you need to make small talk just like a native speaker. The first category is the weather. Nothing is more boring than talking about the weather, so it's the perfect topic for small talk. Now, because we work virtually now and you have members of your team all over the world, you can say, what's the weather like in Toronto today? Assuming you're not in Toronto. So you can ask them, oh, what's the weather like in your city today? Now, don't worry about writing down any of these phrases because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. You can make a simple statement like, beautiful day, isn't it? That's a great one with a stranger when you're going in an elevator. Beautiful day, isn't it? Notice you're adding isn't it as a question tag. You could say, I hear it's supposed to rain this weekend. So it's supposed to, that's in the future. Oh, I hear it's supposed to rain tonight, tomorrow, the next day, in the weekend, next month, any future reference. You can make a general statement, I'm really looking forward to spring. And the other person will likely say, yeah, me too. It's been such a long winter. I know, right? And then you just naturally have a boring conversation about the weather. Another simple statement, looks like another hot weekend. And then again, just like before, yeah, doesn't it? What are you going to do? And then you can naturally start talking about the weather, or you can transition into the weekend, which we will learn about in just a second. One final expression for you. This one is a question. Is it still snowing? Now you can use this one if you have been in the office or inside and you're asking someone and you know they were just outside, or you might not know but you're assuming that they've been outside. Is it still snowing? Is it still raining? Is it still cloudy? Is it still sunny? And then obviously you use whatever weather is appropriate for the specific time. Another boring category that everyone loves talking about, traffic. Just ask your coworker or that stranger in the elevator, how was the traffic? How was the traffic coming in this morning, leaving, whatever the time of day is? Now, if you know the person takes a specific route, then you could ask them, did you get stuck in the traffic on Main Street too? Because you know your coworker or the person you're talking to had to take Main Street. Now, even if this is a stranger, but you're at the airport, so they have to take a certain road to get to the airport, so you can still use this with strangers. You can make a simple statement like, the bus was 20 minutes late today. So you don't need a car to use these. You can use whatever method of transportation that you use. Another question for you. Do you know when? And then ask something traffic related. Do you know when the bridge is supposed to be fixed? And this is a bridge that the person you're talking to will 100% know is under construction. Again, this could be with a stranger because to get to the airport, you have to go over a bridge. Now, keep in mind when you're making small talk, you don't actually care about the answer. Remember, that's not the goal. The goal isn't to find out when the bridge is going to be fixed. The goal is simply to have a boring conversation, to fill time, to kill time, and to make the other person feel comfortable. Our next category, topical events. A topical event is simply something that people are talking about right now. It could be a holiday, a sports event, it could be a new movie, something on the news. It's topical, people are talking about it. So if it's the time of year of the Olympics, or just before, just after, and you're sitting next to a stranger on the train, you could just ask them, oh, what's your favorite Olympic sport? And the question will seem normal and natural because everyone is talking about the Olympics. Or if it's award season, you could ask, who do you think will win Best Actor? If it's a holiday, a major holiday, you could ask them, are you staying in New York for Christmas? Or you could ask another question related to that holiday. Around Thanksgiving in North America, everyone buys a turkey. So it would seem extremely appropriate to ask someone, even a stranger, have you bought your turkey yet? And it could turn into a really interesting conversation because they might have a story about it, or they might say, oh, actually, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving because I'm from, and maybe they're from a different country. And then even if they don't celebrate it, you can still have an interesting conversation. So it's a great conversation starter. Maybe there's a community event and you can ask them, do you know anyone running the marathon this weekend? And even if the answer is no, well then you can still go back and forth. Oh yeah, me neither. I don't like sports too much. Oh, what do you like? And then it will naturally evolve. Movies are a great choice. There's always a new movie or a new Netflix show or even a new popular YouTube video. And you could ask them, have you seen the new Star Wars movie yet? And even if they say no, oh, what kind of movies do you like? Oh, you don't like movies, you like music? What kind of music do you like? And then conversation can naturally evolve. Just remember that small talk should be boring and non-controversial. Of course, elections are topical events, but you don't want to talk about elections when you're having small talk with a stranger or someone in the elevator. You should not ask them, did you vote yet? Who did you vote for? That is inappropriate for small talk. Our final category, the weekend, something everyone loves talking about. Now keep in mind, if this is on a Tuesday, you can talk about the last weekend. If this is on a Thursday, the future weekend. And if it's on a Wednesday, well, you can decide. You can talk about either one, past or future. So there's always a weekend to discuss. Did you do anything exciting this weekend? Now this is in the past, maybe on a Monday or Tuesday. You can just change this to the future if it's Thursday or Friday. Are you doing anything exciting this weekend? What are you up to this weekend? Native speakers love using this expression. That's in the future. In the past, what were you up to this weekend? Being this past weekend. An easy one. Do you have any plans? Do you have any plans this weekend? Asking for a recommendation or advice, again, even if you don't actually want the recommendation or advice, is a great conversation starter. You can ask, do you know of any events happening this weekend? Or can you recommend? Can you recommend a great Italian restaurant or just restaurant in general or whatever restaurant you want? Or you could ask them, what's your favorite cafe near here? I love asking this question because I get to go to new places I would never find on my own. And I have tried some amazing spots just by asking strangers, oh, what's your favorite restaurant near here? What's your favorite cafe near here? You always learn interesting results. Now you'll learn 30 essential phrases for your IELTS. You can use these phrases for the IELTS, but also in daily life and social situations. Of course, on the IELTS, they're going to ask you, where do you live? You can say, I was born and raised in Winnipeg. That's where I was born and raised. Did you know that? I was born and raised. To be born and raised in. Now here your verb is to be, so of course you need to conjugate it in the past simple because it's a completed past action. I was born and raised in, and then you can state your city or your country. Now don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can look in the description for the link. You can add on to this to make it sound more complex, to make you sound more advanced. I was born and raised in Winnipeg, but now I live in Ottawa. Go even further and say, I've lived here for over 10 years. Now notice I used the present perfect. You can also use the present perfect continuous only for the verbs live, work, and study. And this is for an action that started in the past and continues until now. So in the present perfect continuous, I've been living here for over 10 years. You can use for plus the specific number of years. You can even say 4 years, several years, many years, a number of years. All of those are possibilities. Now let's move on to tell me about your work. You can say, I'm an engineer. I know this is a very simple sentence, but most students get it wrong because they forget the article. You must use an article before your job title. Most likely you're going to use a or an, but it is possible to use the article the. This is when there is only one position in the organization and you have that one position. For example, I'm the executive director. So there's only one executive director and that's me. Now, if we use the, it's more common to explain what the organization is or what the company is. But if you include just your job title with a or an, you can, but you don't need to. But if you use the, make sure you state your organization. Now add to this and add a general statement about your specific job. Being an engineer is rewarding. Notice here, being starts the sentence because it's a gerund statement. Gerund statements will absolutely make you sound more advanced. You could say, I love using my analytical skills to solve complex problems. Love is a verb of preference, so you need the verb of preference plus a gerund. Love using. You could say, I enjoy collaborating with my team. Enjoy is a verb of preference, so you need the gerund. I enjoy collaborating with my team and brainstorming unique solutions to complex problems. So sure, you could say brainstorming solutions to problems, but adding adjectives makes you sound more advanced. You just mentioned something positive about your work. Why not make a contrasting statement and start with however? This is a transition word that we use to make a contrast, and using transition words will make you sound so advanced. However, being an engineer also has its challenges. So before we had positives about being an engineer, however, and now a negative about being an engineer, a contrast. So now you can share one of those challenges, specifically another transition word to make you sound advanced. Specifically, I work around the clock to meet tight deadlines. To work around the clock is an expression, and using expressions really shows you understand the language more at an advanced native level. And of course, to work around the clock, you can just imagine you work continuously, you work non-stop. Now let's talk about hobbies. You can begin with a gerund statement that expresses your opinion on hobbies. In my opinion, having hobbies is integral to living a fulfilling life. So our gerund statement is having hobbies is integral to, but then I just added on to that by expressing my opinion. So let's review some opinion words. Of course, in my opinion, in my view, from my perspective. Notice here, from my perspective. Personally, I think that. Have at least 4 different opinion words you can use these for in your vocabulary when you go for your IELTS. Now let's get back to hobbies. You made your general statement, your gerund statement beginning with an opinion word. Now you can state your specific hobby. I'm an avid hiker, or maybe I'm an avid cyclist, guitar player, tennis player, whatever your hobby is. So here the structure is to be an avid, and then you need a noun. And this means you have a strong interest, passion, or enthusiasm for that activity. Now you can make a gerund statement about why you enjoy this activity. Hiking gives me the opportunity to disconnect from my devices and enjoy the beauty of nature. Now notice that the gerund statement started with the verb hiking. You can also start a gerund statement with the noun. For example, guitar. Guitar gives me the opportunity to. You could say playing guitar, so you're using the verb form or the noun form with guitar. Both are correct. Now let's say you don't have any hobbies. Don't worry, you can still answer this question in a very advanced way. You can say, until now, my focus has been on my career. However, I'm considering taking up, and then an activity, taking up drawing. So notice we have our present perfect. My focus has been because the action started in the past and continues until now. Take up is the phrasal verb we use specifically with hobbies and activities to mean start. And notice consider plus gerund. I'm considering, that's in the present continuous. I'm considering taking up. Take is in the gerund because consider plus gerund. You could also say, however, I'd love to take up drawing. The expression here is I would love, and then infinitive. Perhaps it's simpler to remember and it still sounds advanced, so feel free to use this alternative. Now you can still add on a gerund statement about drawing, but use the future simple because you're not doing the activity right now. Drawing will give me the opportunity to disconnect. You could say, I'm confident that, or I'm hopeful that drawing will give me the opportunity to disconnect. You will sound very advanced. Now let's move on to tell me about your family. You can say, I'm from a close-knit family. Close-knit. Notice that pronunciation, close-knit. This is an adjective that describes the family. Now, this is the same as saying, my family and I are very close. My family and I. This is the subject we. My family and I are very close. You can say everyone in my family gets along because everyone is conjugated as a singular. Everyone gets along really well, or use extremely well to sound more advanced. Here's a great expression. Everyone says, I take after my mom in looks And I take after my dad in personality. When you take after someone, it means that you resemble them physically. So if you have a photo of you and your mom and people say, oh, I see the similarities. You take after your mom because your mom came first, and maybe your mom takes after your grandmother, etc. But for personality, you can use this as well. So maybe your dad is very funny and you are very funny, so you take after your dad in personality. A great phrasal verb to use on the IELTS to sound very advanced. Now let's move on to talking about travel. You can say, I'd love, I would love, I'd love the opportunity to see Egypt, to travel to. Notice, travel to Egypt, but see Egypt, visit Egypt. So know when certain verbs require additional prepositions. Travel to a location, visit a location. If I could travel anywhere, I'd choose Egypt. This is our second conditional because it's hypothetical. And notice we have modal plus base verb. Don't use the infinitive, modal plus base verb. Of course, you can use a gerund statement. Visiting Egypt is at the top of my list. Imagine you have a list of places you want to visit and Egypt is at the top. You can make this more advanced by using the present perfect. Traveling to Egypt has been at the top of my list for as long as I can remember. An action that started in the past and continues until now. Now, why not use an opinion word? From my perspective, the pyramids are one of our world's greatest treasures. So you're sharing an opinion that reinforces why you want to visit Egypt. You can go on and say, and I'd revel in the opportunity to see them with my own eyes. The expression is to revel in the opportunity and then your infinitive, to see them. This is a very advanced way of saying, I would thoroughly enjoy seeing the pyramids. Now, as a bonus, let me share some phrases that you can use when you want to clarify your answer. So you're answering and you realize that the words aren't coming out very well. You can say, what I'm trying to say is, and then you can change your thought. You can express your thought a different way. What I mean is, what I'm getting at is, what I'm trying to get at is, to put it another way, in other words, and then you communicate your idea. I suggest memorizing 4 of these because they will be very helpful when you're taking your IELTS. Now let's keep going and you'll learn 33 words that you need to know for the IELTS. And again, you can still use these words in daily life and social situations. Number 1, feasible. Feasible. This means possible to do easily or conveniently. Now, this is commonly used in writing when discussing the practicality, how practical is, proposals or solutions. For example, switching to renewable energy on a large scale may not be feasible, may not be easily or conveniently done in certain regions due to geographic limitations. Or for an everyday example, you could say, when you have a great teacher, getting a high IELTS score becomes feasible, becomes easy to do. Do you agree with that? If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Number 2, proponent. Proponent. This is a person who advocates for, who supports theory, proposal, or course of action. Now, this is frequently seen in discussions about policy, debates, and research in both speaking and writing. For example, proponents of renewable energy. So this is people who support, who advocate for renewable energy, argue that it provides a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels.
I am a proponent of supporting any foundation, any type of group that is being proactive about this.
As you know, I've been a very strong and vocal proponent in the industry regarding both the need and the opportunity to rethink the models from the ground up.
I'm a huge proponent of all of us being interdependent versus independent.
Number 3, deploy. Deploy. This means to move into position for action, or it can mean to utilize something in a strategic manner. This is often used in writing to describe the implementation of resources, so the use of resources or strategies in various fields. For example, the government. This is commonly used with government. The government deployed emergency teams. So they put those teams in position or used them strategically. So how did they use them strategically? Perhaps to help tackle the aftermath of the hurricane.
Deploy algorithm.
Accidentally deploy when you were landing.
Deploy the fleet.
Number 4, notable. Notable. This means worthy of attention or notice. It could also simply mean remarkable. This is commonly found in writing to highlight significant differences or achievements. For example, one notable difference, so one significant difference, one important difference between rural and urban lifestyles is the level of access to healthcare facilities.
African soldiers proved to be notable jungle fighters.
And that's one of the more notable aspects of how we painted at this time anyway, certainly through the 1490s.
This well-preserved church is notable due to its high church tower that has been struck by lightning numerous times throughout its history.
Number 5, detrimental. Detrimental. This means causing harm or tending to cause harm. This is used in writing mainly to discuss negative impacts or consequences of policies and actions. You could say while many aspects of technology are beneficial, excessive screen time can have a detrimental effect, a negative effect on mental health. So this is a great word to have that contrast, which is commonly done in writing.
Can be detrimental. Matt, you're a detriment here.
My bitterness would be detrimental to my recovery.
Number 6, mitigate. Mitigate. This means to make less severe, serious, or painful. This is useful in writing and speaking to discuss ways to reduce negative impacts, especially in environmental contexts, which are common on the IELTS. For example, countries worldwide are investing in renewable energy as a means to mitigate, to reduce the effects of climate change. So to make those effects less serious, to mitigate.
Stop mitigating everyone.
With mitigating circumstances.
On mitigating the health risks.
Number 7, discrepancy. Discrepancy. This is a lack of compatibility or similarity between two or more facts. This is commonly used in writing when analyzing data or discussing research findings. For example, a noticeable discrepancy exists between the reported income levels of urban and rural populations. So the discrepancy is that difference.
Why is there this discrepancy? It seems that we're doing a comparative evaluation.
But typically, I could find a discrepancy. And then I would say, well, I'm not saying it.
And any discrepancy should hopefully be external. So as I go...
Number 8, resilient. Notice that Z, resilient, resilient. If someone is resilient, it means they're able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. This is very useful in speaking and writing when discussing communities or individuals facing challenges, which is very common on the IELTS. For example, communities affected by natural disasters have proven to be remarkably resilient, rebuilding their lives and homes, so they're able to quickly recover from these negative situations.
It's time to embrace a resilient, strong culture of processing, not repressing.
We can push for a safe, kind, resilient, and human digital future.
People are leaving these climate resilient areas for economic reasons.
Number 9, alleviate. Alleviate. This is to make suffering or deficiency or a problem less severe. This is commonly used in writing and speaking to discuss solutions to societal issues like poverty or health. For example, local governments are implementing policies to alleviate, to reduce housing shortages in urban centers. Number 10, vulnerable. Do you know this one? Vulnerable. This means susceptible to physical or emotional harm. Again, this is often used in discussions about social issues, health, and even environmental concerns. You could say older populations are more vulnerable, so they're more susceptible to health issues, which means they get health issues easier and faster. Vulnerable, especially during severe weather conditions.
He's vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
Being vulnerable.
Number 11, paradigm. This one is very common. Paradigm. This is a typical example or pattern of something. You can think of it as a model. This is frequently found in writing to discuss shifts in thinking or approaches. You could say the adoption of digital technology in classrooms represents a significant paradigm shift. So a shift in thinking in education.
Is that it's a paradigm that's trying to hold us back.
So it's kind of a new paradigm that actually seems to unlock things not only in fundamental physics, but also in the foundations of mathematics and computer science, and possibly in areas like biology and economics as well.
I believe it's time to reject that old paradigm and realize that our fates are linked.
Number 12, viable. Viable. This means capable of working successfully. It can also mean feasible. So it's very important to learn alternatives, synonyms, because you'll commonly see them. And if you want to discuss these same issues, you can use an alternative word, a synonym. So now we have viable. This is used in discussions about sustainability and practical solutions. For example, solar power, you could say, is becoming a viable alternative to traditional energy sources in many sunny regions, at least. Number 13, benign. Notice that silent G, benign, benign. This means having no significant harm or adverse effect, negative effect. This is commonly used in discussions about impacts and effects to talk about something not having an effect. For example, despite initial fears, the new construction projects are expected to have a benign effect on local wildlife. So it means the new construction projects don't have an effect. They don't have a significant effect. They have a benign effect.
It's benign.
Were they benign?
Fine and benign.
Number 14, conducive. Conducive. This means making a certain situation or outcome likely or possible. This is common in discussions about environments that encourage certain behaviors or outcomes. For example, students suggest that a clutter-free space, a space free of clutter, free of things, distracting things, is conducive to better concentration and learning. So it helps you achieve that outcome.
It's not conducive to health.
Atmosphere wasn't conducive, right?
Isn't conducive to rhyming well.
Number 15, incentive. Incentive. Do you know this one? This is a thing that motivates or encourages someone to do something. This is used in discussions about economics, business, and public policy. You hear this frequently. For example, to reduce emissions, the government introduced financial incentives for companies investing in clean energy. So those companies will get something in return, an incentive, if they invest in clean energy. Number 16, compile. Compile. This means to produce by assembling information and other sources. This is often used in academic writing and research discussions. For example, the researchers compiled, so gathered together, compiled data from numerous sources to ensure a comprehensive analysis.
Compiled them in our data processes.
And combined it with compilation.
Who compiled this map?
17, contradictory. Contradictory. This means mutually opposed or inconsistent. This is used in writing when discussing conflicting ideas or conflicting data. For example, the study presents contradictory findings, with one portion indicating benefits and another highlighting potential risks. So they're opposed to each other. Risks and benefits and risks, they're opposed, so it's contradictory.
Saying that out loud almost sounds contradictory. Upside and grief.
And honestly, our physics is telling us a lot of contradictory things.
They allow us to interpret its complex and contradictory signals.
Number 18, foster. Foster. This is to encourage or promote the development of something, and usually something good. And this is commonly used in discussions about education and social policies. Educational institutions should foster creativity, encourage creativity because it is positive, and critical thinking in their students. Number 19, retention. Retention. This is the continued possession, use, or control of something. This is used in writing when discussing education and employment practices, very common in employment. For example, employee retention, the ability to retain, keep employees. Employee retention remains a priority. As high turnover, employees leaving, as high turnover can disrupt team dynamics. Number 20, depict. Depict. This is to represent by a drawing, painting, or other art form. This is common in discussions about art and literature, which is common in writing tasks. For example, art from this period typically depicts scenes. So in that art, you see this scene represented. So depicts scenes of everyday life, showcasing rural traditions.
Inside the church, the paintings depict scenes from the Old and New Testaments and effigies of patron saints.
Would depict it as an illustration of the flexibility and wisdom of common law adjudication.
The paintings depict the image of a chair in various stages of completion or dissolution.
21, to steer clear of. So notice here we have a phrase, to steer clear of something. This means to avoid someone or something. This is used in speaking, and you can use it to give advice or recommendations, which is very common on IELTS. For example, health professionals often advise patients to steer clear of, to avoid processed foods to maintain overall well-being. 22, solely. Solely. This means not involving anyone or anything else. It can also be a replacement to only. This is useful in writing to clarify specific points or responsibilities. For example, the success of the project does not solely depend on funding. So it does not only depend on funding, but also on effective management. So this is a nice complex sentence, and you can replace only with solely. 23, abundant. Abundant. This means existing or available in large quantities. It also means plentiful. This is commonly used in discussions about resources and again, environments. The country is known for its abundant natural resources, particularly oil and timber.
Public space must be as free and abundant as the air we breathe.
Fishing. Near the village, seals and caribou were abundant.
To speak of. It does have abundant land and abundant sun and wind. We can't all duplicate that.
24, sustainability. Sustainability. This is the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level. This frequently appears in discussions about environmental issues and development. Investing in renewable resources is critical for the sustainability of our environment. You will absolutely hear this word and you should use it as well.
Biodiversity can contribute to the sustainability of a community.
And I think the main way I think you should look at it is about sustainability.
Sustainability, it's become something that a lot of people in the world are striving for because we recognize what's going on with the world these days.
25, assess. Assess. This means to evaluate or estimate the nature, ability, or quality of something. This is common in writing when discussing evaluations in education and business. For example, teachers assess students' understanding through regular tests and assignments.
It assesses us.
Assess your options.
Interesting assessment.
26, target. Target. This is an objective or result toward which efforts are directed. So you direct your efforts toward a target. This is commonly used in writing, especially in essays discussing your goals and objectives. You could say the initiative targets a 25% reduction in carbon emissions within 5 years. So notice here it's a verb. The initiative targets, to target. This is also a noun, a target. The target is a 25% reduction. 27, elicit. Elicit. This is to get a response, answer, or fact from someone, often through questioning or discussion. This is commonly used in writing when discussing studies, research, or data. For example, the questions were designed to elicit authentic responses, so to get real, honest responses from participants. Number 28, decipher. Decipher. This means to interpret or to make sense of something that is difficult to understand. A synonym is to decode, to decipher, to decode. This is commonly used in writing when discussing the meaning of someone or something. For example, scholars spent decades attempting to decipher the ancient script, so attempting to understand the meaning of the ancient script.
Professor Arm wants to decipher which data can lead to discriminatory actions or privacy invasions, and to set safeguards for a better protection of human subjects in data science.
Students with hearing loss rely more heavily on visual cues to decipher what is being said.
And now we have the capacity to decipher life in a way we never did before.
29, fluctuate. Fluctuate. This means to change or vary irregularly, so not by following a pattern, and often in amount or level. This is commonly used when discussing the results or current state of something. For example, the stock market fluctuates. It's up, it's down, and it's not a regular pattern. It's irregular. The stock market fluctuates dramatically in response to world events.
Any weight fluctuations?
Weight fluctuates.
Any weight fluctuations?
Number 30, outline. Outline. This is to give a summary of something and is often used in writing to present main ideas or core structures clearly. For example, the professor outlined the main points of the lecture at the beginning.
Just the outline.
Anything you outline with this.
I just outlined for you.
31, promote. Promote. This means to support or actively encourage. This is frequent in discussions about public health, education, and social initiatives. For example, government campaigns often promote healthier lifestyles to reduce healthcare costs. 32, habitat. Habitat. This is the natural environment in which an organism lives. This is commonly used in discussions about ecology and conservation. For example, protecting forests is essential to preserving the habitats, the homes of numerous species. 33, augment. Augment. This is to make something larger, greater, or more intense. This is common in speaking and writing to discuss increases or improvements in systems, infrastructures, or even skills. For example, the government allocated additional funds to augment public health services, so to help improve the size or state of these public health services in response to rising demands. Now you'll learn how to talk about your daily routine at the C1 level so you sound fluent and advanced. Let's talk about Mark's daily routine. Say hello to Mark. Mark is a manager, he's married, and he has 2 young kids. Let me tell you about Mark's daily routine at an advanced C1 level, and after I'll explain all the advanced vocabulary and grammar that you can add to your speech. The alarm rings at 6:30 a.m., signaling the beginning of Mark's day. With precision, he orchestrates the morning routine, ensuring his 2 energetic children are dressed and fed. As the aroma of coffee fills the air, Mark reviews his schedule, preparing for the day ahead. Notice how this daily routine started in a very advanced way, almost a poetic way. The alarm rings at 6:30 a.m. Most students would simply say, I wake up at 6:30 a.m. Or in this case, Mark wakes up at 6:30 a.m. But this is very beginner and boring. The alarm rings at 6:30 a.m. That sounds so advanced. Why don't you try that? You can say my alarm instead of the alarm. You can make it possessive. My alarm rings, present simple conjugated with my alarm, it. My alarm rings at. Put that in the comments and share what time your alarm rings, which is an alternative to saying I wake up at. My alarm rings at. As for me, my alarm rings at 5:30 a.m., signaling the beginning of Mark's day. Notice here we have signaling in the ing form. This is a present participle. It adds description by showing the result of the action. With precision. Precision means that there was a high level of accuracy. This is an advanced noun. You could also say with ease, because you want to talk about your daily routine as being easy, with ease. He orchestrates the morning routine. Again, notice the vocabulary is at that more advanced C1 level. To orchestrate means to organize, arrange, or coordinate. And notice those verb conjugations because we're in the present simple and it's being conjugated with the subject he. He, she, it, you need to add that s. With precision, he orchestrates the morning routine, ensuring, notice here another present participle. Again, it describes the action, ensuring his 2 energetic children are dressed and fed. As the aroma of coffee fills the air. Notice here, aroma is a more advanced way of saying the smell of coffee, the aroma of coffee. Mark reviews his schedule, preparing another present participle, preparing for his day ahead. Let's move on. At the office, Mark transitions into his managerial role, leading a diverse team. His day is filled with back-to-back Zoom meetings and presentations. Mark excels in conveying intricate ideas during meetings and negotiations. At the office, Mark transitions into something, his managerial role. Maybe you could say, after tending to my children, I have to transition into my marketing role, or whatever your next role is. At the office, Mark transitions into his managerial role, leading a diverse team. Again, the present participle. It describes the action. His day is filled with. To be filled with something, this means to contain a lot of. Now, although contain is a more advanced vocabulary term than filled with, adding phrasal verbs, idioms, and expressions is a great way to sound more advanced, to sound more C1. So to be filled with sounds more advanced than saying contains. And back-to-back Zoom meetings and presentations. This means that as one meeting ends, another one immediately begins, back-to-back. Mark excels in explaining intricate ideas. This is a C1 or C2 sentence. A more beginner sentence would be saying, Mark is very good at communicating complex ideas. But notice that grammar difference. To excel in something or doing something, or to be good at. So you need a different preposition. Let's move on. As the workday concludes, Mark races against the clock to attend his children's extracurricular activities. Soccer practice, music lessons, and art classes become integral parts of their routine. In the car rides between activities, Mark cherishes the moments of connection with his children. As the workday concludes. Concludes is a more advanced way of saying as the workday ends. As the workday concludes, Mark races against the clock. This is an expression, to race against the clock. This is when you have to work quickly to complete all your tasks within a limited amount of time, to race against the clock. Soccer practice, music lessons, and art classes become integral parts of their daily routine. Integral means essential or necessary. It's a more advanced term. Let's look at this sentence. In the car ride between activities, Mark cherishes the moments of connection with his children. This is a complex sentence. The first part is a dependent clause, which means it is not a complete sentence. But if you add it to an independent clause, then it becomes a complex sentence. Using complex sentences is an integral part of sounding more advanced, fluent, and C1. Let's move on. Following dinner, the family reunites in collective activities, whether it's a board game, a movie night, or a stroll in the neighborhood. Mark, though weary from the demands of the day, revels in the simple pleasures of familial bonds. Following dinner, this is a more way of saying after dinner. The family reunites in collective activities. This is very advanced and again, almost poetic. A more B1 everyday way of saying this would be, the family spends quality time together. One of the activities is a stroll in the neighborhood. A stroll is a leisurely walk. So if there is a word, stroll, that means something else, to walk leisurely, it sounds more advanced to use the one word that communicates that idea. A stroll, a leisurely walk. Now grammatically, you can use to go for a stroll. Following dinner, we went for a lovely stroll in the park. The verb is go, so it's conjugated in the past simple, went. You can also take a stroll. Following dinner, we took the past simple of take. Following dinner, we took a lovely stroll in the park. Both are common and equally used. Let's learn about how Mark ends his daily routine. As the clock inches towards bedtime, Mark carves out a brief period for personal reflection by reading, meditating, or journaling. As he slips into his comfortable bed, he savors the tranquility that descends upon his home. As the clock inches towards bedtime, this is very advanced, it sounds poetic. As bedtime approaches, clearly sounds more intermediate, more basic than as the clock inches towards bedtime. Mark carves out a brief period for personal reflection by, and then you have your activities. By reading, by meditating, or by journaling. You could say, I start my day by, and then whatever the activity is. I start my day by working out for 30 minutes. I end my day. I conclude my day to sound more advanced. I conclude my day by meditating for 15 minutes. It's an integral part of my daily routine. As he slips into his comfortable bed, to slip into is a more advanced poetic way of saying to get into. I get into bed at 10 o'clock. I slip into my warm and comfortable bed as the clock inches towards 10 p.m. That sounds very advanced and poetic. He savors, he really enjoys. He savors the tranquility, the peace and quiet. He savors the tranquility that descends upon his home. Descends, that enters, that fills his home. A B1 student might simply say, he enjoys the quiet in his home. Now let's look at this whole sentence together, which is a complex sentence. And I want you to notice the as he, and then the other part of the sentence, he. As he X, he Y. X and Y being the activities. As I prepare my breakfast, I review my back-to-back meetings. As I is the dependent clause, which means it's incomplete. You have to connect it to an independent clause. I review my back-to-back meetings. That would be the independent clause. So this is a complex sentence, a great way to sound more advanced. Now you'll learn 22 great phrases for negotiating.
Let's begin negotiations.
To negotiate. This is when you have a discussion with someone in order to reach an agreement. For example, I negotiated with the seller for a 10% discount. Notice grammatically, you negotiate with someone and you negotiate for something, a discount. You could also say, we negotiated over the price or on the price. So here you negotiate on or over something, the price, the terms of the agreement. So how about we negotiate right now? You could say, Jennifer, I'll subscribe to your channel if you upload more videos. Good job negotiating with me. So put let's negotiate, let's negotiate, let's negotiate. Put that in the comments. Now let's talk about negotiating the prices of goods and services, what you most commonly negotiate. First of all, these items are usually non-negotiable. Items at brand name physical stores like Walmart, IKEA, or shopping malls in North America are usually non-negotiable. Sure, you can try to negotiate, but don't be surprised if they say no or are confused because you're negotiating at Walmart. But don't worry, because there are many items that are usually negotiable in North America. More expensive items like real estate, cars, furniture, jewelry, artwork are almost always negotiable. Services like home renovations, landscaping, or consulting are usually negotiable. Or goods and services at independent stores or non-physical stores. For example, street vendors, booths, kiosks, or souvenir shops. Have fun and try to negotiate. First, let's talk about asking if a price is negotiable. This is a great place to start. You can ask, is there any room for negotiation on the price? Any room for negotiation? Is the price flexible? Now for this one, you'll get a yes or no. But you could ask, how flexible is the price? So you're assuming the answer is yes, and you just want to know to what degree. How flexible is the price? This is a good one. If you want to be less aggressive, you could say, do you have any sales or promotions that I should know about? So you're letting the person know you're trying to get a discount or a lower price. Similarly, you can ask, are there any discounts available? One of my favorites is, what's the best price you can give me? You could also say, what's the lowest price you could give me? Then the person knows, oh, you came to negotiate. Let's say you know an item is negotiable, so let's review some phrases for negotiating prices. Whatever phrase you use, my best advice is always try to provide a reason why you should get a discount, why the person should negotiate with you, and make it a win-win for both parties. Then you're more likely to get a yes. If I buy 2, can you give me 30% off? Another tip, always ask for more of a discount than you expect. So if you would be happy with a 10% discount, we'll ask for a 30% discount. Notice the grammar here. We have if plus subject plus present simple, followed by can plus subject plus base verb to form the question. Let's say you're buying a car. You could say, if I buy this at full price, can you give me free maintenance for 1 year? Now, free maintenance could be worth more than a 5 or 10% discount, so that's a great way to make it a win-win. If I pay cash, can you give me 15% off? In North America, 10 to 15% tax is added to the sticker price, the price you see. Tax is not included. So negotiating 10 to 15%, the amount of the taxes, is a great place to start. Here's a nice win-win. If I give you a great review on TripAdvisor, can I get this for $100? So you let the seller know what price you want to pay. Another way to make it a win-win is just compliment the seller. This is beautiful, but it's out of my budget. Would you accept $250? You could also use will you accept.
Oh, Pamela, it's beautiful, but it's a little out of my price.
Would is for possibility and will is for certainty. With negotiating, it is more common to use would. Would you accept? Would you give me? You can also use would you be willing to, which I know is a longer structure, but it's very common. Would you be willing to accept $300 if I recommend your store to others? Pay attention to this sentence structure. Would, subject, be willing, infinitive, and then next we have our if clause. If, subject, present simple. Now let's review some phrases to say that something is non-negotiable. Maybe you're the seller and you can use these phrases, or you're the buyer, but you need to be prepared when you hear these phrases from the seller. Generally, sellers will not be offended if you try to negotiate unless you try to offer them an extremely low price that is just offensive. But they'll be friendly and probably say something like, "Sorry, I'd love to help you, but our prices are non-negotiable. Our prices aren't negotiable." Notice there are two different phrases: to be not negotiable or to be non-negotiable. They mean the exact same thing and both are very common. Here's a very natural one. "I wish I could help you, but my hands are tied." This is an idiom.
Sorry, buddy, I wish I could help you. My hands are tied.
My hands are tied. This means I'm unable to act or decide because of external forces. So if the seller says this to you, "My hands are tied," then most likely the seller doesn't have the authority to give you a lower price. They just work at the shop. They don't set the prices. They just sell you the item. Someone else controls the prices. My hands are tied. This is a very useful one. How about this one? "Sorry, I don't have any wiggle room." Wiggle room on the price. That's fun to say. Wiggle room. I don't have any wiggle room on the price. Wiggle room represents the ability to change or flexibility. So if you don't have any wiggle room, it means you don't have any flexibility. So it's another way of saying, "My hands are tied. I'm unable to do anything about the prices." The seller might say, "Our prices are already the lowest they can go." This is the seller's way of trying to reassure you that you're getting a good price and at the same time saying they're not willing to negotiate. So it's a powerful phrase. The seller might say, "If I could, I would. If I could give you a discount, I would give you a discount. If I could, I would." Now, implied in this is, "but I can't." But most likely they won't say that. "If I could give you a discount, I would, but I can't." That's implied. It doesn't have to be said, but that's what this means. So you tried to negotiate. The seller said no. So let's talk about some phrases for you when you want to stand your ground. To stand one's ground, this is when you maintain your position, your beliefs, or your opinion, especially when you're opposed. So if you stand your ground, it means I said I want a 10% discount. I'm not willing to buy this without a 10% discount. That is you standing your ground. And often this is required to be a successful negotiator, although it can be quite uncomfortable. You can say to the seller, "I understand. I understand your hands are tied. I understand you don't have any wiggle room." Whatever the seller just said, I understand. But that price isn't in my budget. That price is out of my budget. So you can use to be within one's budget and then just make it negative, or you can use to be out of one's budget. They have the same meaning. And if you stand your ground, it is possible that the seller will offer you the discount. They just wanted to know how serious you were. You could also say, "In that case, I'll have to pass." In that case, the case being that you don't have any wiggle room or your hands are tied. Again, whatever the seller said. In that case, I'll have to pass. When you use have to, it sounds like a forced obligation. And pass means you're not going to buy the item. I'll pass, I'll pass. I'll have to pass.
I'll have to pass.
Unfortunately, I can't move forward at the current price. So move forward is to complete the next step, which would be to purchase the item, but you can't. Unfortunately, I can't move forward at the current price. Please contact me if the price changes. This is another way you can open it up and try to encourage the seller to keep negotiating with you. It's too bad. It's too bad we couldn't come to an agreement. However, I appreciate your time. So it's too bad, this is something negative. I appreciate your time, that's positive. So we use however to connect the two opposing ideas, the negative and the positive. However, I appreciate your time. Have a great day. As a note, make sure you end your negotiations on a positive note by saying something nice. I appreciate your time. Have a great day. Because you never know when the seller's opinion or position may change, and if you're polite, they'll be more likely to negotiate with you. You could say, I'm sorry we couldn't work this out.
Sorry we couldn't work something out.
When you work something out, it means you find a solution to a problem. The problem being, what I want to pay is less than what you want to receive. I'm sorry we couldn't work this out. And then add thanks anyway to be more polite and end on a positive note. Would you like to learn some different ways to say, I think it's going to rain? Would you like to learn some different ways that will help you sound fluent in advance and more natural, just like a native speaker? Well, let's get started. First of all, there's nothing wrong with saying I think. I say it all the time. But I have many other expressions in my vocabulary that I use as well, and my choice depends on the situation I'm in. So let me share all the different alternatives that you need. First, let's talk about everyday situations. Let's take the statement, it's going to rain. Instead of I think, you can say, I'd say it's going to rain. I'd say. This is a contraction of I would say, but native speakers use the contraction. I'd say it's going to rain. You can add to that and say, if you ask me, I'd say it's going to rain. They're exactly the same, it's just something nice we add on. I believe is going to rain. This is the closest alternative to I think, and it's very commonly used. It seems to me that, the way I see it, to me, it's going to rain. All three are used to really show your personal opinion. My close friend always says, I reckon. I reckon it's going to rain. I personally don't say I reckon, but I really love when she says it. I prepared a free lesson PDF that summarizes all the expressions from this lesson, so you can find that in the description and in the comment section. Now you can also say it's going to rain and then add that's my take on it. This is a very common expression, my take on it. Take is your assessment, how you see the situation. That's my take on it. So you first share your opinion or statement and then say, that's my take on it. You can do the same thing with the idiom, that's my 2 cents. 2 cents, that represents opinion. Is going to rain, that's my 2 cents. Now let me share some more formal expressions that you would use in a job interview, a conference, a work meeting, or other formal situations. Let's say your opinion is we should revise the report. Revise means make changes to. We should revise the report. Of course, you can say, I think that we should revise the report. You could also say from my perspective. This is a very common one. It sounds quite advanced. From my perspective, we should revise the report. Of course, you can simply say, in my opinion, we should revise the report. And that does sound more formal than saying, I think. You could say, it's my view that we should revise the report, or it appears to me that we should revise the report. Keep in mind the word that is optional. We generally use it in written English and we generally exclude it in spoken English, but that's not a rule. So you could say, it appears to me we should revise the report, or it appears to me that we should revise the report. Both of these are correct. Let's talk about some expressions that express certainty. Certainty, 100%. So let's take our statement, we should promote John, Lucky John. Now, if you're 100% certain, you could say, I'm sure, I'm certain, I'm positive we should promote John. You could say, it's obvious that we should promote John. You could replace obvious with indisputable, which means nobody could dispute it. It's indisputable that we should promote John. That sounds very firm. I like that one. Indisputable. It's undeniable. It's unquestionable. It's beyond a doubt we should promote John. John must be really awesome. Now let's say that you do want to express some uncertainty or some doubt. So it could happen, but maybe it won't happen. You could say, it's possible that she's going to get the promotion. Instead of possible, you could say it's probable or it's likely she's going to get the promotion. I figure or I gather that she's going to get the promotion. One I really like is I have a hunch. I have a hunch that she's going to get the promotion. When you have a hunch, it's more based on your intuition rather than external evidence. I have a hunch that she's going to get a promotion. I just have this really good feeling. You could say, correct me if I'm wrong, but she's going to get the promotion. But if you say, correct me if I'm wrong, you're admitting that you may be wrong. You could also say, if I'm not mistaken, she's going to get the promotion. Again, there's some doubt there because you could be mistaken. You could say, to the best of my knowledge. To the best of my knowledge, she's going to get the promotion. Let's talk about some expressions that sound more diplomatic. So diplomatic because you might be introducing an opinion that people don't agree with, or that is the opposite of what most people think. So maybe all your coworkers think that John should get the promotion, but you don't. So our statement is, John isn't a good fit. He isn't a good fit. To be honest, in all honesty, John isn't a good fit. Now remember, this is something that a lot of people don't agree with. So you might want to say it with some regret. To be honest, in all honesty, John isn't a good fit. I'm sorry to say it, but John isn't a good fit. If you want to be more neutral, you could say, one could argue that John isn't a good fit. Everyone else is saying he is, so you want to be more neutral and talk about how he isn't. One could argue that my impression is that John isn't a good fit. I saved my favorite for last to be diplomatic, and that's, I get what you're saying, but John isn't a good fit. Now in this case, get means understand. So if you want to be more casual, informal, use get. I get what you're saying, but John isn't a good fit. If you want to be more formal, you can say, I understand what you're saying, but John isn't a good fit. Now you have so many different ways to say, I think that. What was your favorite expression? Mine is probably I reckon, even though I personally don't say it, I don't know why, but I really like how it sounds, reckon. I reckon. Plus you get to practice that really strong R, reckon. I reckon that it's gonna rain. Share your favorite in the comment section below. Goodbye. Would you like to learn some alternative ways to saying goodbye that will help you sound very fluent Advanced, natural, just like a native speaker? Well, let's get started. You can absolutely say bye or goodbye. It's grammatically correct. The problem is that it sounds very formal, and native speakers don't really say goodbye. We say goodbye, but then we add on a natural expression. So let's talk about natural expressions you can use in everyday situations like shopping, at the grocery store, at a restaurant, or dealing with a customer service agent. You can say bye, but then add on take care. Bye, take care. Now you can also say take care and then bye. Take care, bye. Or you can simply say take care.
Take care.
You can say have a good and then whatever the time reference is. Have a good day, morning, afternoon, evening, night. Or you can say have a good one, which is general to any situation. Have a good one. Bye. Take care.
Have a good one.
A quick tip is that native speakers commonly combine multiple expressions like I just did. Bye, take care, have a good night. It's very common to use 2, 3, or more expressions, so feel free to combine them. Now you can replace the adjective good with a different adjective. Have a wonderful day. Have a fabulous afternoon. Have a fantastic weekend. You can say bye for now, which implies that you're going to see that person again. Bye for now. Or you can say enjoy the rest of, and then the time period. Enjoy the rest of your day, your night, your evening, your weekend, your vacation.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Now, I created a free lesson PDF that summarizes all the greetings from this lesson. You can look for the link in the description or the comment section below. Now let's talk about saying goodbye to your friends. The most common is see you soon, see you later. A common one is also talk soon. Bye, talk soon.
See you later.
I'll see you later.
Now, if you have a future date planned with that friend, you can say see you next weekend, see you tomorrow, see you at the party, and reference that next event. You can add can't wait to add some excitement. Can't wait to see you next weekend. Can't wait to see you at the party. You can say, bye, it was so nice seeing you. Instead of so nice, you can add, it was awesome, it was amazing, it was wonderful, it was lovely. And instead of seeing you, you can add, it was lovely catching up, it was lovely having dinner, it was lovely chatting. So you can add different alternatives to that expression. If your friend is getting into a vehicle, you can add bye, drive safe, bye, have a safe trip, be well. Now, if you don't have a next date planned with your friend, you can add something to show you want to see them again. Bye, let's catch up soon. Don't be a stranger. Keep in touch. This is a very common one. Bye, keep in touch, take care. Now let's talk about some more informal slang expressions. You can use these with your friends, your family, or even with your coworkers, as long as it's a more informal situation. We commonly use gotta, got to, gotta. I gotta go, I gotta jet, I gotta head out, I gotta take off, I gotta hit the road, I gotta get going.
It's my 6 o'clock. I got a jet.
You can also say catch you later, which just means see you later. Catch you later. And notice I took you and reduced it to ya. Catch you later. Catch you later. Sometimes we just say later, later. A fun expression is catch you on the flip side. I have no idea what the flip side is, but catch you on the flip side. Catch you on the flippity flip.
I'll catch you on the flippity flip. Bye.
Some people say peace out. I personally have never said this, but I do hear it a lot from some other speakers. Peace out or simply peace. So if that suits your personality, you can use that one.
Peace out!
One of the most common informal expressions is just see ya. So we take see you later and we reduce it to see ya.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Let's talk about some expressions you can use with your husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, significant other, spouse, life partner. Bye, my love, my love. And we say it in such a nice voice. Bye, my love. I miss you already. I like that one. I miss you already, even though they're right there. I miss you already. Bye, my love.
I miss you already!
I miss you too! Now we can use our pet name for each other. Bye, sweetheart. Bye, sweetie. Bye, cuddle bear. Bye, my darling. Or whatever your romantic name for each other is. And if you have young kids, you can use this really cute expression, which goes, see you later, alligator. Do you know what comes next? In a while, crocodile. But just use that one with young children. Now let's talk about professional expressions that you can use at work, in a job interview, a networking event, or conference. By looking forward to seeing you again soon. Looking forward to working together. So notice the gerund verb we need. You can also use a noun, looking forward to the conference, looking forward to the project. If you're meeting someone for the first time, you can say, bye, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure meeting you. It was nice talking to you. In a job interview, we generally express appreciation. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I look forward to hearing from you. The interviewer will also express appreciation. Thank you so much for coming today. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for your time today. We'll be in touch shortly. Notice that expression, in touch. We'll be in touch soon. We'll be in touch shortly. Superiors can add some words of encouragement by keep up the good work, the great work, the amazing work. Or they might say, if you need me, I'm a phone call away. Bye, if you need me, I'm a phone call away. You know where to find me, which is letting you know you can just text me. You know where to find me. I'll be on my phone. You know where to find me. Or a common one in the office is, bye, my door's always open. And that's encouraging you to come back if you want to discuss anything or if you need help.
My door is always open.
Would you like to learn some different ways to say, I don't know, to help you sound more fluent, natural, and professional in English? Let's get started. First, let's talk about some everyday ways that you can say, I don't know. You can use these in more casual situations and professional situations. So let's say your friend or coworker asks you a random question like, how far away is the sun? And you don't know the answer. How can you reply? The most popular answer would be, I have no idea. And this is really to stress the fact that you have no knowledge on the topic. Remember, the question is, how far away is the sun? I have no idea. Now, we can also shorten this and simply say, no idea.
I have no idea.
No idea?
Another common answer is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Now, you can expand on this and you can say, I'm not too sure. Not too sure. I'm not too sure about that. That meaning the question. I'm not too sure about how far away the sun is.
Not sure about that. Not sure about what?
A fun one is simply to say, who knows? Who knows? Seriously, who knows? Do you know? Who knows? You could say, your guess is as good as mine. It's implying that you also don't know the answer. Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
I created a free lesson PDF that summarizes all the different ways to say, I don't know. You can look in the description or the comment section for the link. Now, another one with the word guess is, if I had to guess, I'd say. So you're letting the person know that your answer could be completely wrong. So how far away is the sun? If I had to guess, I'd say 100 million miles? I don't know. Am I right? You let me know in the comments if I'm right. You could say, I wish I knew. That's an interesting piece of knowledge. I wish I knew, but I don't. I wish I knew. I wish I could help you. I wish I could help you with that. I wish I could answer that for you, but I can't.
I wish I knew, Robin. I wish I knew.
You could also say, I can't help you with that one. I can't help you with that question. You could say, that's an interesting question, but, and then use any of the expressions we just learned. That's an interesting question, but I have no idea. You could also just say, I've never thought about that before, which is probably true. A common way to answer that question now is simply to take out your phone and say, hey Siri, how far away is the sun? Hey, I was actually pretty close. It was 149 million miles away, and I said 100 million miles, and I completely guessed. I'm pretty proud of that. So that's a great way to answer. Just ask Siri or Alexa or whoever else. There are two very common idioms that you can use. The first idiom is beats me. That beats me, but we commonly get rid of that and simply say beats me. And that's the same as saying I have no idea. Beats me. The other idiom is I haven't the slightest idea. And the slightest is this much, the smallest amount possible, but you're saying you don't even have that. So it's another way of saying I have no idea. I haven't the slightest idea. Now, instead of slightest, you could say foggiest or faintest, and it means the exact same thing. Or you can say, I haven't a clue, which also means the same thing. So they're just slight changes to the same idiom, and they're very commonly used.
Because I haven't the foggiest idea why. I mean, look at me.
Now let's talk about some more professional expressions that you can use when you're asked a question but you don't know the answer. So let's say your boss asks you how many units of a specific product were sold last month. You could reply back and say, when do you need to know by? And your boss will likely say an hour, 2 hours, tomorrow, next week, and tell you when they need the information. Now, if they say right now, I need it right now, then you can reply back and say, let me get that for you. Get that being the answer, the information. Or you could say, let me find out. Let me look into this. Instead of let me, you could also say I will. As a contraction, I'll find out. I'll look into this. I'll let you know. I'll get back to you. Another way to reply is to say, I need to check something and then I'll get back to you. So you're letting the person know that you just need to do something first. Instead of check, you could say, I need to confirm something, I need to verify something, I need to look into something and get back to you. You can also specify a specific time or date when you'll have the information. Let me look into this and I'll get back to you by 2 o'clock, by the end of the day, by tomorrow, by next week. And let the person know.
Let me look into it.
Now, if you do want to admit that you don't know the answer now, you could say something like, I'm not sure offhand. So offhand is just an expression we use to mean right now. I'm not sure offhand. Let me look into this and I'll get back to you by 2 o'clock. Does that work for you? And you can add, does that work for you? To clarify that getting back to them with the information by 2 o'clock is acceptable. Your boss will likely say, sure, no problem. Or they might say, no, I have a meeting in 10 minutes and I need this information. Well, then of course you say, no problem, I'll find out right now and get back to you in a few minutes. Of course, by the deadline your boss just told you. Now, instead of saying, I'm not sure offhand, which again is just an expression, I'm not sure offhand, you could say, I'm not sure off the top of my head. So again, this is another way of just saying right now. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Let me find out and I'll email you the information in 10 minutes. So you could also use in and a time reference, in 10 minutes, in an hour, in 20 minutes. Or you could simply say ASAP. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Let me check and I'll get back to you ASAP. That means as soon as possible. You can also say ASAP. There's 2 different ways to say it, ASAP or ASAP. They're both acceptable. I think ASAP is more common though. I'll get back to you ASAP.
I'll look into it and get back to you. ASAP.
Now you'll learn 25 different ways to say I'm sorry. First, let's talk about some casual expressions that you can use in everyday situations. Let's take the example of bumping into someone at the grocery store and you want to apologize. So instead of saying I'm sorry, you can simply say sorry. I know it's a subtle difference, but it will really help you sound more natural to just say sorry, sorry. You can also add so or very in front of it. So sorry, very sorry. Or you could say sorry about that. That being the mistake, bumping into the person at the grocery store. Sorry about that, so sorry about that.
I'm so sorry about that.
To help you remember all of these expressions, I created a free lesson PDF. You can look in the description or the comment section for the link to download the free lesson PDF. Another common thing is simply to make a sound effect like oops, oops, whoops, oh no, oh my. And then you don't even have to say anything else because usually it's your facial expression. Oops, oh, oopsie, oopsie, oopsie. Yikes.
Whoops.
Oops. A slightly more formal one, but that's still very casual, is to say, excuse me or pardon me. Excuse me, pardon me. Those are quite common as well. Let's say that your friend asks you to buy her a chocolate chip cookie, but you bought her an oatmeal cookie. So instead of saying, I'm sorry, you could say, my bad, my bad. This is extremely common in North America, and it will really make you sound like an American English speaker. My bad, my bad. Keep in mind it is quite casual and it's used for smaller things you want to apologize for, like getting the wrong cookie. My bad. You could also say my fault, or my mistake. My mistake, I got you the wrong cookie.
My bad.
Let's say you want to admit your mistake. For example, you told your friend the party started at 8 o'clock, but it actually started at 7. You could say, I was wrong. So instead of saying, I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong time, you could say, I was wrong. Of course, you can use any of our other expressions, my bad, but one to specifically admit your mistake is simply to say, I was wrong. Often we say sorry if we can't do something that someone wants us to do. So let's say your friend invited you to a party, but you can't attend. It would be very common to say, I'm sorry, I can't attend your party. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, you can say, unfortunately. So replace I'm sorry with unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can't help you. Unfortunately, I can't attend your party. Unfortunately, I can't drive you to the airport. Now let's talk about some more professional expressions that you can use in the workplace or a more formal situation. Let's say you arrive to an important meeting 10 minutes late. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, you can say, my apologies. Now you can expand that and say, my apologies for being late. To make it stronger, you can add sincere. My sincere apologies for being late. To sound even more formal, you could say, please accept my apologies. Please accept my sincere apologies for being late. That sounds very formal. Let's say you made a mistake at work and you ordered 100 boxes, but you should have ordered 10 boxes. Now, in the casual example, we learned I was wrong to admit you made a mistake. In a professional context, I recommend I take full responsibility. This sounds very professional because the word responsibility sounds professional. I take full responsibility for ordering the wrong number of boxes. My sincere apologies.
I take full responsibility.
You could also say, I understand I made a mistake. I'll fix it. Now, instead of understand, you could say, I know I made a mistake. I admit I made a mistake. I'll fix it. So notice you're not just admitting it, you're also offering a solution. I'll fix it. I'll call the supplier right now. I'll get this resolved. So offering a solution is a great addition to admitting a mistake. Let's say that you kept a client waiting on the phone for a long time. Now, instead of saying, I'm sorry for the wait, you can say, I appreciate your patience. So instead of talking about the negative, you talk about the positive, which is the fact that your client is patient. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for holding. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate your patience.
Now let's say that your boss, your coworker, or your client offers you some constructive criticism. So they tell you about something that you're not doing very well. Maybe your last presentation wasn't very good, and they give you some constructive criticism, some feedback. Instead of saying, I'm sorry my presentation wasn't good, you can say, thank you for bringing this to my attention, or thank you for letting me know. And then you can add a solution. I'll work on that. I'll improve that. Or you can even ask them, how can I improve? Can you give me some suggestions to improve?
Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
There's one common idiom that you can use to admit you made a mistake. So remember, in the casual example, you can say, I was wrong. In the professional example, you can say, I take full responsibility. The idiom that you can use in any situation is, the buck stops with me. The buck stops with me. This simply means I was wrong or I take full responsibility.
The buck stops with me.
You've already learned different ways to say I think. Let's keep going and you'll learn over 50 ways to share your opinion, agree with opinions, disagree with opinions, and ask others for their opinions. Now let's get started with first sharing your personal opinion. Let's say you're in a work meeting and you have an idea you want to share with everyone. We should hire a marketing expert to build our website. You can absolutely say that, but you can sound more professional, more advanced if you use an opinion word. Now, there are many different phrases you can use to share your personal opinion. I recommend starting with 2 to 3 that you like the most, and then you can add more once you get comfortable with them so you have variety and you're not always using the same one. Here's the list. In my opinion, as far as I'm concerned, from my perspective, from my point of view, personally, I think that. In my view, I'd say that. I believe that. I strongly, firmly believe that. I'm convinced that. There's no doubt in my mind that. I feel that. In my mind, it seems to me that. So let's take our idea again. We should hire a marketing expert to build our website. As far as I'm concerned, we should hire a marketing expert. In my opinion, in my mind, personally, I think that we should hire a marketing expert. So you can use any one of these, and remember, variety is key. You don't always want to say, in my opinion. You can absolutely use that, but you want to have variety. Now let's talk about agreeing with an opinion. So you're in a meeting and a colleague says, we should postpone the conference. Or your colleague used an opinion word and said, I firmly believe that we should postpone the conference. Now let's say that you agree with your colleague. What can you say? Well, again, here's a big list. Start with 1 to 2 and add them as you get comfortable. I agree. I agree with you. I think so too. That's a good point. You're right. Definitely, absolutely. I second that. I couldn't have said it better myself. I couldn't agree more. We're on the same page. You hit the nail on the head. So your colleague says, from my perspective, we should postpone the conference. And you say, I couldn't agree more. We should postpone the conference. You're right. We should postpone the conference. Absolutely, we should postpone the conference. I agree with you. Now let's say your colleague shared an opinion that started with, I don't think. I don't think we should postpone the conference. Personally, I don't think we should postpone the conference. We have one very specific phrase that you can use when you want to agree with a negative opinion. Do you know what that is? In my mind, I don't think we should postpone the conference. Neither do I. Neither do I. You only use this when you're agreeing with I don't think. Neither do I. Now let's talk about disagreeing with an opinion. So you're in a meeting and your colleague says, in my mind, we should look for a new supplier. Now you don't agree. What can you say? You can say, I disagree with you. I'm afraid I disagree. On the contrary, I understand where you're coming from, but I respect your opinion, but that's a good point. However, I see your point, but I have a different perspective. I think, can I share my opinion? That's one way of looking at it, but have you considered the fact that? Now, the first one I shared, I disagree with you, is probably the least commonly used because it sounds argumentative. And we generally want to say this softly to someone. So it's way more common to say, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I disagree with you. It makes it a lot softer. Or you could acknowledge that I respect your opinion, but I don't think that's a good idea. I respect your opinion, but I think we should keep our supplier. My personal favorite in this category is I understand where you're coming from, but, and then you share your opinion or whatever information you like. I understand where you're coming from. This is another way of saying I respect your opinion. I understand where you're coming from, but right now isn't the best time to change our suppliers because it's our busiest time of year. We should wait until Q4. And remember, you can add your personal opinion words as well. From my perspective, in my mind, from my point of view, we should wait until Q4. So you can absolutely combine these different opinion words together. Now let's talk about sharing a general opinion. So something that most people would agree with. Here's a statement. Repetition is key when you're learning any new skill. Now, I personally believe this, but it's not my opinion per se. This is just a commonly held opinion by most people, by many different people. So here are some general opinion words you can use. It's said that, it's believed that, I've heard that, it's considered that, it's generally accepted that, most agree that, some say that, it goes without saying that, researchers, experts suggest that. So I could say it's generally accepted that repetition is key when you're learning any new skill. And personally, I agree. And personally, I couldn't have said it better myself. So you absolutely can share a general opinion, but then agree with that general opinion using one of the phrases you've already learned. Or maybe you want to disagree with this statement. Well, then of course you can use one of the phrases to disagree. On the contrary, repetition isn't that important. I'm afraid I disagree. Repetition isn't that important. In my mind, and then you can share your opinion. And finally, let's talk about how to ask someone for their opinion. So let's say I shared a general opinion. Most agree that repetition is key when learning a new skill. And I want to ask for your opinion on this specific topic. I can say, do you agree? What's your opinion? What do you think? What are your thoughts? What's your view? How do you see the situation? What's your take on it? What about you? How about you? Has that been your experience? What has your experience been? Are we on the same page? Is that something you would support too? So if you're talking to someone who's currently learning a new skill, it could be really interesting to ask them, has that been your experience? What are your thoughts on that? Do you agree? So now you have 50 plus phrases that you can use in any situation, formal, informal, professional meeting, casual party with friends, to talk about opinions, because everybody loves sharing their opinion, right? So now you get to share your opinion. I want you to share either a personal opinion or a general opinion related to the subject of languages in the comments below. And the fun part, you can look in the comments and then you can reply back to the other students and you can agree or you can disagree, or maybe you can even ask someone more information about their opinion. Try to use the different opinion words that you learned in this lesson. So have fun in the comments below. Now you'll learn 50 transition words you can use every day. These transition words will help you expand on your ideas and show the connection between your ideas. Our first group of transition words are used to show cause and effect, causation. So here I have two separate ideas. I spilled my coffee, I changed my shirt. Now this is where we can use a transition word to combine these ideas together and to show the relationship between them. I spilled my coffee, as a result, I changed my shirt. Cause and effect. Here are the transition words in this category, and they're listed from most formal to least formal. So you can take a screenshot of this. Consequently, hence, accordingly, thus, for that reason, as a result, therefore, and so, since, because, due to. Now the example I gave you, I spilled my coffee, as a result, I changed my shirt. This is a casual statement. It might sound a little odd, perhaps out of place, to use a very formal transition word such as consequently in such a common everyday speech. I spilled my coffee, consequently, I changed my shirt. You could absolutely say it, it's grammatically correct, but the choice of transition word is just a little too formal. So do not think that formal is the best, and you absolutely should use formal. You should use formal when your ideas are more formal. They're more academic, they're more professional in a business context. Let's look at a business context. The project is over budget. We have to cut costs. So again, we'll show our cause and effect. We'll use a transition word to combine these ideas. And because it's a more formal context, I can use a more formal transition word. The project is over budget, hence, consequently, thus, we have to cut costs. Our next group of transition words is chronology. This is how events are related based on when they occur. So think of time. Here are 3 events. I went to the store, I worked out, I made dinner. Now, of course, we can add first, second, third, first, next, finally. That's chronology. And it instantly sounds more organized and more advanced when you add the transition words. So let's review the transition words in this category. First, firstly, to start, to begin, at the beginning, at the start. Second, secondly, after, afterwards, next, then, subsequently, later. Third, thirdly, after, afterwards, next, then, subsequently, later, finally, lastly, last but not least. Now notice that for the second and third events, many of the transition words are the same. You can use after, after for the second and third event. Or you can use next, next for the second and third and fourth and fifth event. But you might want to avoid that so you don't sound repetitive using the same transition word again and again. So you can use next, then, subsequently, finally. So you can use the different transition words just to show off your advanced vocabulary. Our next category of transition words is to show contrast when you have 2 opposing ideas. Let me give you 2 ideas. I love ice cream. I'm lactose intolerant. So can you see how these 2 ideas are in opposition? I love ice cream is great. It's a really positive thing. But I'm lactose intolerant. That's negative, and it also means that I can't eat ice cream. So those ideas are in opposition. So we can use our contrasting transition words. However, although, though, but. I love ice cream, but I'm lactose intolerant. Same thing, the transition words are listed from most formal to least formal. Again, you could say, I love ice cream, however, I'm lactose intolerant. But again, these ideas are quite simple, so you probably want a more simple transition word. Our next category of transition words is addition of similar ideas. I love ice cream, I love cake. It's adding a similar idea because they're both in the same category, which is desserts or sweets. The most common transition words from most formal to least formal in this category are furthermore, moreover, further, additionally, in addition, also, and. I love ice cream and I love cake. Obviously, you know that one. So why not try to advance your vocabulary by using in addition? I love ice cream. In addition, I love cake. Now let's talk about generality. This is when things are true most of the time. The most common transition words in this category are in general, generally, generally speaking, by and large, for the most part, most of the time, more often than not, usually, typically, mostly. So let's take an example. Our meetings are very productive. Now, of course, I'm sure there's one or two meetings that aren't very productive, but most of the time, in general, generally speaking, our meetings are very productive. Now let's look at the category of examples. There are really only three main transition words. For example, as an example, for instance. This software has really helped us. Now it can make your point a lot stronger or help you expand on your idea by adding an example. This software has really helped us. For example, as an example, for instance, it reduced our error rate by 40%. Our next category is emphasis. This category is used to make a point stronger by adding more supporting information. Let's take a simple example. I love pie. Now, what if I wanted to make this point stronger? I could say, it's my favorite dessert. I love pie. In fact, it's my favorite dessert. I love pie. As a matter of fact, it's my favorite dessert. These are the only two transition words that are commonly used to add emphasis. And finally, conclusion transition words. Notice I just used a transition word. And finally, that is a conclusion transition word. Now, of course, in this category, we use these transition words when we want to end what we're saying, end our speech, end our presentation. Here are the most common transition words listed from most formal to least formal. In conclusion, to conclude, to summarize, in sum, all things considered, finally, overall, ultimately, in the end, to wrap up, to sum up, all in all. So let's say I'm ending my presentation at work and I want my colleagues to remember one very important fact. And that fact is, if we want to remain competitive, we have to invest in automation. Now, to let my colleagues know that this is the last point I'm going to make, my final point, I'm going to add a conclusion transition word. Ultimately, if we want to remain competitive, we have to invest in automation. So now you have 50 plus transition words to help you communicate your ideas in a very professional and organized way. Before you go, let me share a bonus tip with you. You can use transition words to help you expand on your ideas. So let's take one idea. In general, our meetings are very productive. Now I can pick any category of transition word to expand on this idea. I could add a contrast. However, they usually run over time. So this is an opposing idea. Now, let me give an example of my last point to add emphasis and to expand even more. For example, today our meeting was scheduled to end at 11 and it went until 11:17. So let's expand on this even more. What was the effect of the meeting running over by 17 minutes? As a result, I was late for a meeting with a client. Were there any other effects? If there were, I could use an addition of a similar idea transition word. Additionally, I had to work through lunch to catch up. As you can see, transition words are an excellent way to expand on your ideas. So now it's your turn. In the comments below, why don't you take 3 or more transition words and start with one idea and then just pick any other category and expand on that idea with 3 or more transition words. So you can do that in the comments below. Now you'll learn 150 common idioms to sound fluent. To play something by ear. This is when you make a decision in the moment rather than planning in advance. So let's say you're talking about your weekend and your husband or your friend says, what do you want to do this weekend? And you might say, let's play it by ear. Let's decide as the weekend happens, not in advance. Let's play it by ear. To be all ears. We use this to say that you're ready to listen and you're paying full attention. So let's say you tell your boss you want to discuss something important about the project, and your boss replies, I'm all ears. I'm all ears. To wake up on the wrong side of the bed. This is a great one. We've all done this. It's when you wake up in a bad mood. You wake up grumpy. So let's say you wake up, you go in the kitchen, and your wife, your husband says, oh, hi, honey, how are you? Would you like some coffee? What do you want for breakfast? And you're grumpy. I don't care. Where's my phone? And you're being grumpy. Well, then your wife, your husband can say, well, someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. And that's just to let you know you're being grumpy. To wing something. When you wing something, you perform a speech or presentation without planning in advance. So you definitely don't want to wing your IELTS exam, right? To make a mountain out of a molehill. A molehill is really small, a mountain is really big. So it's when you take a minor problem or issue and you make it seem really serious or severe. So let's say you got one question wrong on a test and you're acting like it's extremely serious. Someone could say, don't make a mountain out of a molehill. They're letting you know it's really not that bad. To be at a crossroads. This is when you have to make a really important decision that could impact your life. Let's say you've been a graphic designer for 10 years, but you're considering going back to school and changing careers and becoming a lawyer or a teacher. So you might say, I'm not sure if I want to be a graphic designer anymore. I'm at a crossroads, because that decision will impact your life. To rain cats and dogs, this is when it rains heavily. So let's say your friend in a different city asks you, oh, did it rain last night? And it did. It rained heavily. You can say, yeah, it rained cats and dogs. To be on top of the world. This is when you're really, really happy. So let's say you got a new promotion. You can say, I'm on top of the world. To give someone the cold shoulder. This is when you ignore someone, and you ignore someone on purpose, usually because you're mad at them, annoyed with them, they did something wrong or something to irritate you. So let's say your husband or your wife is ignoring you. You might say, why are you giving me the cold shoulder? It's another way of asking, why are you mad at me? What did I do wrong? Why are you giving me the cold shoulder? To sit on the fence. This is when you delay making a decision, usually because that decision is difficult and you don't want to make it. For example, I asked my boss for a promotion, but he's sitting on the fence. So he won't answer me. He won't say yes, he won't say no. He keeps just saying, oh, I need to think about it. I'll get back to you. He's sitting on the fence. To hit the nail on the head. This is when you accurately explain a problem or a situation. For example, you hit the nail on the head when you said we needed to reduce our costs. So you explain the situation accurately. To be as fit as a fiddle. This simply means you feel great. You have good health. You're in good shape. So maybe you could say, since I changed my diet and I'm eating more fruits and vegetables, I feel as fit as a fiddle. This is a great one. To get something out of your system. This is when you do something or you try something simply so you can move on. For example, let's say you've been talking about going skydiving for years and years. You research it, you look at different websites, you talk to people about it, but you've never actually done it. Someone might say, just go skydiving so you can get it out of your system. So once you do it, you can stop researching it, stop looking it up, and just move on already. I like this one. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. This sounds negative because of devil, but it's not at all. This is used when you're talking about someone and they appear exactly as you're talking about them. This has happened, right? Let's say you're talking to a friend about your mutual friend, Bob, and you're talking about Bob. Oh, is Bob going to come to the party? Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't talked to Bob. And then your phone rings, and guess what? It's Bob. And then you can say, speak of the devil. To give someone the benefit of the doubt, this is when you trust someone when they tell you something. So if a coworker's late and they call you and they say, I'm stuck in traffic, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's trust that he's actually stuck in traffic. No pain, no gain. This is a classic one. This is used to say that if you want results, real results, you have to be willing to work hard and get uncomfortable. So I might say, if you want to improve your public speaking skills, no pain, no gain. You have to be willing to get uncomfortable. Hang in there. This is a great one. It simply means don't give up. I know learning a language is hard, but hang in there. A penny for your thoughts? This is used to ask someone what they're thinking. So let's say your friend is just staring out the window and you probably are wondering, what are they thinking about? You can turn to your friend and say, a penny for your thoughts? It's not rocket science. Rocket science is complicated, right? But if we say it's not rocket science, this means it's not complicated. So I could say becoming a confident English speaker is not rocket science. It's not complicated. You just have to practice speaking. To let someone off the hook. This is a great one because it means that you don't punish someone for a mistake or a wrongdoing. So your boss could say, I know you came in late today, but I'm going to let you off the hook. I'm not going to punish you. To make a long story short, this is when you take a long and usually complicated story and you make it very simple by sharing it briefly. So you could say, long story short, we missed our flight. So there's a long story about why you missed your flight, but you don't explain those details. You just say, long story short, we missed our flight. Easy does it. Easy does it. This is a way of saying slow down. So if your friend is at the gym and they're trying to do too many exercises with too much weight, you might say, easy does it, slow down. To go back to the drawing board. This is when you need to start over and create a new plan or strategy because the first one failed. So let's say you were trying to solve a computer problem, you came up with a strategy, it didn't work, and then you can say to your team, well, let's go back to the drawing board and try again. Once in a blue moon. This is an event that happens infrequently. For example, I only see Kara once in a blue moon, not very often. At the drop of a hat. This is a great one because it means without hesitation or instantly. For example, call me if you need anything and I'll be there at the drop of a hat. It means I'll come instantly if you need anything. So it's a really nice, reassuring thing to say to someone. To add insult to injury. This is when you take a bad situation and it becomes even worse. So let's say you're going out on a first date and your date showed up late. That's already a bad situation. But then to add insult to injury, your date forgot his wallet and you had to pay for both of you. To hit the sack. This means to go to bed. For example, I'm really tired, I'm going to hit the sack. The ball's in your court. This is used when you need to make the next decision or the next step. So I might say, we offered her a great promotion, so now the ball's in her court. So it's up to her to decide if she's going to accept the promotion or look for another job or do something else. To be or to go barking up the wrong tree. This is when you look in the wrong place or you accuse the wrong person. For example, if you think I lost your ring, you're barking up the wrong tree. You're accusing the wrong person. To get or to have your ducks in a row. This is when you're well prepared or well organized for something specific. So you might say, the conference was supposed to start 10 minutes ago. They should have gotten their ducks in a row. They should have been organized or prepared. To get or have the best of both worlds. This is when you enjoy the advantages of two very different things at the same time. She works in the city, but she lives in the country. She gets the best of both worlds. The lion's share. This is the largest part or most of something. So you might complain, I did the lion's share of work on this project. To be on the ball. This is when you're performing really well. Wow, you completed all those reports already? You're on the ball. To pull someone's leg. This is when you're joking with someone. So we usually use this to reassure someone you're only joking. Don't get upset, I'm just pulling your leg. To pull yourself together. This is when you need to calm down. You regain your composure after being really upset or agitated, angry, annoyed, and then you calm down. So I might say, pull yourself together. It was a false alarm. So the alarm made you really agitated, and I'm telling you to calm down. So far, so good. This is how you reply when you want to let someone know that everything is okay until now. How's the project going? So far, so good. To be the last straw. This is when you have no patience left for someone's errors or mistakes. So I might say, this is her 5th time being late this month. That's the last straw. No more patience for her mistakes. Time flies when you're having fun. This is used to say that you don't notice how long something takes because it's enjoyable. So you might look at your watch and say, oh wow, it's 1 a.m. already? And then someone could reply and say, yeah, time flies when you're having fun. To be bent out of shape. This is used to say you're upset, you're angry. For example, Janice is bent out of shape because she has to work late tonight. To make matters worse. Matters in this sense means problems, to make problems worse. So I might say, I have to work tonight, and to make matters worse, to make that situation even worse, I have an early appointment tomorrow. Don't judge a book by its cover. You've probably heard this one. It means that you shouldn't judge someone or something on appearance. For example, let's say I'm hiring people and I say, I'm not going to hire him. Look at his hair. And then my colleague would say, well, don't judge a book by its cover. Look at his resume. To fall between two stools. This is when something fails to achieve two separate objectives. So let's say you plan to watch a romantic comedy movie. That movie is supposed to be romantic and funny at the same time. A romantic comedy, two objectives. So you could say that movie fell between two stools. It wasn't romantic and it wasn't funny. To cost an arm and a leg. This is when something is exceptionally expensive. Now, airline tickets are usually expensive, but exceptionally expensive, even more expensive than usual. I might say my flight cost an arm and a leg. To cross a bridge when you come to it. This is used to remind someone that you only need to deal with the situation when it happens. So your friend might be concerned, what if I forget all my words during my IELTS speaking exam? And then you tell that friend, cross that bridge when you come to it. Worry about that problem when it happens. To cry over spilt milk. This is used when someone complains about a problem or a loss from the past. So let's say I had a party weeks ago and now I'm complaining, I can't believe John didn't come to my party. Well, my friend can say, don't cry over spilled milk. It was 3 weeks ago. Why are you still talking about it? Curiosity killed the cat. This is used to say that being inquisitive or asking a lot of questions can lead to an unpleasant situation. So let's say your husband or wife is planning you a surprise birthday party and you try to ask a lot of questions. What are we doing? Where are we going? Who's coming? Then your husband or wife can say, curiosity killed the cat, just to remind you, don't ask so many questions. To miss the boat. This is when you lose an opportunity because you were too slow to take action. For example, the application deadline was last week. I missed the boat. To be on fire. This is to perform really well. Wow, your presentation was amazing. You were on fire. To spill the beans. This is when you reveal a secret when you shouldn't have revealed a secret. So let's say you're planning a surprise party for someone and then you tell everyone, don't spill the beans. Don't reveal the secret. To be under the weather. This is when you feel unwell, when you feel sick. Oh, I'm a little under the weather today. A blessing in disguise. This is when a situation seems bad or unlucky at first, but it results in something positive at a later date. So let's say you get fired from your job. Obviously that seems bad, maybe even unlucky. But later on, you get a job 10 times better. It pays better, you have a better boss, better coworkers, the location is better. Everything about this job is better. You can say, getting fired was a blessing in disguise. My new job is so much better. A dime a dozen. This is used to describe something that is common and not special. So you can say tech startups in Silicon Valley are a dime a dozen. They're very common, they're everywhere, and they're not very special. Everyone's a tech startup in Silicon Valley, a dime a dozen. To beat around the bush. This is when you avoid saying what you mean because it's uncomfortable or awkward. So let's say you want to end your romantic relationship with your partner. Your friend could tell you, don't beat around the bush. Be direct and tell that person you want to break up. Better late than never. So let's say you've been working with a company for 10 years and you finally got your first promotion after 10 years, and you're telling your friend this. And you're a little annoyed because you've been there for 10 years. But your friend could say, better late than never, to remind you that, yes, it took 10 years, but it's better than not having a promotion. Better late than never. To bite the bullet. I love this idiom. This is when you force yourself to do something difficult or unpleasant because it's necessary or inevitable. Inevitable means eventually you have to do it, so why not bite the bullet and do it now? For example, just bite the bullet and ask your boss for a promotion. Break a leg. This is a very common idiom that we use to say good luck. Good luck, break a leg. But we especially use this before someone gives a performance. Most commonly a theatrical performance, but when you're going for a job interview, you are in a sense performing. Or when you're doing your speaking exam for your IELTS, you are performing. So before your speaking exam, your friend, your partner could say, break a leg, which means good luck. To call it a day. When you call it a day, it means you stop working for that day. Usually because time is up or because you've done enough work for that day and you're going to stop. For example, it's getting late, let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. So that means you can go home. To cut somebody some slack. So let's say there's this coworker who has been showing up late to work every day and not doing a very good job at work. They seem very distracted, they're not working very hard, they're not contributing. But that person's dad just died. So you might say, let's cut him some slack. His dad just died. So you're not going to punish him as severely as you normally would. To be glad to see the back of. This means that you're happy that somebody has left because you don't like them. So let's say it's Jane's last day at work. She quit, she has a new job, but you didn't like Jane. You can say, I'm glad to see the back of Jane. To be the best thing since sliced bread. This is a compliment used to say that something, usually technology or an invention, is extremely useful, excellent, or high quality. So you could give me a compliment and say, this YouTube channel is the best thing since sliced bread. If you think that's true, then put it in the comments. There are plenty of fish in the sea. So let's say your friend went on a date and she says, Pierre hasn't called me back and it's been 3 weeks. You can encourage your friend by saying, don't worry, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Come rain or shine. This is used to say that an event will take place despite external circumstances. So let's say tomorrow is a vacation day for you, but there's a big project deadline tomorrow. But you might say, I'm taking the day off tomorrow, come rain or shine. To cut corners. This is when you do something in the cheapest, easiest or fastest way, but by omitting something or by not following rules. So you might say, we felt pressured to cut corners because of the tight deadline. To get your act together. So your parents might say to you or your sibling or someone you know, you're 30 and you still live at home and you don't have a job. You need to get your act together. You need to organize yourself so you can live in an effective and efficient way. Get your act together. To break the ice. This is such an important one because this is used to help people who don't know each other to feel more comfortable around each other, especially when they're meeting for the first time. Let's break the ice by introducing ourselves and sharing something interesting about ourselves. Clear as mud. This is used to say that something is very difficult to understand. So if somebody gave you instructions, but their instructions didn't make any sense at all, and they ask you, so is everything okay? Do you understand? You can say clear as mud, which tells the person you do not understand at all. Crystal clear. Something is very clear and easy to understand. His instructions were crystal clear. To rock the boat. This is when you do or say something that could upset people or cause problems. Don't rock the boat until the negotiations are done. So don't say anything that could upset someone or that could cause problems until we sign the deal. And then you can cause problems if you want to. To get out of hand, this is another way of saying to get out of control, which means you no longer have control over a situation. You could say the party got out of hand, which means you were no longer able to control it. The party got out of hand and some valuables were broken. A bad apple. This is used to describe a bad or corrupt person within a group. You could say, there are a few bad apples in the company. To cut to the chase. This is when you only talk about the most important points of a subject or topic. So if you're running out of time in a meeting, you might say, we're running out of time, so I'll cut to the chase. I'll only say the most important points. To come in handy. This is used when something is very useful for a specific purpose. So if it's pouring rain outside, you might say an umbrella would come in handy. An umbrella would be very useful in this particular situation. To reinvent the wheel. This is when you waste time trying to recreate something that somebody else has already created. So let's say you ask your boss, should I create a presentation for the conference? And your boss suggests using last year's presentation. It's already created. And your boss can add, don't reinvent the wheel. So we often use this idiom in the negative. To go with the flow. When you go with the flow, it means that you do what other people are doing, or you agree with the opinion of others, the majority. So let's say you're having a company dinner and you originally wanted to have burgers, but the majority of people say they want pizza. So you can go with the flow and have pizza instead of burgers because that's what the majority wants. To be skating on thin ice. This is when you do something that is dangerous or involves risk. He's skating on thin ice by lying to his wife. It involves risk. It's dangerous. Don't do it. A silver lining. This is something positive that comes from something negative. So the pandemic is negative, right? But is there anything positive, a silver lining? Maybe we could say one silver lining of the pandemic is that it made us realize how important our relationships are with friends and family. To have a sweet tooth. This is somebody who likes eating sweet foods, especially chocolate. So if people offer me dessert, generally I'll say no because I don't like sweet food. So I could say, no thank you, I don't have a sweet tooth, which means I don't really like sweet foods. To go Dutch. This is when you agree to share the cost of something, especially a meal. So let's say you're having dinner with a friend, family member, even a romantic partner, and they say, I'll pay for the meal. You could say, no, 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 let's go Dutch, which means you're going to divide the cost 50-50. To make ends meet. This is when you have just enough money to pay for essential items. You might say, with food prices increasing, we're barely making ends meet. To ring a bell. This is when something, usually a person, a place, or information, is familiar to you. So let's say you're having a conversation with a coworker and they say, oh, have you met Fred from accounting? And you're thinking, Fred from accounting? That doesn't ring a bell. The tip of the iceberg. This is used to describe a small part of a much bigger problem. These small local protests are just the tip of the iceberg to blow off steam. This is when you say or do something that helps you release strong feelings or strong energy, strong emotion. After our fight, I went for a walk to blow off steam. So when you were on that walk, you were able to calm down, to release that negative energy. A piece of cake. This is something that was extremely easy. That exam was a piece of cake. To be out of the woods. This is when you no longer have a problem or difficulty. Our profits are increasing, but we're not out of the woods yet. To get over something. This is when you recover from an illness. It took me 2 weeks to get over that cold. To not be one's cup of tea. This is used to describe a type or category that you don't like. Thanks for the invite, but camping isn't my cup of tea. I don't like that category of activity. To be loaded. This means to be rich, to have a lot of money. I just found out my cousin's loaded. To nip something in the bud. This is to stop something before it has an opportunity to become established. We need to nip these rumors in the bud before the employees start worrying. Out of the blue. When something happens out of the blue, it happens suddenly and you weren't expecting it. My boss gave me a promotion out of the blue. You weren't expecting it. How awesome is that? To keep one's chin up. This is to remain cheerful in a difficult situation, because in difficult situations, we tend to put our chin down, but when we're happy, we tend to keep our chin up. For example, I know the economy seems bad, but keep your chin up. To race against the clock. This is when you try to finish a task quickly before a specific time. I raced against the clock to finish the audit and meet the deadline. To catch somebody off guard. This is when you surprise somebody by doing something they weren't expecting or weren't prepared for. The politician was caught off guard when asked about the scandal. To be on one's radar. If something is on your radar, it means you're considering it or thinking about it or aware of it. You could say leaving the company isn't on my radar. It's not even something I'm considering. To stab someone in the back. This is to betray someone. To do something harmful to someone who trusted you. She told the client she did all the work on the project. I can't believe she stabbed me in the back like that. To make a beeline for something. This is when you move quickly and directly towards something. So let's say you're at a wedding or a conference and they're about to serve lunch, the buffet lunch. Everyone made a beeline for the food. They went quickly and directly to the food. To be in hot water. This is when you're in a situation where you might be criticized or punished. The politician's in hot water after his comments on gender equality. To be dressed to the nines. This is when you're dressed formally, smartly, or fashionably. We dress to the nines for our wedding anniversary. So you usually dress to the nines for a special occasion. To be between a rock and a hard place. This is when you're in a difficult situation or you have to make a difficult decision. If I accept the promotion, then I'll have to move abroad, and I know Matt, my partner, won't come with me. So I either accept the promotion that I really want, but then I have to lose Matt, or I stay with Matt and I don't get the promotion. I'm between a rock and a hard place. It's a difficult situation. It's a difficult decision. Lo and behold, this is an expression used to say that something surprising happened. I was on vacation in Japan and lo and behold, I saw my childhood sweetheart. So it's very surprising that I see my childhood sweetheart across the world in a foreign city. Lo and behold. To let the cat out of the bag. This is when you accidentally reveal a secret. So let's say you're planning a surprise party for your wife or husband or friend and they know about it. You might say, you know about the party, don't you? Who let the cat out of the bag? Who told you? Who revealed the secret? Who let the cat out of the bag? To be on the same page. This is used when all people agree on something, and that something is generally a plan or how to approach something. For example, before we launch the product, we need to get everybody on the same page. So we need to make sure that all the different people agree on the plan to launch the product. To sell like hotcakes. I love this idiom. This is used when something sells very quickly, easily, or in large quantities, large amounts. For example, her new book sold like hotcakes. So this is a very good idiom. To fall through the cracks or to slip through the cracks. This is used when something is not noticed or something does not have sufficient attention. And remember, you can use two different verbs, fall or through, and both have the same meaning and they're both very common. For example, I'm sorry I forgot to send you the report. It slipped through the cracks. It fell through the cracks. So I just didn't notice it. I didn't pay enough attention to it. To be up in arms. This is a great one as well because we use it when someone is grumpy or angry about something specific. For example, Julie is up in arms because we have to stay late tonight. So Julie is angry or grumpy because of something specific. We have to stay late tonight. She's up in arms. Fair and square. This means honestly or according to the rules. So let's say my team lost a competition, but we deserve to lose. The other team played better than us. I can say they beat us fair and square. Honestly, according to the rules. They won fair and square. To be a black sheep. This is when a member of a group is different from the other members. And we often use this with family. For example, all my cousins are married and have kids, except Tom. Tom is the black sheep. He's different from all the other members of the group, in this case, family. By the skin of one's teeth. This means barely or by a very slight margin. We won by the skin of our teeth. So we won only by this much, not very much. To get under one's skin. And this is to irritate or upset someone. For example, I don't know why, but Jerry really gets under my skin. Jerry really irritates me. He upsets me. To draw the line. This is when you put a limit on what you will allow or what you will do. For example, I want to help my sister, but I draw the line at lending her money. So that is what I will not do. I will not lend her money. That is not allowed. To give something a whirl. This is a fun one. It simply means to try something new. For example, you should give bowling a whirl. It's really fun. So if I know you've never gone bowling before, I could say you should try it. You should give it a whirl. To be a fish out of water. This is used to say that someone is in an unfamiliar and uncomfortable surrounding. For example, I feel like a fish out of water when I go to English meetings because you have to speak in English and that's unfamiliar and uncomfortable. You feel like a fish out of water. To go the extra mile. This is when you make an extra attempt to achieve something or do something. For example, she's a great assistant. She always goes the extra mile. So she does more than she needs to. To not see the forest from the trees. This is a very popular one. This is when you're so involved in the small, minor details of something that you don't see the bigger picture. You don't see the forest from the individual trees. For example, the project failed because we couldn't see the forest from the trees. We lost track of the bigger picture. Straight from the horse's mouth. This is when you get information directly from the source of that information. I heard straight from the horse's mouth that we're not getting bonuses this year. To cry wolf. This is when you call for help, but you don't actually need help. So in the future, nobody will assist you because you lied about needing help. For example, I'm not surprised nobody responded to her email. She always cries wolf. So she always asks for help when she doesn't need it. But then one day she does need help, but nobody will help her because she cries wolf. To have bigger fish to fry. This is when you have other, more important matters to deal with. For example, can you attend my meeting this afternoon? I have bigger fish to fry. So I have a meeting that's dealing with more important things than this other meeting. To play devil's advocate. This is when you argue against something, even if you think the opposite, simply to address all sides of a situation. For example, it would be great to get a promotion, but to play devil's advocate, it would mean longer hours. So you actually want the promotion, but you're going to examine the other side just to be complete. To steal one's thunder. This is a very popular one. This is to prevent someone from getting the recognition, praise, or success that they deserve. And you do that by saying exactly what that person was going to say. For example, she announced her engagement at my engagement party. She stole my thunder. So I should have received the praise, the congratulations at my engagement party. But she announced her engagement, so now everybody is congratulating her. She stole my thunder. To rain on one's parade. This is to spoil someone's pleasure or special moment. Let's say my friend is very happy because she got an A on the exam. I could say, I hate to rain on your parade, but everyone got an A. So I'm spoiling her pleasure by saying that everybody got the exact same grade. To be a cakewalk, a cakewalk. This is when something is very easy or effortless. For example, learning English is a cakewalk, right? Would you agree? To take a rain check. This is when you decline an invitation by suggesting you'll accept that invitation at a future time. So not now, but later. Let's say somebody invites me to lunch today, but I'm very busy. I could say, I'd love to have lunch, but I need to take a rain check, which means not today, but later. To go on a wild goose chase or to be on a wild goose chase. You can use either verbs, go or be. This is when you're looking for something specific, but it's a complete waste of time because that something specific doesn't exist. For example, after hiking for 5 hours, we realized we were on a wild goose chase because the waterfall doesn't exist. So we were looking for a specific waterfall, but on the trail we were on, there is no waterfall. The waterfall is at a completely different location. So we were on a wild goose chase because we're looking for something that doesn't exist. To twist someone's arm. This is when you persuade someone to do something that they don't want to do. For example, I didn't want to go to the party, but Sarah twisted my arm. So Sarah persuaded me, convinced me to go to the party. To face the music. This is when you accept criticism or punishment for something you did do. For example, I missed the deadline, so now it's time to face the music. Now I have to meet with my boss. We both know I missed the deadline. It was wrong, so I am going to be punished and I deserve it. It's time to face the music. To hit the books. This means to study or do homework. For example, I can't go to the party tonight. I need to hit the books. To turn a deaf ear. This is when you ignore someone when they complain or they ask for help. For example, I asked Maria to extend the deadline, but she turned a deaf ear. So when I asked her to extend the deadline, I was asking her to help me, but she ignored me. She turned a deaf ear. To break the bank. This means to cause financial ruin. For example, this vacation costs $5,000. It's expensive, but it won't break the bank. It won't cause financial ruin. To jump the gun. This is when you do something too soon without thinking about it carefully. For example, the company jumped the gun when they canceled the conference. So they made that decision too soon. They should have thought about it more, took more time, and then decided. To read between the lines. This is when you try to understand somebody's real feelings or intentions based on what they said or they wrote. For example, she said she's happy, but if you read between the lines, it's obvious she's upset. So you try to interpret what she's saying to really understand how she feels. Through thick and thin. This is when you support someone or stay with someone, even when there are problems or difficulties. For example, a true friend will be there through thick and thin. If there are problems or difficulties, a true friend will be there. To go back to square one. This is to start working on a plan from the beginning because your previous attempt failed. For example, the board didn't approve our plan, so we have to go back to square one. We have to start again from the beginning, from scratch. This is from the very beginning. For example, I started this YouTube channel. For example, my family started this business from scratch. So when we started, there was nothing. We did everything ourselves from scratch. To shoot oneself in the foot. This is when you say or do something that could cause problems for you. For example, I shot myself in the foot when I agreed to stay late tonight. So I said yes when my boss asked me to stay late, but it's my cousin's birthday, so now I can't go to their party or I'm going to be late and I'm going to be in trouble. I shot myself in the foot. Right off the bat. This means at the very beginning or immediately. For example, you can't expect to feel confident speaking right off the bat. So immediately, at the very beginning when you first start, that's right off the bat. You can't expect to feel confident right off the bat. In the bag. This is when something is certain to be won, achieved, or obtained. For example, Jane has the promotion in the bag. So even though they haven't formally announced that Jane has the promotion, it's certain that it's hers. She has it in the bag. Hot air. This is a great one. This is when something is not sincere and will not have practical results. For example, the advertisement claimed I would lose 20 pounds in 20 days, but it was hot air. It was not true. To follow in someone's footsteps. This is when you do the same thing that someone else previously did. And that someone else is usually a family member, a friend, or a mentor. For example, she followed in her father's footsteps and became an engineer. This means that her father is also an engineer. To call a spade, a spade. This is when you tell the truth about something, even if the truth is not pleasant and not polite. For example, let's call a spade a spade. This company discriminates against women. So that's not a very polite thing to say, but it's the truth. To be in the same boat. This is when you're in the same situation as someone else, and that situation is difficult. For example, we both lost money in the stock market. We're in the same boat. To pick someone's brain. This is when someone has a lot of information on a subject or topic, and you ask them to share that information, or you ask them for their opinion. You pick their brain. For example, I'd love to buy you coffee and pick your brain sometime, which means I'd love to buy you coffee and find out what you know, ask you questions about what you know, or get your opinion on a specific topic based on your knowledge. To bounce an idea off someone. This is when you share an idea to get feedback on that idea. For example, can I bounce a few ideas off you before the meeting today? The devil's in the details. This is used when something seems simple, but the details are complicated and could cause problems. For example, the contract is only 1 page, which seems simple, but the devil's in the details. So in that 1 page, there's a lot of complicated information that could cause problems. The pot calling the kettle black. This is used to say that someone shouldn't criticize someone else for a fault that they have in themselves. Let's say Jack is always late and I get to our meeting 5 minutes late and Jack gets mad at me for being late, but he's always late. So I could say, I can't believe Jack was mad because I was 5 minutes late. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. To take a back seat. This is when you choose to not have responsibility in an organization or an activity. For example, my team is organizing a conference, but I'm taking a back seat. I'm not going to be responsible for the conference. To be up for grabs. This is a great one. It's used when something is available and ready to be won or taken. For example, do you know if Sue's office is up for grabs? So Sue's office is now empty. Maybe she left the company or she changed offices. So is her office ready and available? Is it up for grabs? To put something on ice. This is when you delay something or you reserve something for future use. Let's put the conference on ice until the summer. To bite off more than you can chew. This is when you try to do something that is too difficult for you. For example, we took on 3 projects this month. I think we bit off more than we can chew. So 3 projects is too difficult for us. To throw caution to the wind. This is when you do something without worrying about the risk or the negative consequences. For example, I wasn't happy at my job, so I threw caution to the wind and I quit. So I didn't think about the negative consequences when I made that decision. I threw caution to the wind. A cross to bear. This is an unpleasant or painful situation or person that you have to accept, even though it's very difficult for you to do so. For example, I lost our company's biggest client, and that's my cross to bear. So that's a very painful situation, knowing that I was personally responsible for this loss, but that's my cross to bear. I have to accept it and deal with that, even though it is painful. And finally, to keep one's eye on something or someone. This is when you watch something or you take care of something or someone. For example, will you keep an eye on the project while I'm at the conference? Will you take care of the project? Will you watch the project while I'm at the conference? Now you're going to learn 100 advanced adjectives to describe personality and people. And you'll learn these adjectives from A to Z. Can you think of an adjective with Z? Let's find out. Adaptable. Adaptable. This is when you're willing and able to change to suit different conditions. So let's say 1 minute you're editing a report, next you're leading a presentation, next you're analyzing financial information. So you're working and changing to do many different things. I'm very adaptable. Adept. Adept. You're adept at something. Notice that preposition at. When you're adept at something, it means you're skilled at something. You're very good at something. I'm very adept at using SAP. Adventurous. Adventurous. This is when you're willing to try new or different things. A job posting might say, we're looking for someone who's adventurous because this position requires traveling all over the world. So if you're adventurous, you can apply. Affectionate. Affectionate. This is showing feelings of liking or love. She gave me an affectionate farewell. So a very loving farewell. I've summarized all 100 adjectives into a free lesson PDF that includes the adjective, the definition, and an example sentence. You can look in the description for the link to download the free lesson PDF. Ambitious. Ambitious. This is when you have a strong desire to become successful in your career or in life. I'm attracted to ambitious men. Does that describe you? Are you ambitious? Artistic. Artistic. This is when you're able to create or enjoy art. Would you describe yourself as artistic? Assertive. Assertive. When you're assertive, it means you're confident saying what you mean or what you feel without fear. I need to work on being more assertive. I need to work on saying what I want, saying what I feel without being afraid of what other people might think of me. I need to work on being more assertive. Attentive. Attentive. When you're attentive, it means you're very helpful and you take care of others. I try to be very attentive to my students, which means I try to be very helpful. Authentic. Authentic. This means that you're real, you're true. You're not pretending to be someone that you're not, you're authentic. Sometimes being authentic around others is difficult. Sometimes being the real you is difficult because you're afraid that people might judge you. Approachable. Approachable. This describes someone who is friendly and easy to talk to. My goal is for all my students to describe me as approachable. Would you describe me as approachable, friendly, and easy to talk to? If so, put that in the comments. Jennifer, you're approachable. Balanced. Balanced. This is when you consider all sides or opinions equally. Even though she's a Democrat, she's very balanced. She considers other sides and opinions other than Democratic opinions. Bright. Bright. This is another way of saying smart or intelligent or someone who learns quickly. My students are all very bright. I know you'll learn these adjectives very quickly because you're bright. Broad-minded. Broad-minded. This is someone who is willing to accept different behaviors, different opinions, different lifestyles. Being broad-minded is important when you work with people from around the world. Candid. Candid. When someone is candid, it means that they're honest and they tell the truth about a situation. To be candid, I left my job because I didn't like my boss. Cheerful. This is someone who is happy and positive. Cheerful. I try to surround myself with cheerful people. Chill. Chill. This is an informal adjective but commonly used, and it describes someone who is relaxed, who isn't worried, isn't anxious, who's very chill. As I get older, I become more and more chill, more relaxed. I don't stress as much. I'm not as anxious or worried. I'm chill. Are you chill? Put that in the comments if you are. I'm chill. Clever. Clever. This is another advanced way of saying smart or intelligent, someone who learns quickly. She's a very clever student. Communicative. Communicative. This describes someone who is willing to talk to others and who is willing to share information. Did you notice that Julie wasn't very communicative at the meeting today? Compassionate. Compassionate. This is someone who is very sympathetic to others, especially when others are in a difficult situation and they want to help that person. They're very compassionate. She's a compassionate reporter. Competitive. Competitive. This describes someone who really wants to win and who enjoys competition. I am very competitive. Sometimes I'm a little too competitive because I love winning. What about you? Are you competitive? Charismatic. Charismatic. This is someone who is well liked and well admired. And because of that, they're able to influence others easily. If you want to win the election, you need to be more charismatic. Considerate. Considerate. This is when you care about and respect others. It was very considerate of you to change the meeting because you knew I had an appointment. Constructive. Constructive. This is usually information or advice that's meant to help someone or help someone improve their performance. Can I give you some constructive criticism? Can I criticize you, but in a way that's meant to help you improve your performance? Can I give you some constructive criticism? Coy. Coy. When someone's coy, they intentionally don't reveal information because they want to make that information more engaging or interesting. She's being very coy about the party. So she's not sharing a lot of details about the party, but that makes you wonder about the party and want to know more. So it makes you interested in the party. She's being very coy about the party. Courageous. Courageous. Someone who's courageous is able to control their fear or negative emotion in fearful or dangerous situations. It was very courageous of you to quit your job and go back to school in your 40s. Creative. Creative. This is someone who produces or uses unique or original ideas. We're looking for someone who's creative. Curious. Curious. This is someone who is interested in learning about the world around them. Being curious is a great quality when you're learning a language. Would you agree with that? If you agree, put I agree in the comments. Dependable. Dependable. This is someone deserving of trust and confidence. My assistant is very dependable. Determined. Determined. When you're determined, you want something really badly and you're not willing to let anything or anyone stop you from getting the thing that you want. If you're determined, you'll become fluent. That's my promise to you. But it takes determination. You need to be determined. Direct. Direct. When someone's direct, it means they communicate in a way that says exactly what they mean in a very honest way without worrying about being judged or hurting someone's feelings. I like how our CEO is very direct, even when delivering bad news. Dynamic, dynamic. This is someone who has a lot of different ideas and who is very energetic and forceful. Has anyone ever told you that you're very dynamic? Easygoing, easygoing. This describes someone who is relaxed and who doesn't easily get upset. My new manager is way more easygoing than my last one. Eclectic, eclectic. When something is eclectic, it consists of many different types, methods, or styles. I work with an eclectic group of students in the Finally Fluent Academy. So I work with many different types of students in the Finally Fluent Academy. Emotional, emotional. This is when you have and express strong feelings and emotions. John became very emotional at his retirement party. Energetic, energetic. This is when you have a lot of energy. Even though she's almost 80, my grandmother is very energetic. Enthusiastic, enthusiastic. This is when you have an interest in a particular subject and you're very eager to want to be part of that subject. I love how enthusiastic you are about our new plan. Extroverted, extroverted. This describes a person who enjoys being with other people and are very energetic when they're with other people. Although I'm not very extroverted, I love working in sales. Exuberant, exuberant. This describes someone who is very energetic and simply happy to be alive. She's an exuberant speaker. Fearless, fearless. Of course, this means you're free from fear. Good negotiators need to be fearless. Flexible, flexible. This is when you're able to change or be changed based on the situation. My schedule is very flexible next week. Forgiving, forgiving. This describes someone who forgives easily. I'm thankful I have a forgiving boss. A boss who forgives easily. Fruitful, fruitful. This is something that produces good results. He had a fruitful career as a lawyer. So it says he was very successful in his career. He produced good results. Frank, frank. This describes someone who is honest and sincere. Thank you for being frank with me. Now remember that Frank is the name of a man, so you could possibly say Frank is very frank. So a man whose name is Frank is very frank, which means he's very honest and sincere. Fun-loving, fun-loving. This is when you enjoy having fun and not being too serious. Although I'm the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, I'm also very fun-loving. Gregarious, gregarious. This is someone who likes being with other people. Being gregarious is an important quality of a nurse because if you're a nurse, you need to like being around other people and spending time with your patients. Genuine, genuine. This describes someone who is real and exactly what they appear to be. Her speech was genuine. Honorable, honorable. Notice that silent H, honorable. This is someone who's honest, silent H, honest, and fair. She's an honorable boss and I respect her decision. Humble, humble. This is someone who's modest, who shows a low estimate of their own worth. Although she makes $2 million a year, she's very humble. So this means she doesn't act like she makes $2 million a year. She drives a regular car, lives in a regular house, wears regular clothes. She's humble. Handy, handy. Someone who's handy means they're really skilled with using their hands, especially when it comes to tools and repairing, fixing, or even making things. I am not very handy, which means I'm not very good at repairing or fixing things or making things using tools with my hands. What about you? Would you describe yourself as handy? Are you handy? Imaginative. Imaginative. This is someone who can easily think of new, creative, original, innovative ideas. Kamal is an imaginative designer. Inquisitive. Inquisitive. This describes someone who wants to know about a lot of different things. Usually someone who's inquisitive asks a lot of questions. I love when my students are inquisitive about my lessons. So I love when my students ask questions. Impeccable. Impeccable. This is something that is perfect, that has no mistakes, no errors, no flaws. Sylvia gave an impeccable performance. Intuitive. Intuitive. When someone's intuitive, it means they can understand things, but more based on emotions and feelings rather than facts or information. I'm very intuitive when it comes to hiring, which means when I hire someone, I trust the feeling I get about that person rather than the facts on their resume. So they might have this amazing resume, but when I'm talking to them, if I don't get a good feeling about that person, I'm not going to hire them, which means I'm very intuitive. I trust my intuition. I'm very intuitive. Ingenious. Ingenious. This is very intelligent or skillful. The way you handled that situation was ingenious. Inviting. Inviting. Someone who's inviting makes you feel very welcome in any new environment or situation. The new HR manager is very inviting. Jubilant. Jubilant. This is feeling and expressing great happiness, usually because of a success. The fans were jubilant after the game. So they were very happy, which means the team won. The fans were jubilant. Keen. Keen. This describes someone who is very willing and eager and wants something. She's very keen. She's already followed up with me. So maybe we had an interview yesterday and she already sent me an email asking if I needed to know anything else about her. She's very keen. Kind-hearted. Kind-hearted. This is someone who really enjoys helping other people. My doctor is very kind-hearted. Lively. Lively. This is someone who's full of energy and enthusiasm. My team is so lively today. Logical. Logical. This means reasonable based on good judgment. You made a logical decision. Loyal. Loyal. This is someone who provides support in any situation. Kirk is our most loyal manager. He's been with the company for 20 years. Laudable. Laudable. This is something that deserves praise, even though there was no success or little success. Your actions are laudable. So even though you didn't succeed or get the result you wanted, you still deserve praise, most likely because you acted in a very responsible way. Mature. Mature. When someone's mature, it means they act in a way that's very well developed emotionally. Although Shirok is only an intern, he's very mature. So this suggests he acts in a way that makes him seem older because he's more well developed emotionally compared to his age. Meticulous. Meticulous. This means very careful with close attention to detail. As a quality assurance professional, I need to be meticulous. Marvelous. Marvelous. This is another way of saying very good. Marvelous. They did a marvelous job for the new client. Nimble, nimble. This is someone who is quick and exact with either their movements or their thoughts. His nimble hands are perfect for repairing antiques. Antiques are very delicate, but he can move his hands in a very quick way. His hands are very nimble. Open-minded, open-minded. This describes someone who is willing to consider ideas or opinions that are different from their own. Doctors are becoming more and more open-minded. Optimistic, optimistic. This describes someone who is hopeful, who sees the good parts of a situation, or who believes that good will come from a situation. I'm optimistic that I'll pass my oral exam. I'm hopeful. Out of this world. Out of this world. This is something that's extraordinary, superb. Your design skills are out of this world. Outgoing, outgoing. This is someone who is friendly and energetic and finds it easy and enjoyable being with other people. Now that I feel confident with my English, I'm more outgoing at work. This is something a lot of students want to have. So definitely improve your English so you can be more outgoing. Pensive, pensive. When someone is pensive, it means they're thinking, and they're usually quite quiet. They're thinking very seriously. They're pensive. Julie was very pensive during our presentation, which means she was quite quiet during the presentation and she was just thinking. Proactive, proactive. This means that you take action to change something rather than waiting for the situation to happen and then simply reacting to the situation. One of my best qualities is that I'm proactive. Perceptive, perceptive. This means that you're very good at noticing details and information that other people may not notice. We really appreciate your perceptive comments. So you provided information that nobody else thought of, but you were very perceptive. We appreciate your perceptive comments. Persistent, persistent. This is when you continue doing something in a determined way, even when you face difficulties or challenges. When I'm solving a problem, I'm very persistent. Punctual, punctual. This means you arrive or you do something at the scheduled time, so it means not late. Thankfully, the contractors are very punctual. They say they'll be here at 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. they're here. They're very punctual. Qualified, qualified. This is when you have the skill, the knowledge, or the ability to do something specific. Ronnie is the most qualified accountant I know. Riveting, riveting. This means extremely interesting. The speakers at the conference were all riveting. Renowned, renowned. This means you're famous for something specific. Maya Angelou is a renowned poet. So she's famous, but for something specific, poetry. She's a renowned poet. Ravishing, ravishing. This means extremely beautiful. You look ravishing in that dress. Or if you're a male, you look ravishing in that suit. Reverent, reverent. This is showing great respect or admiration. The reverent crowd became silent when she appeared on stage. So to show their respect and admiration, the crowd became silent. So we can say they're a reverent crowd. Self-reliant, self-reliant. This means that you rely on your own skills and abilities. When you work remotely, you need to be self-reliant. Sensible, sensible. This means having and using good judgment. I like working with Hamid. He's very sensible. Savvy, savvy. This means you have practical knowledge, and skills. She's very savvy when it comes to marketing. And I'm sure you're familiar with the term tech savvy, which means you're very skilled and knowledgeable when it comes to technology, tech savvy. I'm very tech savvy. What about you? Are you tech savvy? Put that in the comments. I'm tech savvy. I'm not tech savvy. Supportive, supportive. This is giving encouragement and approval. As a teacher, I try to be very supportive to all my students. Sincere, sincere. This means honest, not false, not invented. Her apology was sincere. So she said, I'm sorry, and she said it in an honest way, not I'm sorry, where clearly she's not actually sorry. I'm sorry. Her apology was sincere. Straightforward, straightforward. This means honest and not hiding one's opinions. I love how straightforward Shirley is. Sage, sage. This means wise, and we use it specifically with people who are wise because they're old. And with their old age, they gain wisdom. They're very sage. The consultant has 20 years of experience, so we can trust his sage advice. Steadfast, steadfast. This means staying the same for a long time, not changing, not losing purpose. Jose is a steadfast assistant. Tenacious, tenacious. This is when you're unwilling to accept defeat or unwilling to stop doing or having something. Felicity is a tenacious student. Thrilling, thrilling. This means very exciting. Fabio's plan for the company is thrilling. Tender, tender. This means gentle, loving, or kind. It's important to be tender when you're delivering bad news. Tactful, tactful. This is when you're careful not to say or do something that could upset others. Yusuf quit in a very tactful way. Upbeat, upbeat. This means positive, with hope for the future. Marie is very upbeat about the proposal. Unrelenting. I like this one. Unrelenting. This means extremely determined, never weakening or ending. I appreciate my parents' unrelenting support. Their support never weakens. It never ends. It's unrelenting. Versatile, versatile. This is when you're able to change easily from one activity to another, or when you can use one thing in many different ways. Brad Pitt is a versatile actor. So he's one actor, but you can use him in many different ways. Romance, comedy, action, drama. He's a versatile actor. Vibrant, vibrant. This means energetic, exciting, and full of enthusiasm. I love how vibrant my work environment is. Witty, witty. When someone's witty, it means they're funny, but in a very intelligent way. My pilot was very witty. Youthful, youthful. This means having qualities that are typical of young people. Her youthful enthusiasm makes coming to work more enjoyable. So maybe she isn't youthful, maybe she is 50 or 60 years old, but her enthusiasm, her energy is youthful, which is a very positive thing. So it's more enjoyable coming to work. Zealous, zealous. This means enthusiastic and eager. I appreciate how zealous she is. Amazing job with this masterclass. Do you want me to keep making masterclasses just like this? If you do, put masterclass, masterclass, put masterclass in the comments. And of course, make sure you like this lesson, share it with your friends, and subscribe so you're notified every time I post a new lesson. And you can get this free speaking guide where I share 6 tips on how to speak English fluently and confidently. You can click here to download it or look for the link in the description. And here's another masterclass I know you'll love. Watch it right now.